Anyway, I don't know if we're live, but I'm going to assume we are. I'm doing this kind of by myself, and so we'll let this get going a little bit. We'll get into these emails finally. We'll get into what I at least think are contradictions. We'll see. I don't know yet. Hopefully we get Rudy on. I think his plan is going to be to debate me on some of these contradictions. I welcome that. I'd love someone to make some sense of this shit. Hi, Albert. Hi, Hui. Hi, JK. Hi, Boo. And I hope you're enjoying playing mom right now. So Ashley's not here right now. She's running errands with the kids, and I think she'll be back at like 45 minutes or so, something like that. So we're really going to dive in here. One thing I realized as we were going to get going, I think there's a reason we have a hard time tackling this topic of, what has Jack said versus what has Fenn said. What are considered contradictions? What are lies? What are aberrations that live out on the edge? When doing this online, through the message boards, Reddit and all that, it is a lot, especially if you start digging. Now, of course, when you dig, you're going to find lots of stuff, lots of stoof, but it does become apparent when you know what you're looking for, how a lot of things seem to line up. And so a lot of the things I was doing today was just almost intimidating me. It's almost, if there's something else going on here, if we need to dive deep and figure it out, the powers that be, whoever those are, know how friggin' hard it is to really find out any of this. So diving deep, I think live, I think now in this era of the chase, post-find, maybe if we all start coming out and talking about it on camera, put our stuff out there, defend our stuff, invite people to debate like Rudy, invite people to contribute and add. So everybody. So as I'm getting going here, let me figure out how to, I think there's like an invite button here, right? Somewhere is there. Participants, invite, here we go. Copy invite link. I'm going to put it in the chat, as they say. So anybody can join. So I invite anybody in here to either add to these lists of contradictions. For now, we'll call them contradictions until someone like Rudy proves otherwise, that they're not a contradiction. That's fine. There may be another word you want to use for this stuff. I take your pick. I call them contradictions. So let's kind of dive into, okay, what kind of prompted this? There was a post I made on Thor back in the end of March. And in that post, I kind of go over what I call coincidence versus convenience. I'm going to read a little bit of it. I posted it in the chat. Maybe, what I'll do is let me screen share this. You can kind of read along, I guess. This is kind of what prompted me to kind of just go back to some of the shit that we've all been talking about, but not in an organized way. In a way where people start arguing, because you post one thing about Jack, you just get, oh, Jack's fake, or don't question Jack. It's so hard to be in the middle ground without getting attacked from both sides. And I say that to no offense on anybody who's made their mind up on either side, but for me, at least in the position that I've taken, I like to do the devil's advocate a lot. And I noticed in the beginning, even though I was team Jack, when I would take the devil's advocate, it was attack, attack, attack. Same thing from the other side. So anyway, screen share this. I hope this is recording the right thing. If not, I hope I don't have porn up or something. Anyway, coincidence versus convenience. I have been considering the events of the end of the chase with respect to how the secret could somehow be kept in the end. As we've all said, the secret should come out. Fenn has said the secret should come out. I mean, we're a year and a month past and nothing's come out. I bring up a few ideas here. Honestly, I'm full of shit sometimes. Like, what are the first three paragraphs here? Anyway, convenience. The first convenient fact of Jack's stoof is he found this and solved this alone. Two can keep a secret, blah, blah, blah. This thing would have blown wide open months ago if a group of 5 found it. Lucky for the spot that only one man found it. I will say, if he had team members, why aren't they talking publicly at this point? So it's been very convenient that the lone wolf, as they say, in all these crazy conspiracies, it's always the lone wolf, right? Interesting. Fenn's final wish, and perhaps the final attempt to maybe control the end here, was denied access. Sure, Jack has said in emails that he's giving Fenn the opportunity, not the opportunity, he's giving Fenn's final wish an opportunity and has really tried to make that happen. Yet, what are we in July? What happened? If it didn't happen, why can't we talk about it? It's just strange. The very fact that no one else found the chest in the 12 or so hours that Jack left it. Okay, and I say this may seem like hyperbole on the surface. Again, right, what are the odds that someone's going to find a chest that's been missing for 10 years and they're going to find it within 12 hours of Jack finding it, leaving it there? I get that. I understand that. But, you know, Jack knows that Fenn had made many public statements that someone was within 500 and 200 feet of the chest. He studied every Fenn quote inside and out. Jack knew that COVID was playing a role in the slowdown of the 2020 version of the chase. Everyone was kind of waiting until June and kind of seeing where COVID was, how hard or how easy it was going to be to travel. And it really felt like it was like a go on June 1st. So Jack is aware that this is a different time. This isn't the middle of 2019 in June where, okay, no one's found this for 9 years. There is no rush anywhere to the wilderness and our national parks or just the wilds of Wyoming. But in June of 2020, there is kind of a rush. It's either a rush or it's a very calculated rush, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, he knew things were different, yet he leaves it alone overnight. We know all this, right? So some of these things started to just kind of like speak to me and just go, huh, yeah, very convenient things. You know, has he lied about some of these things? Did any parts of these stories change? It doesn't feel like it does too often. We can't really find, at least in my opinion, Jack contradicting Jack. But what I think we do find is Jack contradicting Fenn a little bit. And I think we've talked about it a few times, but I don't think we've really dug too deep into it. Before I get there, coincidence. You guys could be super bored with this. I don't know. I have it on screen share. Coincidence. Jack found the chest on Friday, June 5th, 10 years after the book was released, in which said book contains a stamp on the picture of the chest in the chapter of the poem for the exact same date in which Jack found it. To me, that will always be the biggest slap in the face coincidence. You know, if any of us bring it up, we go, or we're told, oh, coincidence. If anything were to happen years from now where we find out the end of the chase was a hoax or contrived or nudged or forced or just a false ending, cheers, by the way, Kona longboards today. If we found that anything was amiss, we could go back to that June 5th and go, oh, duh, it was right in front of us. But anybody who brings this up gets told, oh, shut up. That's just a fucking coincidence. Friday, June 5th, saying June 5th would be a coincidence for me. An interesting and intriguing coincidence. But saying Friday, June 5th? No. Jack's email anagrams from jack853198834 at gmail.com to jackhidcash@gmail.com. It doesn't take much more than anything than simple letter substitution, 1 through 26, and rearrange it like an anagram. A giant twig and stick flew into the chest at the same time Jack took his single solitary picture of the found chest. I think I have emailed Jack this and asked him about other pictures, and we'll get into that. And this is why I wanted to kind of blend both topics. Something I read here. Let's go see what that email was. Let's see if I have an email for that topic. And again, I invite the same from you guys. I'm going to get off this screen share in a second, then we'll get into it. The war dates. You know, we have the found chest on 6/5. Pray for D's. We have Jack's outing on 12/7. We all know that. And I think Fenn's death day was war related as well, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. And for whatever reason, I get into some shit. There's a great show on ABC called Lost. Don't at me if you didn't like or understand in the end. Honestly, most people didn't understand the end of Lost. No offense, you just didn't. But there's a character in the show called Mr. Echo. He states, don't mistake coincidence for fate. Understood, Jack. Understood that if we look hard enough, we'll find a coincidence anywhere. But at the same time, don't mistake coincidence for fucking coincidence. So let's get into it. Let's stop the screen share for a second. I'll hop into the chat. I'm kind of doing this all on my own here until Ashley gets home, and then we'll start diving into the emails. So I'm gonna scroll back as far as I can here. Hey Dark. Hey Dark's here. Hey Jason, you're here. Dope. Hey Carrie. Hey, all the people. I don't want to be one of those people that says hi to every single fucking person who talks in the chat. Say something interesting to me, I'll say hi to you. You guys are just chit-chatting. Yeah, do you even listen? Y'all just chit-chat. Y'all just chit-chat. Jack thinks Ben will destroy the spot or get right. I mean, he thinks we're gonna either destroy the spot or get injured, and all that makes me want to do is find the spot more. So guess what, Jack? My chances of getting injured just went up because I don't know where to go anymore. So I'm going to do things like cross the Madison River at Mount Haynes Overlook because I'm being confident in myself and not changing my where one wanders halt. Sound familiar? So, you know, by not telling us, one could argue you're actually putting, you know, us morons at risk. I would agree that it's not your responsibility. You're not putting me at risk by not telling me the location. You're also not putting me at risk by telling me the location. As Fenn said, if somebody drowns in the pool, we don't drain the pool. We teach them to swim. It is no one's fault if anyone gets hurt looking for anything out in freaking wilderness, right? So you don't really care about that. You might care about the legal ramifications of that. And that's fair. I would too. So that's where I stopped talking because I don't know. You won't tell us. I'm gonna keep scrolling here. You guys are chit chat. Fake Blaze posting today. Yeah, we're gonna get into it. Keep scrolling. I think we're here. Why does it always go to top chat and not live chat? There's Davio. See, I was missing Davio the whole time. This is weird. Anyway, all right, I'm on live chat, so here, I guess we'll see people. All right, so what sparked my interest first? I was going to check something from an email that I had talked about, the twig. Okay, so let's see. See, I might have to just read with you guys, but we'll see. Because I'm winging this, right? So like I have to go find the exact email in which I ask him about the twig. And I've typed in twig or stick before and nothing came up, which is nonsense. So, you know, just don't trust your Google search for anything. All right, so I'm just gonna scroll here. Well, here's what I'm gonna do so I can keep track of this. All right, I'm gonna put this on the side. I'm gonna put this right here. It's so much easier. All right. Let's get into it. Put this down. Now I can look at the chat while I'm kind of doing it. Change it to live chat. I did. All right. So let's see. Looking for a stick. I would assume it's in my first bulk email. The first thing I asked him about was that sack, the paper towel that was wrapped around that dragon bracelet. He said it was translucent, and that's why we could see the dragon bracelet, but it was actually wrapped in a wet paper towel. People had a field day with that one. I don't know what to make of that. All right, so I'll just jump back into screen share here. Share screen. Share that. All right, so I'm way back in I think this was like, okay, well, it says it December. Right back. I think that's when he posted what his email address was. I think it was right around the same time. Anyway, let's see. I just started. I'll show you guys how the whole chain starts, and then we can get into it later. I by the way, I did send Jack an invitation. He has not accepted it. Let's see. Okay, can you clear up an oddity of sorts in the first released image of the chest, the dragon bracelet? Okay, I went over that. There's no sack. The bracelet was wrapped in a paper towel that became saturated over the years. You know, he wanted to make sure that made sense. Now notice his first email does have the question mark. So his first email does end with proper punctuation. Okay, that does make sense. It's been a breath of fresh air having part of your story come out. Are you planning on selling your story too, or is that all kind of going with the overall sale of the buyer? Any shot you can be picky and sell to someone who wants to rebury all or some of it? Wishful thinking from a fellow dude. Thanks again, Jack. He goes, no, never have. Going to try Forrest's last idea before selling it to the public. Slow moving talks there. Now, again, this is the first one where the periods start with me. So anyway, can you help me understand Forrest's last wish a bit? Is it simply a Cody Museum thing, or is there a purposeful level of crypticness, if you will, and I should just accept and watch what happens? I think doing any last wish for Fenn is an amazing move to make. I can imagine wanting to cash out has been incredibly frustrating, which I can imagine it is. He goes, there's slow moving talks there. Again, thank you for that. You already said that. And I don't want to put any public pressure on the counterparty. That's all. Don't worry. I'm patient and I want to do it right. Again, no period. So this is a little interesting. So on the surface, it's not. But given what's happening now in the month of July, it might be. He doesn't want to put any public pressure on the counterparty. And that seems to be why he won't elaborate as to what's going on with Forrest's final wish, and why that's almost his out, if you will, to not talk about whatever Forrest's final wish is, except he puts the onus on the fact that he doesn't want to put public pressure on the counterparty, which makes perfect sense. However, if those negotiations are done, if you weren't able to fulfill Jack's final wish, well, then let's talk, right? I mean, there's nothing holding you back. You yourself told me what the deal was. I'm not trying to gotcha here. I'm just trying to get more information. Understood what you said about the slow moving talks. I mean, Jack, I think you yourself would agree I stopped bringing it up. But back in December, that was the reason. So I would assume, what's the dealio? Nomadic Madman, the date of the last email. Let's go back. This is 11 hours ago. So here's a new thread. You mentioned how the story of the fake blaze has a quote, and that's not even half the story, quote, footer to the topic. Will you be willing to share all or any or all of that other half with me? I don't think I can do that without revealing too much about the location, period. Sorry, no period. I sense that if that were entirely true, you wouldn't have mentioned the fake blaze to begin with, right? There must be something to that story. Okay, so, I kind of email bombed him, right? I did 2 in a row. I do that all the time. It's just, it is what it is. Hold on, I got to go through my emails to get back here. I don't want y'all, all right, so where was I? I was back on this thread, right? Okay, then we'll get back to hey, Street is here. Well, hello, Street.
How you doing, Ben?
I am doing okay. Just kind of doing these Jack emails. If you have something to add to any of it, jump right in.
Cool. I'd just like to make a side note on my defense towards Ashley and the trash. I never called her a cockroach.
I honestly, I didn't even know about that, if that's what's going on.
I compared her to an apple, and we all know what was tempted by Eve with the apple. It was knowledge from the tree of life. I never called Ashley a cockroach.
Well, I appreciate that you didn't call her a cockroach. That's good to know. I didn't even know about the drama, so we can just kind of move on from it. All right, let me go back to the screen share. All right, so we're back into this email thread. I'm just going to go through this whole thread, and we'll just talk about this thread for right now. I think it's like 31 total. So again, we were talking about the fact that he didn't want public pressure on the counterparty. All right, dope. Well, it doesn't seem like that went anywhere. So I would like to know more about that. So I'm actually going to make a note of that, so I make sure I email him. We'll copy and paste that. Next time I hit copy and paste, that will remind me. And then I said something to the effect of, very cool. I said a lot of weird shit to him, by the way. The misspelling of Wetherill in the book, was that of consequence to your solving the location where Fenn wished to die? He goes, I don't want to confirm or rule out hints in the text, Ben. Sorry. Notice, comma, no period. He just refuses to throw that period at the end of the sentence. Drives me nuts. Let's see, what else do I go here? No problem, Jack. I appreciate you even taking the time with me. I'd love to buy you a beer anytime you're in Los Angeles, Jack. That offer still stands. So riddle me this. I know if you go, I wish I could like hide some of this because y'all just gonna be reading while I'm reading, but whatever. So riddle me this. Blah, blah, blah. If I were to take my young family out camping in the Rockies, north of Santa Fe, would I be able to tell them, hey, we found the Blaze Gang, and here's where the chess once laid. It's not me looking for more hints. It's just a searcher with a family that wants to give high fives to the family for doing a job well done when we go camping next summer. Now, you all just know we just came back from that camping trip. He goes, if your children are young, it's pretty easy to lie to them, right? Ha ha. No, I think the blaze is too damaged to have much of a chance without the treasure there below. And again, notice, no period. Now, I will say I was a little taken aback when I got this email. I think I even immediately showed it to Ashley. I said, I understand he's making a joke, but like, why is this dude just telling me to lie to my kids? He understands every word is being scrutinized at this point, and he just wants to go, yeah, it's pretty easy to lie. I don't know, Jack. Is it pretty easy to lie to everybody or kids or me or any? Is that the go-to response? Because my go-to, at least with my kids, and I'm not trying to sound holier than thou, I think the go-to with everybody and everybody's kids is we don't like to lie to our kids, dude. So it's just a strange one-off line that I was a little weirded out by, but I've had enough people tell me the dude's joking. And I even think I've seen Jack post in a couple of other emails himself where he says, hey, I've even tried to joke with searchers, but you know, they'll overanalyze shit. So I don't know if that was meant to me or not, because I don't think I even posted publicly about that one. I just kind of talked about it. So I'm sure he's joked with others as well. I think that's kind of his thing. Anyway,
in my opinion,
yeah.
Jack has filled a void since Forrest is no longer with us.
I mean, it's certainly
gravitates, and that's where, you know, I think we can all agree it's a learning curve for him too. You know,
yeah.
Who you can respond to, what you can respond, and we've seen him crack. I mean, it's been evident. People was noted, like he's saying, leave me alone, man. Enough's enough. It's that I think we're into that over analyzation. God, I can't say a word without you guys twisting and turning it. Why even talk? You know, that type.
Right. And I agree. And I can see even that progression. But again, I'd question Jack and I'd go, dude, you knew what you were getting in. You did not have to put any email address out. And I agree that it seems like he is taking almost the baton from Forrest Fenn in terms of somebody to email about this chase. It's something we've all had since the beginning. A lot of you for a lot longer than me. In fact, shit, you know, I emailed Forrest probably 2 weeks before June 6th about my first boots on the ground and never got a response. And, you know, then the chest was found. So I didn't even get to enjoy that aspect really, but I can understand why he maybe thinks he needs to take that baton, or if he is assuming a role in which he feels he's obligated to for whatever reason. I just don't know. I don't get it.
Well, if he didn't come forth when he did December 7th, what would we have as a community? We'd be like dancing with ourselves, wouldn't we? It'd be like, oh shit, what do we do now?
Yeah, that's true. But couldn't he have just come out and also not given his email out? I mean, could he just release pictures? My name is Jack Stoof. Go ahead and look me up. And here's my photos with Forrest Fenn, and tell us his story and move on. Like, why does he have to put out the lifeline for us to?
You always hear that 7%er. I'm doing air quotes here. 7%. We're all fucking 7%ers. I'm sorry if we're fucking we goddamn 7%ers. Admit it, people. The first path, your first step away from it is fucking admit it, man. We're all 7%ers. So why not reach out to them instead of them motherfuckers coming to your door knocking? You know.
I mean, that's a fair point, honestly, and when you get lost in not coming up with that fair point right away, then you just jump to he must be doing it because, like I've said, there's second place out there. He's left the ring and he needs us to find the spot so we can say where the spot was and not him. I mean, we might be doing 7%er thinking here, but I think as we get deeper into this, I think we're going to see that at the very least, he's self-aware of what he's doing and how he's interacting. And if he is self-aware, then he knows what he's doing, and then he's up to something, I think, by definition. What that something is completely up for debate. I have no fucking clue.
That's a good point. But let's look at it. If we didn't have, people make fun. People are hesitant to say, I think there's a second, and they're hesitant and they get criticized. Well, if that makes them happy, man, why criticize them? They're still having fun, man. Why are you criticizing? it does not make sense to me. You're criticizing people that are having fun with their little, whatever you want to call it. You want to call it fantasies, delusions, whatever. If they're not harming people and they think there's still a chance, what the hell? Why are you cutting them down? Maybe Jack's implemented to give people that second win. Hey, might still be something out there. I'm not.
I honestly think that'd be pretty dope if that's what he was doing. But then he's said himself, guys, I'm not going to be helping you. There's nothing out there. I have left nothing. I don't want anyone to think that there was a gold coin dropped by either Forrest or myself. No, he didn't say the emerald ring that's missing. He mentioned in case someone dropped a gold coin. So I can't tell if his goal is to help us find closure, drive us further insane, or try to tell us without telling us that, guys, the game is still afoot in some way, shape, or form. Not the game you were used to playing, but there is a game still afoot. I think we're still in that figure out process. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Okay, so I wanted to I just wanted to keep going through this. Where was I? This kind of thread that we're on here. So the latest thing was me responding to the touche. I said touche, blah, 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 blah. Woo had a little of the devil's grass when I wrote that. So I think I had to I did a little too long of an email, whatever. What then did I say? I said, essentially, a thought came to me. The comment you made about Forrest hammering 9 clues as a detriment to the chase. Can you expound on that at all in any helpful way? It felt like an aha moment when I read those words from you. Like, of course, it's just another story in a sea of chapters of his life. It made perfect sense to look at the poem from such a bird's eye view. But my thought or question is, if you approach the so-called 9 clues holistically, does that mean you weren't trying to solve them one at a time either? Or did you need to kind of fit the 9 clues, and I guess they're solves, into a cohesive narrative first, then you approach them one at a time? I hope this made sense, Jack. Thank you for taking time, blah, blah, blah. He goes, thanks, Ben. Yes, that's the perfect word. I took a holistic perspective, even when I was focusing on a particular part of the poem. I had some idea about the sort of big picture I was looking for, and figuring out clues helped clarify that further. My point about the 9 clues is just that I think it became a distraction to a lot of people that drew their focus away from that big picture. But I think it's hard to predict which things people will zero in on and run with when you're designing a treasure hunt. There is no second solve, period. So I don't know what to make of that email. What do you guys make of that email? I thought it was pretty cool for him to at least elaborate a little bit more about how he looked at the 9 clues. The one thing I felt like I might have had in common with Jack was the fact that we were both new to the chase, and being new to the chase meant I questioned some things that you guys all did as if it was fact. And one of those facts were there's 9 clues. Okay, why does everybody say there's 9 clues? Okay, well, Forrest himself says there's 9 clues. Okay, got it. He always says there's 9 clues. Got it. Well, what are those 9 clues? And that's where things started to veer off into different directions. You talk to one person, you get a certain set of 9 clues. You talk to another person, you get a set of another 9 clues. It didn't make much sense to me that, people had a perfect idea of what the actual 9 clues were and the order in which those 9 clues were. I disagreed with people that the order was figured out. So I came at it with a few different perspectives in terms of, were people focusing on things that became a detriment? And my idea was maybe the 9 clues thing, because Jack himself brought it up. And it seems as if he did. It seems like people obsessing over the 9 clues somehow clouded their vision of whatever that big picture is that Fenn and Jack keep talking about. I don't know.
I agree with you. Let's look at what is our objective when we did it. We're looking for his special spot, right? That's our objective. What does it matter if it's 9, 10, 12? What does it matter? Our end objective is where is his special spot? Right?
Right. And I think every time you try to figure out heavy loads water high without remembering where is Forrest's special spot, we fuck ourselves up.
Yeah, we get clouded and step on our own feet and get lost, man.
Heavy loads, water high. Okay, that's got to be a few boulders in the river. You've already forgotten why Forrest Fenn's trying to go there to die. He's giving us a map, but he's also giving us a story, and that definitely does feel like what Jack has tried to drive into our heads. That, maybe in the heat of the moment, a lot of us forget, myself included.
Exactly. And let's not forget our next step after that clue, it has to match with that clue. So not only we're hindering ourselves, we're shooting ourselves in the feet, man, is what people, what's happening.
I agree. I completely agree. And Jack's trying to say it, but again, I get into okay, now why is Jack trying to say that? And I don't know if you caught it, Street. I don't know if you care, but that.
Well, I care about everything.
All right, so I'm going to go back to there is no second solve, period. Now, when we go through these Jack emails, because I just open the window and I kind of just keep it open. Again, remember, like, this guy is purposely leaving out periods.
Okay, if there's no second place here, Ben, that means we're all in first place. It's a win-win for everybody.
If that ain't a glass half full perspective.
Cheers.
Hell yeah, that's great. Okay, but I'm still fucking confused. Okay, so if I could, I'm gonna keep skimming, right? Any thoughts on the fact your numbers? Okay, so what was it 7:49? This must have been an hour and 49 minutes later. Oh yeah, I was high. Any thoughts on the fact your numbers cipher out to hid cache? I know you said you randomly typed to get these numbers, but like, come on, LOL. I hate typing LOL, by the way. I don't know about you guys. I fucking hate typing LOL. Anyway, the odds of this are ridiculous, and I stand by that. The odds of the fact that your numbers so easily anagram to it that like a 5-year-old can do this anagram, it's a little funny. Ben, if you look hard enough for a coincidence, you'll always find one. Fair, but if I look hard enough for a fact, I'll find that fact too, right? I mean, that works both ways. Davio, no periods, is talking to the phone. Understood. However, Jack is a writer. We have to keep that in mind. If he's talking into his phone, that's fine. He's saying, let's go back to this email. Yes, that's the perfect word. Hyphen, took a holistic of the poem, period. He was saying that the whole way through and made sure, or at least, okay, that's actually a wrong one to look at because he actually puts the period at the end of that one. Fair enough. Let me find a different email where he, all right, here we go.
Let's look at the first, Ben, Jack's first correspondence on YouTube was a video on cognitive bias.
Totally.
So he's already given you a heads up. Anything he puts on there and he elaborates on it, you people are going to twist and turn it to a cognitive bias. You're going to make it work to what makes you comfortable and happy. And it leads us right back to everybody in first place. How can that be achieved?
I mean, I agree to a certain extent, but I would say I've taken the concept of this missing period idea, but I haven't taken it anywhere. I don't know where to take it. Now, am I having too much confirmation bias and just looking for it and going, see, there's another one? Maybe, but we're talking a ton of emails that carry the same thing behind it. He's had 2 emails with periods, and these are the only 2 emails with periods. I've gone and kind of back searched this.
So a period ends something, does it not? It ends your thought pattern. It ends your sentence. It ends.
Right. So I'm wondering, the one thing I've jumped to is maybe, okay, when he ends it with a period, it's all right, that's it. No more to fucking talk about here. I've made it very clear.
End of topic, man.
End of topic.
What's next?
Right.
What's next?
And if he doesn't give the period, then it's, whoop, I don't know. Maybe there's more to it.
Your thought patterns, man. He wants to hear what you deduced from what he put out.
Possibly, but then we get to something simple like this. I go, random as hell, ever seen the show Lost, right? I just wanted to know. And he goes, I was not a Lost fan. No, not a very large coincidence. When he's answering my other email up here, when I say, touche, but I'm a bit of a numbers guy, and the fact that you happen to keyboard smash numbers that exactly correlate to Jack hid cache is a bit of a very, very large coincidence. No? So he's replying to both emails in this one. And he goes, yeah.
So in other words, he just told you it's not a coincidence. The numbers come up.
Right. However, that one doesn't have a period.
So, in other words, he's asking you, what the hell are you going to do with that, Ben?
Exactly. And this is where I go,
Elaborate,
Jack.
young man.
Jack,
Elaborate.
you're gonna give me a fucking aneurysm, Jack.
My
So, okay.
advice to everybody, don't take this shit serious. It's life, man. If you take life that serious, you're gonna be that grumpy old motherfucker sitting on your porch yelling at the kids, get off my yard. Come on, man. Come on. It's
I
not
mean, I
that fucking
agree.
serious.
I agree. I totally agree. Hold on. Is Rudy in the chat? I saw the name or someone type in the word Rudy. Because I wanted Rudy to get on here too, because he was going to argue with me as well. Okay, here we go. So I said, you ever going to write a movie or a show? Can I write a treatment to entice you? I do like to write. He goes, I don't know, Ben. We'll see what happens. I'm not looking for personal fame. Yada yada yada. This is more bullshit. I definitely got 11:32 p.m. Something that's not at me for a while. Fenn's use of the word paramount. He has a usage of the word paramount, and then found under a canopy of stars. And I said, did the Paramount Pictures logo play into this at all? Indiana Jones was Paramount. You know, canopy of those stars, right when the fucking movie starts, and he goes no with no period. I've asked him some crazy ass questions late at night. Okay, this is more about Fenn's final idea. Let's see. Hope things are working out. Have you had any luck? This is February 24th, 2021. I saw Julio. Oh my God. I don't think I even see. Okay, never mind. I see that. Anyway, hey, Ben, or no. Hope things are going well. Have you had any luck on selling the chest? Have you somehow avoided opening that olive jar? When and if you decide to put it up for auction, will the attempt of sale become public? Both my father, myself, my mother-in-law, my wife have a pool club. Oh, shit. Okay, anyway. We're hoping to take a crack at a bid. He goes, hey, Ben, I don't want to close the door on Forrest's final idea working out, but we're almost to March at this point, so I have to say it seems unlikely right now, and it'll probably go for sale to the public. I want to make sure there will be no issues popping up from the lawsuit people before I sell. Hopefully I can make plans in the coming weeks if that's all clear. Congrats on the crypto wins, and yes, the olive jar remains sealed. So that was February 25th when he wrote that. But again,
so I've heard that mentioned a few
Yeah.
times. So the big question is, what is Forrest's final wishes? That's
I don't know
what we're left with.
And I don't know if you caught it in the beginning, but one thing Jack had said earlier was he didn't want to get into the details of Forrest's final wish because he didn't want anything to come across basically as public pressure on whoever that counterparty was that he was negotiating with.
Exactly.
And so now that negotiation seems to be over, we might be wrong. Maybe it's not. But now that it seems to be over, you know, what's to stop us from understanding Forrest's final wish now, Jack? I would love to know, and I'm going to email you about that.
I think we're watching it play out. I honestly do. I think he's still here, man. He still has his toes dipping in the water. He still fucking has a presence, man.
I think none of us would be truly surprised if that turned out to be true, right? None of us in the chase. I don't care what your stance is right now. If you believe that Forrest, everything is as it seems, you still wouldn't be surprised if it turned out that Forrest was doing something from beyond the grave or some massive second part that he had planned. If it turned out that's what was going on, even if it was just to observe the shenanigans afterward and record it for some, again, there's crazy places you could take this.
I believe a solver turned the tables and doubled down, said double or nothing, man. Double or nothing. I'll do this on my own, man. I don't need you to fucking front me out. And Forrest said, aha. And the old Texan boys said, fuck you, young man. I'm tripling down. I'm going to get my name out there. Beat that motherfucker. And excuse my language. I'm sure he never talked that way. That's my interpretation.
You can certainly curse on this channel. It is interesting because we do go back to hearing about how Fenn, for instance, wanted to know who was at that final Fenbury. Wasn't he asking people to take pictures to make sure he saw literally every single person in attendance? So maybe there was a final, well, fuck this guy, I'm gonna fucking triple down on his ass And after the
in a
meeting,
playful way. I'm not saying vengeful way.
no, a playful way.
Ways,
Totally.
either parties is this is a game, and
It's
both of them
not nefarious. Right.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
100%. I totally
Not
see what you're saying. I agree with
vengeful
it.
towards anybody in the community,
Mhm.
anybody. This was a game between two players, and it's how ironic. The guy's died. To have enough respect to play that game with the guy in the first place. How can you fuck it? You can't like attack him. He's dead. It's like, son of a bitch, man. You left me holding this cold turkey. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this shit? Damn you.
It's hilarious in its own right. It's hilarious. All right. One more, a few more. Actually, hold on. We're not at the bottom of the thread yet, but let's see. Have you had any? I don't want to close the phone. We already talked about that, right? Coming weeks. Congrats on the crypto. Okay, so I said, did you ever email Fenn? And if so, was it something to the effect of, quote, I figured out where you wanted to die? Or did you always go boots on the ground without an email with the plan of worrying about that, or worried about conversing with Forrest after you found the chest? Think there's anything more for the community to learn as a whole, aside from you posting the correct solve? He goes, I emailed him once in a while, and he mostly ignored me. I didn't give him recaps of my searches or tell him when I was searching. And that's kind of where we get to the end of that thread. So we can stop the screen share.
You said those were in February?
Yeah, that thread ends in February, but I could have, I mean, just out of curiosity, I probably had 2 other threads going with him at the exact same time. No, I actually didn't. Okay, so I took like a 4-day break.
You're a drunk emailer, huh?
I get a brilliant idea and I grab the phone and go, okay, I got to email Jack.
I'll forget this shit in the morning. I got to type this shit out now.
I really would. Even if I wrote a fucking note for myself. No, I got to get that email out. And let's see what happens. I don't care how it comes across. All right, let's see. Oh, look, we got another fake Jack Stoof in the house. That's dope. Let's see. He didn't spell his name incorrectly, K-Pro. He just does the double F to give us a wink. That's what that is.
Or associate himself with Forrest. That's ingenious.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be? If that's what he's doing. Touche, Jack Stoof.
Touche. Hats off. Cheers, Jack Stoof with a double F.
Cheers, Jack Stoof.
Maybe he's drunk too.
Oh God. That'd be great. Hey, look, drunk Jack Stoof. The link is in the chat somewhere here. I'm gonna post it again. Hop on. We're gonna get into more emails. I'm just kind of taking a break from the screen share for a little bit so I can kind of like click through some shit and not have y'all stare at me. Invite or not have you all stare at what I'm doing. Copy to clipboard. We'll post this back in.
You know what always gets me, Ben, is proper protocol in YouTube presentations is interact with your chat. And I get rolling, man, and drinking, and I'm like, I ignore the shit out. I'm like, fuck. And then I look back, it's like, damn, what are they talking to me? Who are you talking to? What the fuck is this shit?
It's street. That's because you and me are the same breed in a way. If allow me to say, we just don't give a shit about this. Ashley,
I wouldn't say that, but I have a limited attention span. I can only concentrate on one thing at a time.
All right, fine. That's true. That's
pay
true.
attention to both.
I have a severe case of ADD. That's really what it is.
Well, I know.
I do care. Obviously, I'm looking at chat. But
well,
yeah,
I know you smoke. I've been smoking since the 70s. Now, people can make fun of us. Well, that's okay. Yeah, I'll admit it. I've lost some brain cells. But I have limited attention span. And what I limited on is what I consider important things. If I'm talking, I consider that important. You know, if I'm looking at the chat, I'll concentrate on them. They're important. I can't I don't know. Hats off to people that can pay attention to it all at the same time, man.
Agreed. All right. K-Pro, as we're talking, what about the fake Blaze? I'm assuming she means let's find some Jack fake Blaze emails. Let's see here. Let's see if I type fake Blaze, pops up. I shared those first emails that I was sending today that kind of covered it. Okay, let's see. I'm going to share this. Fake Blaze time. Sorry, chat. You go bye-bye. Go here. We go share screen. Okay. Well, not a day passes, and yet here I am asking more questions. I'm a quaint motherfucker, aren't I? April 30th. The fake blaze. What led you to determine a searcher did this as opposed to Fenn when he was last at this spot? Did it derail you at all beyond an hour or two? You used the word cruel. Expounding on that, did you really think another searcher did that? Did it bother you that another searcher was within 1,000 feet of the chest? I assume not, as we all heard about the 500-foot stuff. Basically meaning, I guess, if the blaze is 1,000 feet away, and we all know about the 500-foot searcher, the 1,000-foot thing's not really going to throw you back. It's just that the fake blaze throws you back, I guess. There's two basic things I don't get from this. How could they make a fake blaze that would slow your or anyone's search down to the point where you would describe them as cruel? How did seeing confirmation other humans involved with the chase were within earshot of the final spot give you the confidence to leave it there overnight? So I kind of combined a few thoughts here with that. If someone made a fake blaze, how are you in a state of mind where you go, I am going to leave this chest. I don't care what it fucking tells me to do. I don't care if I know through forced hints and scrapbooks that I'm supposed to call him and say, I need your explicit permission to pick up this chest, blah, 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 blah. All of that. The fact that he's worried, hey, babe, the fact that he's worried to the point where he's calling this searcher cruel for doing this. So he has animosity towards this person who is near this chest, and he leaves it out there. So it's a kind of a combination email. I'm trying to get a little bit deeper into his head. He comes back at me and says, it was clearly made by a human being to reference the treasure hunt. It really messed with my head because what were the odds that someone had made a fake blaze so close to the real one? Remember, I have literally emailed him before going, what are the fucking odds, bro? What are the odds, bro? And he comes back and goes, Ben, if you look hard enough for a coincidence, you'll always find one. Now he's saying himself, what were the odds that someone had made a fake blaze so close to the real one? Close, I'm guessing, as in distance, relative distance, not close as in what it looked like, but maybe. It tested my confidence in the location for sure. It wasn't fun to be duped, and I feel like they stole something from me because I was stealing myself so hard for another trick when I finally did find the treasure that I didn't really allow myself to have the full emotional experience of the find.
What if, Ben, what he's referring to is the fake blaze, and he's referring to all searchers, and it's not animosity, but pity. You shot yourself in the foot, man. You all created this fake blaze. So then our next question would be, what is the blaze? It's not man-made. It wouldn't be feasible to remove it. Forrest didn't take a radius off of it. It could be any of the directions.
So what are you getting at?
I'm getting at the blaze is a path of life.
Someone had made a fake path.
They all, in other words, every searcher was using a fake path.
That's a clever way to look at it. If that's what Jack's doing, I'd find that very cool if that's how Jack is talking.
And let's substitute. You use the word animosity. Let's substitute pity. Pity. He was exhibiting pity.
Right. This is interesting.
I don't know. I've been spoken I have a Kush, man. It could be totally fucking out of the park, but I
like it. It's a different way, but honestly, it's a different way to look at it. Whether or not it's the right way to look at it, just the act of looking at it in a different way publicly with people watching, it gives them the opportunity to give themselves permission.
You and make fun of you.
Oh, that too. Yes. Aside from that, it should give them. That's fucking true. Aside from that,
cheers to everybody.
Cheers to everybody. Hopefully what it does is it gives you all the opportunity to tell yourself, I too can think outside the box a little bit in a way I don't feel comfortable with. It doesn't have to be this way, but maybe there's a different way to look at this that we're not looking at. So anywho, let's keep scrolling.
Nothing is as it seems.
Nothing is as it seems.
Is that not life? Nothing is as, and the older you get, the more you realize that, man. The things that were important when you were younger no longer have relevance in your life the older you get, man. You break it down to the simplest form. Fuck, I'm 58. If I wake up in the morning, Ben, everything else is fucking trivial, man. Bring it. I'm ready. I woke up today, man.
I mean, I already kind of have that thought process now at fucking 37. I'm like, oh, I made it past 35. Everything else is bonus after that. All right, so the next one. Okay, so to this, he didn't allow himself to have a full emotional experience because, he was worried about another trick. He calls it a trick. I find that interesting, just with the usage of jokers and all that stuff. It's interesting. So I write back. So if I'm reading you correctly, and without gleaning more info, the fake blaze messed with your head so much that it prevented you from having that aha, woohoo, here it is, fuck you all, I found it feeling. Mostly because, well, you were just duped. And maybe this is some kind of diversionary tactic. And so, of course, you called Fenn. You confirmed it was it was real, and that was that. Did you need the permission from Fenn to know for sure it was his trove? I guess I do have one point to clarify. You found the fake blaze before you found the real blaze, correct? If yes, how did it mess with your head when you hadn't found the real one yet? So my question is basically saying, you find this, what you call a fake blaze, and you're calling it fake, I believe he's going to say, because the treasure wasn't there. But how do you know it wasn't just the real blaze and someone had already gotten the treasure? Because the treasure wasn't there and it wasn't announced? That doesn't seem like the first thought most searchers, any searcher I've heard, would say. They either go to, ah, shit, someone already found it because how could they be wrong? Or, oh, shit, this is a hoax because how could they be wrong? And maybe Jack is the one that doesn't go, I could be wrong, or I couldn't be wrong. But he finds the fake blaze before he gets to the real one, and he's mad and angry and knows that someone's fucking with him. It's interesting. Again, maybe there's a different way to be reading it, like you said, Street. I don't know. Jack replies, yes, that's why it messed with my head. I found it first. I was nearly certain it was the real treasure by the time I contacted Forrest, but I was glad he confirmed for me. So yeah, Jack knew he had found the treasure before he had found Forrest. He didn't most likely think it was a fake or anything like that. So, whatever he found, despite the pictures that we've seen where we go, ugh, but he knew that was the treasure. Anyway, I guess I just don't understand how that could mess with your head all that much. He doesn't reply to that. Okay, shot in the dark. Any shot telling me what the fake blaze was? What was this? 9:23 in the morning? This must be something I remembered from the night before. I assume it would be different from the actual blaze you found. He didn't confirm there was no treasure there, ergo fake blaze. See, sometimes he replies to something else, and he takes advantage when I get fucking desperate and email bomb him, and he'll just reply to one of those, and that's fine.
That's interesting. He said he, meaning Forrest, right, didn't confirm it. So that, in other words, he's telling you he contacted Forrest about a fake blaze, right? That's the way I'm reading it. How else would he not confirm it? He had to have brought it to Forrest's attention.
And he didn't confirm there was no treasure there, ergo fake blaze.
Yeah. So, okay. And let's incorporate, supposedly, I'm doing air quotes here, 25 days in the area. Huh. That means you were in constant contact, right? In other words, you had to have been in contact with him. In other words, the way I'm reading that, Ben, is Jack emailed him, said, hey, man, look, I found this freaking fake blaze, or I found this blaze, however he worded it, and Forrest didn't confirm yes or no. So he thought, shit, there's some damn searcher, man, put this fucked up fake blaze. How dare them do that, man? And this all transpired in a 25-day period.
A 25-day period, but extrapolated over what, a year and a half, 2 years? A year and a half, I'd say, right?
From the beginning of his contact with Forrest to this building up to this moment out there, there's 25 days.
Yeah, like again, the way. Yeah.
Is he saying here we go. We're fucking speculating here. We're speculating motherfuckers, man. Okay, so that if he's referring to it wasn't verified by Forrest, is he referring during the year prior or on 25 days there? Where did this correspondence come from? Did he put a period? Let me ask you this. Is there a period on that fucking response? Check that. Is there a fucking period?
All right, so I'm going to do. No period.
Okay, so he left it up for interpretation. There's no period.
No period on any of the topics about the fake blaze here. None.
So he's leaving it up for discussion. Interesting.
K-Pro says, let's see, why was there any doubt, any at all, that Forrest needed to confirm? That's the other half of the story. So yeah, I mean, there is another half of the story, and Jack and fuck himself says there's another half of the story. Well, thank you, Jack. Like your emails that you give us, your email address that you give out to us, which I don't understand why, if you're not looking to help. Why tell us about there's another half of the story if you're not going to tell us the other half of the story? You didn't like Lost? Isn't the number one complaint about Lost that it would give you some big mystery and then not answer it? Why? Come on. Why? It doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, Jack was out searching. I saw something where he was like, oh yeah, 2018, 2019, 2020, got it in. No, he got it in 2020. He didn't get it in 2021. But you know, it's funny because I think in one of the articles it says that, if I'm not mistaken, one of the articles that Jack writes talks about how many times, or at least hints at how many times he talked to Forrest. Let's find called. No.
What about this, Ben? What if
Yeah.
Forrest is, and Jack has alluded to it more than once, I think, he's still holding on to seeing out Forrest's wishes, basically, right? What if those wishes are, life's not a guided tour, man. You have to figure it out yourself. Teachers with ropes. You have to fucking figure it out yourself.
I completely agree. And I'm gonna, well, Teachers with Ropes, it's interesting. If you look at Jack's brother on Twitter, it's fucking that scene from Ferris Bueller's Day Off where they're all holding hands with the kids in the art museum, just like Teachers with Ropes.
That's a good movie. I love that Ferrari, man.
He's this guy. Oh shit! You guys are just gonna see everything I'm doing. He has a public Twitter. I'm not doing anything weird. I'll just show you. It's cute. It's cute. See that? It's fucking cute.
And where was that picture taken? That looks like the Chicago Museum? Oh, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, that's from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That's a little bit ironic, is it not, Ben?
It's a little on the nose, I must say. But for all we know, that was on his. For all we know, that was on his thing. For I don't know, years before the chase was ever found. Your son's not going to go.
Maybe Jack is the sausage king of Chicago.
Is he from Chicago?
Yeah, that's from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and that's what they talk about in the movie. So I'm quoting the movie because Ferris Bueller's Day Off is one of my favorite movies ever.
Maybe they're giving.
My brother was named after Sloan in that movie. But go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Maybe he's given a thumb in the nose to someone we know from Chicago.
That'd be funny if that's what that was. That would be funny.
I'll call Matthew Broderick, see if he has anything to do with this. Sarah Jessica Parker is some of the new Sex in the City. Maybe there's a connection there.
Okay, so
I think so, man. We need to get to the bottom of this shit.
So here's a little desperation from me. This is just a couple more emails. Why not screen share? Let's see. Again, I ask him, any shot at telling me what the fake blaze was, seeing as it doesn't give away the location in any kind of direct way, or at least that I can fathom. I mean, let's think this out for a minute. The fake blaze was a couple of fishing rods attached to a tree. That's nonsense, but let's pretend that's what it was. We also know that Jack has said he destroyed the fake blaze, remember? But we didn't hear that until when? Very, very recently? After all this talk about a fake blaze? I think that's something we should keep in mind.
Well, the blaze is important by Forrest's own words. If you knew where
No,
the blaze is, why be concerned about Homer Brown? You would
the
not.
fake, the fake blaze, the searcher fake blaze, the one the one he is attributing to being done by someone other than Forrest. He is. That's what I'm asking to talk about specifically. So he
Okay,
doesn't
so
have to tell me about the real
logically, it'd
blaze.
have to be in the same path, the same area. It'd have to be the
Oh, of
same
course.
path that other searchers took.
And he doesn't want to say it because that must mean maybe it was still there, right? And if
No,
he
if
says
you
it, you're
knew,
going to find it.
my opinion is, if you knew the blaze, your quest to cease. You know the answers, man. If you
I mean, I agree, but that's on the real blaze. Still, I'm just saying, tell me what the fake blaze was. It's not there anymore. It's
a
okay.
fake
Just tell me what it
path,
was.
I'll go back to it's a fake path.
Okay, but then
Fake
if
path.
that's like one of the reasons why he can't answer it, because if it is that double meaning, he can't ever tell us the truth about that, because if he says, okay, it's a double meaning, then that's game over on everything, right? Everybody starts to question. So
But it
I
has
get
to
it.
be something that he destroyed because he told you that he destroyed it.
I believe he said that as, I mean, I don't know if he said that to me or if I've
Well,
heard that from other people,
he
but
destroyed by the path by coming forward and saying he's the finder.
I gotta smoke more weed.
Pineapple
I don't
Express, man. I endorse it. It opens
Uh,
up your brain cells.
can you read this? Oh, it's screen share. Hold on. Here you go. Can you read that? It's Pineapple Express. It's the
There you
vape
go.
Pineapple Express. All right, let's get back to
The
it.
preferred key to connoisseurs.
Right, that's right. I said any shot telling me whatever. Oh, I'm not screen sharing, but you guys, I'm just reading. If you guys want to see some of these emails, then I'll get back to sharing. But like, for
What I'm
now,
thinking we can do is we could probably like post like a PDF even of the emails.
if you want to do that shit, that's fine. Let's see. Okay, any shot at telling me what the fake blaze was, seeing it doesn't give away. I've had a dozen or so people email me to say that they set up fake blazes, and I'm sure there are more out there. I don't want to reveal it and have one of those people come out of the woodwork to say that it was their fake blaze. All right, I guess, Then I said, could this be something I'm somehow able to convince you to trust me and me alone on? I certainly never set up a fake blaze. That's just not the kind of person I am. So I wouldn't share this info with anyone, as it would become a private quest for me to track this fake blaze down on my own. He didn't fall for that. I don't do that. Sorry. Worth a shot. Something, Michael Scott. And that was the end of that thread. So how are we feeling on these emails so far? I don't know if we're learning that much, but K-Pro Ben.
We're getting an insight into someone's mind, right? Thought process. So
I
yeah,
think so.
anything helps. Anything helps. If you
Ben,
hold that, if you're trying to get, if you hold the person's mind that you think you're trying to get into as a savior or an answer all, that might be a wrong path to go. To get into the inside of what he's trying to say when he says it. I like this period shit though. This makes sense. He's leaving it. Come on, you got to admit he's leaving it up for fucking debate, man. If he puts a period, in other words, shut the fuck up, drop it. I don't want to bring it up. But then again, our twisted fucking minds, we're 7%ers. We think, oh, he don't want to talk about it. Oh shit, I want to talk about it now. What the hell? Why don't you want to talk about that, Jack? What the fuck's up with that, man?
Right. So
should I
be more interested in the period emails than the non-period?
Yeah, there you go.
You know what I mean?
Everybody's worried about him not putting a period. Fuck, worry about when he does put a period. What the fuck is that?
I agree. I totally agree. Let's I would invite at this point people start while you're watching, start going through emails right now and see where Jack will leave a period or not leave a period, because I think you're going to find something interesting every single one of you. This isn't just me. This is not just me. I just have a good preponderance to look at, and it's something
here
that
we
just
go,
stands
Ben.
out.
Warm waters don't halt at Watergate. They halt at the period gate.
I think there's a lot of people, or maybe there's some people out there that think that Jack found the treasure, knows where the treasure is, but didn't actually solve the poem. I know Davio right now is talking about it in chat.
Okay, so that whole topic of solving versus not solving.
Like, does he know the location versus does he actually know the solve? Can we talk about that?
Well, I want to get to it, but I want to use the other topic to get there, which is the contradictions, right? Because some of these contradictions go direct to the solve in my personal opinion, and those I'm just gonna like spout off some contradictions that I've kind of seen. Just maybe they're not, maybe they are. Let's see. Forrest said, many have given serious thought to the clues in the poem, but only a few are in tight focus with a word that is key. Jack, of course, has said there is no word that is key. Forrest couldn't even remember the word.
No word.
We've all debated this to death. Again, this is not just for each single solitary point, but it's to look at this kind of in a bigger picture.
Is this why is that statement that Forrest made, is it what led you to think that it was a key word? I'm just trying to understand your thought process, Ben.
My thought process was certainly that there is a key word in the poem that doesn't necessarily decrypt the poem, but that there's a key word in the poem that if you understand it in the correct way, that you could possibly unlock whatever pattern or riddle is hiding in plain sight. And it could be something where if the keyword essentially leads you to find out that all 9 clues are the same fucking place, like Madison River. Begin the Madison River where warm waters halt. Take the Madison River, the canyon down. Everything is Madison River. Like that could be what finding that keyword meant. I don't know a single searcher, and maybe you guys existed, maybe I didn't look at enough videos, but I don't know too many searchers before Jack's find that came out and said, you guys got to stop talking about a word that is key. You got to stop talking about a word that's key. There is no word that's key. That's nonsense. I don't remember hearing shit about that. All I remember was everyone, if the topic was brought up, everyone kind of nods their head and go, yeah, a word that's key, a word that's key. And Jack obfuscates the topic by going, well, a keyword, not word that's key, keyword, word that's key. It doesn't fucking matter. Forrest said there's a word that's we're not in tight focus of that's going to help with the clues in the poem. Again, remember, he also fucking hammered into our head 9 clues in the poem, 9 clues in the poem, 9 clues in the poem. Look at the 9 clues. If you don't solve the first clue, you might as well stay home and play canasta. And then Jack eventually ends up saying, I think looking at 9 clues was a detriment to the chase. It kind of goes against what Forrest says. Forrest also told us technology is not going to help us find it. Jack, of course, says I was competing against. Honestly, he thought his only competition was competing against the people in the future with better technology. That's who Jack's competition was. Not you, not me, not Forrest Fenn, not the weather.
Does that tell us anything about Jack as a person?
I don't want to go there. Hold on. Sugar's barking. I'm going to let her in.
Okay. I mean, I don't know, you guys. Listen, Ben talks about this a lot. And sometimes I listen and sometimes I don't. So sometimes I'm hearing this for the first time, just like all of you, and I'm trying to ask questions that I think that you would ask. So please put your questions in the chat. I'm happy to try to answer those questions.
Hold on.
If I'm supposed to begin something, it is very important to me. I should be focusing on what is it that I begin? That is the key to me. I have to figure out what it is.
That's exactly what I thought.
The beginning of the thrill of the chase, lo and behold, life is like a game of poker. Happiness is a pot. We all know that fucking poker. He's telling you that's it. It's the thrill of the chase. It's where's your happiness? That's it. You have to figure out what, to me, the key word is it. You have to figure out what it is. How can you start a journey if you don't know where you're going?
I agreed. And Forrest,
you have to know. And what kills me, people, and he's mentioned that people get the poem and they're off running off. He even he told a story about some guy called him. Yeah, I have the chest on my lap. And Forrest is like, oh yeah, good for you, congratulations. How did that warm water? How's the patina of that? And the guy's like hung up and took off and chasing all You didn't know what you were chasing. How do you know where you're going unless it?
And again, Fenn himself got into this. If you know, dive deep into Terry Scant, the Kindle version, it's actually quite convenient. You know, he himself says, shit, I lost my train of thought. He himself said that if you want to go to something about shopping, and what would you do to go shopping? And she goes, well, get the shopping cart. He goes, you're not going to leave your house first. You're not going to get in your car. He said something to that effect, right? So yes, it always felt like it, but again, it doesn't matter if it was it or if it was the. My point being is that Fenn himself is trying to tell us that figure out that word that is key. Jack himself is going, Fenn doesn't remember it, and I know Capro even said, you know, good point, which was Forrest said there was, but Jack solved it differently than Forrest intended. That's fine. Again, this is not just one contradiction looked at by itself in a vacuum. However, I think it's something we can dive into. Can I share my screen real quick, Ashley? Are we good? All right.
Go for it.
Well, in between contradictions between Jack and Forrest, my devotion goes and my attention goes towards Forrest. I alleviate everything. If Jack contradicts Forrest, I don't really freaking care, man. I listen to Forrest.
I think that's fair, but I think maybe if Jack is contradicting and he's as meticulous, at least as I think he is, I think the contradictions might be on purpose, and maybe he's trying to tell us a story within a story. I don't know.
Okay, this is one of my favorite emails. I got to be honest. I've not read all of your emails between you and Jack. I'm like everyone else in the search community. Like sometimes I hear them for the first time on this channel, so don't feel left out, anybody. But one of my favorites is yours and Jack's interaction with the word dope. Like, if you don't know, Ben and I went to high school together. Like, you know, we're the same age. We say dope all the time. Like, our kids think that we're not dope, but we so are. So I love this email where Jack says, do you even have it pulled up? Where Jack says,
I got it right here.
Like, yeah, please read these. I love these.
Okay. So I say, hey, dude, sorry to bombard with emails, which I also want to clear up. I hope I'm not sending too many to you or that you think I'm abusing this privilege. If so, let me know and I'll back off. I do sound like a psycho stalker, but I'm really not. If you don't answer an email, and if you don't answer an email, I don't take it personally either. I just assume the question can't, won't, or isn't worth being answered, and I move on. So as much as I don't care when you don't reply, I hope you don't mind when I fire off a few in a row. I think I had sent one before. Anytime I double email, I get a little, it's kind of psycho. So in the spirit of hoping we see eye to eye here, I'd like to know if the football field area, the one you'd walk to from your car, is self-evident once you see it. As in, does it meet the criteria of, okay, this place is dope? He goes, haha, I don't think I've ever said that in my life, but sure. So I go, haha, I try to fit in the word dope after every major conquest. I suggest it, even if inner monologue, it's one of those words that just feels good saying. It kind of does. Blah, blah, blah. Let me ask you about the word that wasn't key. In other words, when you shot down the idea that there was a word that was key, it rattled a few folks, myself included. Quoting Fenn, few are in tight focus with a word that is key, end quote. Although Fenn only said this once, maybe twice, as I can't recall, it's a rather brazen comment to make if, in fact, there was no word that was key. Any idea what he could have been referring to at that moment? Jack then says to me, I think if you look at the context, that comment doesn't seem all that exciting, more like a passing observation, but you can never predict what the internet will latch onto. So we latched on to Forrest when he said, few are in tight focus with a word that's key. Okay. Why do you think Fenn never retracted this statement? It's a loaded question for a reason. He goes, why would he? I go, well, he seemed to take caution and would clarify if and when the blogs took something incorrectly, i.e., I never said it was buried. The line in question for our conversation was specific. He seemed to correct specifics when they were taken from his mouth and regurgitated incorrectly. Frankly, your question was a hell of a lot harder to answer than I thought it would be. I suppose that brings us to your point. Am I unable to separate myself from this comment? Is it hindering me from solving the poem? I'm feeling more lost than ever, Jack. I think he clarified if he felt he said something misleading. Intervening when people take things out of context and invest a bunch of meaning into is a different thing. So, breath. in this email, what he is saying is intervening when people take things out of context. What Jack is saying is we have taken Forrest Fenn out of context, and that Forrest wouldn't intervene because we took him out of context when he said few are in tight focus with a word that is key, and that we invested a bunch of meaning into that. That's Jack's final statement on a word that is key. So
well, here's my observation, Ben.
Okay.
How on earth, I'm doing air quotes, Jack Stoof solved and knows the answers. How on earth can he come up with these total concepts of everyone in other words, is the answer alone giving him enough knowledge to answer all these emails?
Say that again. I had to type. My bad. Say it again.
Well,
how on earth is the fact that I'm doing air quotes, Jack's the finder, knowing the answer to the poem, how on earth is he qualified to be giving all these answers to everyone's questions?
He would say it's because he found the chest. Therefore, he's qualified to do everything now.
Well, he just made a personal observation saying, no, Forrest did this and that. But he's, in other words, stating a fact. He's not saying, possibly Forrest was trying to do this or that. No, he's stating it as fact. So in other words, knowing the answers alone gives him the knowledge and wisdom to answer all these fucking questions and contradict the man who gave him came up with the I can't even fucking talk, man. This guy is contradicting the creator just because he knows the answer. So in other words, he's saying the answer alone is greater than what Forrest Fenn is. That makes no sense. He's the creator.
Unless Forrest Fenn himself was trying to tell us this the whole time. I mean, what was Fenn's biggest thing? Someone else was writing this book for him. It wrote itself. A higher power was involved. I mean, I'm the first one to go, fuck all your religious souls. Sorry, I didn't say fuck your religions. I just said fuck your religious souls. But the spiritual ones always got to me.
Higher hand.
Higher hand, which is, and that's
power.
And okay, fair enough. Higher hand. That's actually much more specific and interesting. But it's definitely been, Forrest Fenn was always open about being spiritual. I think he made it very point blank.
Let me remind you, fate deals you 4 cards and a joker, and you play whether you like it or not.
I want to
so
also
what's the higher hand?
I want to speak also to Davio's comment and everyone's comment, and maybe Ben, you can go over this, but this is something that
the chat. I'm missing all the chat right now, so just tell me if
it's something that we're talking about today. Please explain what Jack said and how Jack spoke to giving out hints to the community so that everybody who's getting emails can kind of understand what at least he's told you.
What am I supposed to say?
Remember the email from Jack where you asked him about people sending solves and what he did? He ignored Davio's question. Yeah, I think Davio, I'm sorry, Davio, I got to look up. K-Pro was commenting to Davio saying, Davio, Jack said specifically, he is not trying to give anyone hints. I just want you to speak to that a little bit because I think the community would appreciate knowing what you've heard from Jack in regards to how he feels about the community and his emails to the community, not just to you, but to everybody else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that's that. I mean, it's just that recent email. I don't know if it answers all of that, but.
Well, but I mean, there's questions in the chat about it. So maybe you can just read it and then we can just have that and know that.
Yeah, hold on. Okay. Okay, so I wrote him an email with I sense a pullback as a subject. Should I share it? Just read it. Is that all right if I just read it for right now?
Yeah, just read it.
Once we started doing this YouTube stuff, for a minute there, he kind of stopped replying to me, at least in rapid fire where he normally would at a specific time. But I think I'm positive. Anyway, there was a pattern to it. Enough context. If me having a YouTube show is causing a problem for communicating moving forward, please let me know, is what I wrote. Question, and it's a pertinent and hard-pressing one. Why are you answering emails? Do you have any intention of obfuscating finding the location of Fenn's spot? Point blank asked. I guess, fuck it. I'll show it. Whatever. All right. So let's see. Why are you answering emails? Do you have any intention of obfuscating finding the location of Fenn's spot? He says, huh? With a question mark. What wasn't clear? Why are you answering emails in the first place? I've read things that seem to quote you, though I can't be sure, where you state you have no intention of guiding anyone to the spot. So why even answer emails in the first place? I wasn't really expecting to do this, but I've been able to give some people closure while still being able to protect the spot, and that's gratifying. No period. Appreciate the response. By protecting the spot, what should I take that to mean aside from the obvious? Does this mean that you've actually tried to lead people away from the site at all costs in an effort to protect the spot? Let me frame that a little bit. Let's pretend it was in Medicine Bow and someone emails you about their solution involving Medicine Bow. Will you stop at just avoiding the topic, or would you be willing to go one step further and lie and say, no, man, not in Medicine Bow? He writes back, I don't try to lead people astray. I ignore people's solutions unless they have a question I feel I can answer. No period. And I wrote back, so then basically, if you answer a question, you're doing so with the intention of remaining honest, but not helping anyone to the spot. I think people, myself included, are feeling less and less closure. I don't know what it's from. It could be because after a year with knowing Wyoming, no one can still come up to a consensus on anything. So I wrote that. That was that. Does that help with what Davio was bringing up?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, I don't know. Davio, does that help?
I mean, we're behind.
It helped me. Like when I heard the email, I think yesterday it helped me a little bit. So thank you for clarifying.
I mean, I think it's interesting that, he just outright, not interesting, it's kind of obvious. He ignores people's solutions. If you send him a solution, he's ignoring it. If he's responding to anything in your email that included your solution, he's ignoring the solution aspect of it, or only answering something he feels he can answer to protect the spot. So you're getting a scripted answer. It's just confirmation. We all know this, but.
I mean, I know personally that I emailed Jack about Ben, and he responded very minimally. And then I emailed him twice after that, and he's never responded. So.
Yeah, he doesn't like you.
No. Why don't you like me, Jack?
My personal opinion of Jack is
don't feel bad.
So Street, what brought you here? Because I've really appreciated having you on. We've gotten along. It's super cordial. I'm not trying to make this about drama or anything. I just know Candy's in here. Can we all just get along? Is that what's going on? Because if that's what's happening, fuck yeah, dude. I'm happy about it.
Well, what am I here? Why am I here? You put an open link to the Zoom, man. I'm sorry, you invited anybody. I thought I'd take.
Fair enough.
My personal opinion is I think he gets high, man. I think he's a stoner. The more I listen to him,
I would fucking hope so.
Stoner, man. Yeah.
I would hope so. But maybe he's not. Maybe he's not. He doesn't use the word dope. Never used it once in his life. I don't know. I think everybody who smoked weed has at least used that word once.
I don't know. Listening to the emails you read tonight, yeah, I think he's a fucking stoner, man.
I think he certainly enjoys the banter and playing this game that Forrest played for 10 years. I think the difference, and this maybe gets us into more, conspiracy territory. I think the difference between Jack Stoof and Forrest Fenn is Forrest was trained by the CIA. If we're right about that lead, if we're right about that, no wonder Forrest didn't give anything up. You think any of us are going to somehow question Forrest Fenn in a way where he's going to fuck up when he's trained by the CIA for this exact thing? Probably.
Can I ask you a question? And maybe this isn't a question that your girlfriend that you live with should ask you, but I'm asking it anyway. Why do you think Jack corresponds with you specifically? Like, I know that you've read other people's emails. Tell me, why? I mean, anybody in chat, tell me who has more emails with Jack than Ben does.
I don't think it. Whoa. I've certainly said I have a ton. I haven't seen anybody else say they have much. And I think what people need to understand about me just first is things I do usually have 2 or 3, intentions or meanings behind it. And so when I say things like, I have all these Jack emails, I'm hoping someone else comes out and says, no, I have fucking more. Great. Let's start talking about them and sharing them. I know Reddit started to do that. They compiled a great little, and I'll link you guys to it. In fact, it's like kind of like at this point, it has become the Terry Scant of Jack Stoof and his quotes, but I'll put this in the chat. That Google Doc right there will really help with trying to kind of look at some of Jack's statements in a moment where maybe you have a thought about something and you can at least go look and see what has been compiled on this list. But this list has been neglected for some time now, I'm sure. And,
because maybe it's helpful to other people to understand how you're getting responses. Like, you know, I'm not getting responses.
I don't know if I'm getting responses for any other reason than I happen to be the email that floats into his box when he's in a mood of responding to emails. It could be as simple as timing. If people have tried multiple times to email Jack and he just hasn't responded to you once, I would first ask, did you email him a solve with your first email? Maybe your solve is correct. He doesn't want to talk to you. Even talking to you could risk things. So maybe that's what that is. If he's never emailed you, maybe you have the right spot. I don't know. Indy, if people are being assholes in the chat, get rid of them. Like, we don't want drama here. Streets being dope on here, that's fine. If anybody's being drama in the fucking chat, get rid of them. It's done. We're trying to fucking talk this shit out.
I'd like to comment about the CIA thing.
Go for it.
Any fighter pilot in Nam had contact with CIA, considering the CIA is the ones who started the damn war in the first place. Let's keep it real here. Of course he had contact with it. Afterwards, it's like the mafia. Once you fucking get in, you ain't getting out until you die. You're ours, man. And being a patriot, it's like that double-edged sword. You know, granted, you might not agree with their fucking tactics, but you belong to the same fucking country, right? And I think we saw it reflected in My War for Me. It's the largest fucking chapter in the book. It meant something to him. It made him wake up. He fell face to face with a grave mark. It made him wake up. Holy shit, this world isn't what I thought. It is what it is. You know, even when you're on the side of evil, and America was the evil, the French were in there 20 years. Long story short, here comes us. Oh, we'll do this. Fuck, the French just told us they were in there for 15, 20 years. You can't fucking win it. It's a quagmire. But here he is doing what he thought he was, loving his country. And you can't hate anyone for loving their country. And then all of a sudden, he goes down to scrape a fucking funeral, man. Holy fucking shit. These are peasants, man. They're fucking peasants. Why are we here? We're here because of a worldwide chess fucking game. So
I will say
my comment to CIA is, of course he was. Was he an agent? No, man. It's like I'll say it again. Once you're in the mafia, you never fucking leave till you die, man. It's no different than the CIA. Of course he was in there.
Agreed. Totally agreed. And I think something that a few of us, all of us, none of us, I don't know, maybe don't think about as much. Maybe we don't take enough time to really think about, and maybe you guys have, maybe I just haven't, is the concept that the dude dusted a fucking funeral.
Considered. He didn't do it. He considered it. It was a secondary objective.
But he still dusted a fucking town, did he not?
Yeah, anything and everything, man.
Okay, I mean, I want to talk to the chat about the Jack emails, because this is what we're talking about is Jack emails. And a lot of people are saying that people won't come forward with their emails because of all hate and the haters. I don't know about you, Ben, but I speak for both of us and say that anybody who wants to talk to either of us about their Jack emails, please know there is no hate. There is no judgment. Like, Ben and I are all about no drama. So if anyone watching or anybody that knows someone that can forward this and let them know if they want to discuss with us Jack emails privately, we don't have to talk about it on a stream. We don't have to talk about it live. But if anybody wants to discuss Jack emails.
Oh, hold on. Can I jump in there?
Please.
We don't have to talk about it live. We don't have to talk about it in public. But anything you share with us, if you come at me I'm going to share all this with you, but you can't share with anybody. There better be a good reason. You better be still trying to figure something else out. I don't want to dox anyone. I don't give a fuck about his address or anything like that. If you have emails that could help us figure out what happened in the chase or help us figure out the poem, yes. But understand, my intention will be to share that information as soon as everyone's cool with it. And if that information isn't complete, then maybe that's really the only excuse I see to not share information, is if that rabbit hole that hasn't been finalized and you just don't know where it leads. That's when I go, okay, yeah, let's not share. But if you have something, share a fucking email.
Listen, as you all know, I was drugged into this chase, kicking and screaming like a toddler, falling asleep listening to many of you YouTubers, okay, where your voices were in my brain, and I was dreaming about you. I was dreaming about all of you. So if there's somebody out there like me who is watching these going, oh my gosh, I don't want any part of this. I don't want to be involved. I'm just letting them know. Put your email in the chat, or I'll put it in chat, and they can contact you and we can discuss emails, because we don't have to out anybody, but the point is just comparing and everyone getting together and putting our heads together, which again, as someone who came into this late and was drug into it, what I'm seeing is, oh my gosh, finally, by us starting to all talk, we are getting a little bit closer. It might be like this much closer, but at least we're making progress. That's all.
Yeah, sure. What is there anything else I need to deal with in the chat? It feels like it was going nuts out for a second. I'm still trying to go through these emails to see what else we can talk about that's pertinent. I did have other contradictions I wanted to talk about. The double omegas, the double freaking omegas bother me too, not being important.
And the fact that he says he'll never reveal what they mean. That just makes you want to, like, what? What do you mean you never reveal? I want to know now.
Yeah, right. Like, you're a great marketer, Jack. Because
no, I'm talking Forrest. Forrest said he would never reveal what the two omegas mean.
Right. I was actually thinking about Jack's version and quote of that, saying, "And the man will take it with him to his grave." But yeah, so I was just thinking the way Jack put it. But yeah, it's like every time we get shocked that we're in almost what feels like a sales pitch, why are we shocked? This guy was a salesman. He's good at this.
Well, Ben, I've heard you say you talked a lot of shit to a lot of people on Thor, right?
When I felt, I mean, everything I said on Thor, I still stand behind, but I definitely was confrontational when, for instance, if you had a solve, right, and you posted that solve on Thor, and you said, this is the solve, everyone else is wrong, this is it, and then you post like half the solve, I might as well be a shark to blood. So that's the kind of shit I would do. Okay,
well, I too have done that, and there's a lot of haters that my only defense is, if you hate me that much, you need to stop and take a look at what pissed you off than what I said to piss you off that fucking much that you still hate me, man. That's all I have to say. I've been cordial. I'm a very nice, cordial person when treated the same. If you come at me hostile, and Ben, I'll revert back to look at your post. I mean, we're all guilty of it, man. If we believe in something, then I'll stand up to it, just like you just said.
And you know what? It's interesting. One of those people that I really came hard at was Josh Jordan. Do you remember that guy?
Oh, how can I forget him? Yeah, I know Josh. Josh and I have history.
Okay, see, I'm not aware that Josh has had history with people. I will say one thing I either avoided or you guys successfully kept off the internet was the idea that there was drama behind the scenes here and who was mad at who and stuff like that. I'm not good at that. So I didn't even realize that Josh had a fucking YouTube site. I just know I remember arguing with him on Thor to the point where it was just maddening. It was because his story always revolved around Kendall and Amber, Kendall and Amber, Kendall and Amber, Kendall and Amber. It would drive me up the wall. But he showed up to Candy's stream she was opening the platform like she does. She goes, look, if you want to come on, just come on. So, we saw that he was in the chat, and I said, Josh, dude, come on. I have always attacked that motherfucker hard. I don't think I ever went over the line, but I attacked.
Everybody has.
Right. Oh, yeah, I'm one of many. I am one of many.
No hard feelings, Josh. We're playing a game, man. No hard feelings from me, man.
But I'll say when he was allowed to tell his story, out in the open, one-on-one, with the ability for us to interact and see each other's faces, obviously he was a lot more cordial, right? But from my perspective, if his story made more sense, I was for a minute, I wasn't buying it, but I was just like, fuck, dude. All right, now it at least makes sense to me. The timeline makes sense. The motivation for everything made sense. Like I was really trying to like understand his side of his story. I still came to the same conclusion that it's another fucking story we all hear. But my point is, we could have anybody on at any fucking time, and it seems like if we just get along, we can all get along. That's the moral of my story. I went hard on Josh, and I apologized to Josh, and Josh and I at least got along, and we were respectful on that stream. And I think all of us could be, but some of y'all have some drama that's like, if I have Greg on again, for instance, I'm going to get shit from everybody. And I don't want to have Greg on again, unless Greg has something pertinent to say. I don't want even to get into that topic, but my point is like, I want to keep this shit drama free. And like, that's what you've been today. You guys, we can get along here. So those of you holding back on the fucking emails, it's time. Let's put up. Let's fucking get this shit together. Read the codex and understand the fucking meaning. We were supposed to team up to solve this thing. You can't do it on your own.
Well, that's where I disagree. I think it's alone, as I have gone alone in there. He gives you the fucking front story, man. You can't deny. Everybody fucking pawns that first stands off. He's setting the fucking stage, man. It's a play. We're all playing the thrill of the chase, a memoir. That's his we're fucking Shakespeare, right? He even quotes Shakespeare. Enter for what? We play our part and we exit. Who's going to be an asterisk? Blah, 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 blah. He set the freaking stage. And unfortunately, it's life. All I have to say, if people take it so damn serious, man,
that's for sure.
Then you take life serious. That's you. It's a reflection of you. You take life that fucking serious, man. And who's to say you have life figured out? Wonder if you're on the wrong path and you take the wrong path so fucking serious. Holy shit. God help you, man.
Right.
You seven fucking percenters. We're all 7%ers.
I always say, whoever tells you they all have it figured out is selling something every time. It's just an equal cause. It's just a very 1-to-1 ratio causation correlation thing of.
Well, that's life.
You have it all figured out. Okay.
We're all selling ourselves, man.
You guys.
True, to some extent.
Come on, guys. I have to be the basic blonde bitch on the show every once in a while. And my favorite meme from Instagram this week was overheard a woman talking to her 8-year-old baby saying the baby is crying and she's going, "It's okay. You've only been here 8 days. I know you don't have it figured out yet. I've been on this earth for 36 years and I don't have it figured out yet. We're gonna be okay." That's me every single day.
We're in this together, damn it. We're in this
together. Okay. Can I get us back on track? Can I get us back on track? I'm gonna be.
Yeah, that's normally my job.
I know I'm gonna be the basic bitch who gets us back on track.
Good job.
So I'm reading through my notes here, and for whatever reason, this quote like stuck out to me. And it's not from me. I think I found it on that Google Doc that I linked. Is it possible to carry the blaze as hand luggage? Was the question. You could certainly try. It wouldn't be wise skipping customs.
Who answered it? Who answered it?
That was Jack answering.
Customs. Okay, what's the custom of mankind? People instantly think flights and everything. He's talking custom. What's the customs of mankind?
I mean, being polite. What customs are we
When
talking about?
has man been polite, man? If we're a disaster.
No, that's a custom.
We
The
kill
custom,
fucking
the custom
maim,
breaks
rape
down
the
immediately.
village. When
No,
have
no.
we been fucking kind? You're an archaeologist. When in history has man been kind? You tell
When
me.
they first say hello to each other, and then every minute after that, it's bullshit.
Right before they knife each other.
Right
Yeah,
before they knife
okay.
each other, or give you a big hug with 1325 COVID.
Okay. Yeah.
But I will say it's an interesting sentence, only because what stuck out to me was when I put it back in, when I copied and pasted it and I put it into my Gmail. Skipping customs had the red squiggly line under it, which means it would have this same red squiggly line for him, and he's a writer, and at least as I'm a writer, but I just don't have anyone buying my shit. But again, at least as someone who tries to take this kind of thing seriously as when it comes to writing, if he sees a red squiggly line, that's going to bother him. If that red squiggly line is still there, then it's intentional. At least in my opinion of the way Jack is, the way he types, and the way his history is. He said it wouldn't be wise.
Have a period? Did it have a period?
This response has a period, but it's copy and pasted from this Google Doc. So I'm not even going to pay attention to if there's a period on this one. That could have been added by whoever put this in the doc. So we just don't know. But he goes, you could certainly try. Okay, that's a fun Fenn line. Yeah, anybody could try to take a tree onto a plane. You just can't. It wouldn't be wise, keyword, it wouldn't be wise skipping customs. Now, the red squiggly line under skipping customs would be the correction from for the grammar would be to skip customs. It wouldn't be wise to skip customs. But he changes it purposely, gets his red squiggly line, and he goes, it wouldn't be wise skipping customs. So Jack really wanted to use the word skipping in this sentence in relation to whatever the fuck this blaze is. I don't know. Does that mean shit? That's just how I'm taking it. It's just one little sentence I read today.
Is it normal custom to skip a learning curve? No, man, it's a process. It's a trial and error, right?
What's customary when you get to like a lake or a big river? Skip a rock, right?
Well, that came out of nowhere, didn't it? Yeah.
I mean, and let us not forget the man who I believe knew the secret, Skippy. Again, this is a sentence with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words in it. But because of that red squiggly line, it caught my eye. And when I dissect it as a writer would, and don't tell me not to, Jack himself said to us, I'm not trying to say this poem was written for an English major, but it was written for an English major. I mean, he's basically telling us, hey guys, I graduated with a degree in English from Georgetown. Okay. So it takes someone to pay attention to the English. If that's not your forte, you're at a disadvantage. That sucks, according to Jack.
Okay,
so,
would an uncollege educated Texan born in the 1930s write it in an English major fashion?
And here's where we go. So. Here's where we go. Add it to the contradiction list.
There you go. I do not think so. My opinion is no, he would not. Why would he? He would thumb up to the fucking educated English. Here, take this, motherfucker. Diagnose this shit.
Sure. I mean, and again, are we obsessing over 6 words when we shouldn't be? Maybe Jack completely missed that there was a red squiggly and didn't give a shit because this email was sent at 11:45 at night, and tonight he doesn't care. I don't know.
Well, my point, Ben, I think we're obsessing, and I'm using we in air quotes, over Jack. And I mean, though, let's go back to source. How can you figure out something by going away from source? Jack is away from source. Anything you listen to him is leading you farther away from source because he's one step away from source. The only way this can be fucking answered is keeping to source, and that's Forrest.
Street.
Yes.
We're getting along, so I hate doing this, but did you threaten to expose Indy's personal information too?
Oh my God. See,
I know Greg did, and I got mad at him.
I know who Indy is. I mean, I'll just get this out there. I know who she
Yeah.
is, in my opinion. I've never said nothing to her. Tonight, I've never said I was going to expose anything. We're not even talking, Indy, right here. I'm not even looking at chat. I'm talking
get it.
to you.
And I normally am not glancing at chat. I happen to this time.
So
And I'm friends
no,
with her.
I have
And I
never
don't want
said that,
anybody
Indy.
who's threatening that shit to be on here. Like, I have to draw a line somewhere, even if we're having a good time. So
Well,
if you say you
since
didn't,
you brought
then
it up, I've never said anything like that whatsoever, ever. And she has went on record saying, I think I'm the Antichrist. You've said that many times, Andy. I'd love to see or hear these emails or proof that you have. This is lunacy, man. You're just upset because we're playing a game. Look at it as a game of chess. I castled, I got you in check, and now you're upset. Just drop it, man. Seriously, I'm not saying nothing about you tonight. This isn't about you. We're having a cordial conversation about emails and Jack and no.
Okay, I will. Everything is going swimmingly here in this right now. I think that when I was out running errands, you joined the stream to try to clarify that you didn't call me names because I joined your channel to defend my friend Candy because you were talking smack about her. That's the way it is. You weren't threatening to divulge her personal information on that stream, but you were saying other things about her that weren't very nice. And we're all adults, and people say unkind things about me all of the time. I mean, that's just my daily life. I'm used to it, and it's fine. But I think that we can all just agree that there's been a lot of fighting, and there's been a lot of, talking about each other. We're not doing it now. But there has been things that are said, and maybe that's what Ben is talking to. And just we just need to drop it. We just, everything is fine in this moment, but let's not pretend that there hasn't been bad times. We all have the ability to go back and watch YouTube streams. So things have been said. People have been upset. Hateful things have been said. Horrifying things have been said. People have had hurt feelings. It is what it is. But can we just move forward and be adults at this point?
no, we can. It's just, Andy felt really passionate about it. I believe that if something like that was actually 100% true, then there's a problem. It seems like there's, discrepancies, which of course there's two sides of every story, but Candy's our friend. Street, you're the first time on. My only interaction with you is very good, and that's all I can go off of. And Indy knows deep down, I think, that we told her we're having anybody on this thing as long as they don't cross lines or have crossed serious lines in the past. I didn't know that Greg had threatened to share Indy's personal information. She showed me enough to tell me that Greg was threatening to share her personal information. And by the time I figured that out, that was like during the stream, and it was chaotic. I didn't want the same thing to happen this time.
I'm not Greg.
No, I know. No, I know.
Widely known. Just because I'm here tonight does not garnish that I believe everything you guys say. That's
100%.
We're the human race.
Right.
We all disagree. If we all agree on shit, that's a boring world, man. But to go back to, I've never said that, man. And if she feels I've said that, I'd like to see where she thinks I said that at, or where she construed I said that at. Yeah, just like I said it earlier, just to get it all out. I said it earlier. We all say things. We all disagree. How you take it is one step, or I never once said that, ever. And once again, just because I show up on someone's live stream does not mean that I agree with them. Doesn't mean I disagree with them.
Well, I mean, this brings me back to what I said, unrelated to any of this, like, I don't know, 45 minutes ago. I'm not aware of a lot of the drama that's gone on between any of you guys, whether it's Street and people, whether it's,
So it doesn't matter tonight. It doesn't matter tonight. Can we move on?
I agree, but I just wanted to address if you were just going to say, yeah, I threatened to share her information, fuck her, I'll share her information. Like, if that was the stance you were going to take, then I was going to be like, all right, you're off this shit. Like, I'm not going to have you on. If you
fucking trash, I'm taking out the trash. Fucking cockroach motherfuckers, man. Get the fuck out of here.
If
I never said nothing, man.
I know. And if Indy, and you know, that's why, but I wanted to come to Indy's defense because Indy is my friend. So I had to at least address it. So the point of this is I don't know what's going on between the two of them. And that's where we're just gonna leave it at, and we're gonna get back to the topic at hand. My intention though after this is to just chat with Indy and make sure I didn't offend her, because I don't want it to be that way either.
I apologize. I apologize. I bring controversy everywhere I go. I apologize.
It's cool,
but
you know what?
Sorry, Ben. Sorry, Ashley.
Look,
I apologize, man.
But let's think about this. We went from pure content to pure drama, and we're coming out the other side as well too. And I think that's hopeful for this fucking community. No offense, I know I'm new to it, but so I think we're good. Let's move on a little bit. There's not much else to go over here. I mean, unless people have specific questions, and that's something I was kind of prepared to do as well. If people wanted me to just type in like a specific word into my email with him and see if something pops up, I'm totally down for doing that. Otherwise, just showing every single email, some of this shit you have no interest in, has nothing to do with solve or anything of that nature. Not many. I'm not trying to like buddy with the dude, but some of them are just completely irrelevant.
You are okay, trying to buddy with Jack. Yeah, you are. Don't try to admit it. Don't try to say you're not. You're trying to buddy with Jack.
I mean, buddy is relative. Am I trying to build a rapport with him? Absolutely. Is it in any kind of secret way? No, he's well aware I'm just trying to build rapport. He's smart enough to know that, I think. So, I'm not trying to do anything too crazy with Jack, but I'm certainly it's like, almost talking to an officer. Yes, sir. No, sir. Absolutely, sir. I was speeding, sir. I apologize, sir. I'll never do that again, sir. I learned my lesson, sir. I mean, that's just what I've done since I've gotten a license. So it's almost like that with Jack in a weird way, but a lot more informal. But the informal version of that, you got to almost treat each email that you make with Jack like you're the interviewer and he's the interviewee, and it's just an interview for two. But you have to look at yourself like you're an interviewer. I think that's the meta game that Jack is playing with the emails. So take from that what you will. If that helps you write an email to Jack. But I do stand by the idea that if he hasn't replied to you ever and your first email was a solve and it's in Wyoming, I mean, that's interesting. I gotta let Sugar up. She's barking, babe.
Ben, Ashley, I appreciate you letting me on, man. You guys have a good night.
Night, sweet. You have a good night as well. Babe, you're muted.
Dude, I'm still trying to order damn pizza, so I'm gonna need a minute.
Okay, so back to the idea that I threw out. I don't know if you guys saw that, but we can kind of go over any kind of topic you want me to type in to the email strings that I have with Jack, and if something hits, we can kind of talk about that email. Otherwise, I'll put together, a different topic of emails on a different video if it's pertinent to a specific category. Like we learn something later about something else, and then I have those emails that at first seemed irrelevant and that now are relevant, then we'll bust right into them. But so I guess I'll kind of look at what you guys are chatting about now. I mean, y'all are just talking crazy shit. That's what you're doing. Are we all drinking tonight? Am I not drinking enough? Should I get another beer to keep up with you people? Because it looks like I have to. I'm gonna type in. All right, Hooli, thank you. At least it's like having a radio show, and you're like, all right, let's go to the callers. And no callers. All right, so we're gonna go to the music. Warm waters halts. And I probably didn't even use that abbreviation too much, but we'll see. Which brings me to a question. Did you guys ever think maybe there was a distinct difference being used by Forrest when he would go where warm waters halt versus WWWH? Did he somehow maybe give two different kinds of answers, one for one and one for the other? Because in his head, you're only asking the right question maybe if you say the words out loud. If you abbreviate, he thinks you're abusing the poem and he's going to give you an abusive answer. I don't know. I've always kind of wondered that. Let's see. I wrote him an email where I said, I have a theory that we need to go to where warm waters halt, or WWWH, and stay instead of drive the canyon down. But that was an email he never replied to. He never replied to that email. Again, he's not going to email when it comes to any kind of help with the solve. And that's certainly consistent in my emails with him. Other than that one, let's see if there was anything else that's more pertinent for WWWH. I wrote him a different one where it is your Marvel gaze. Sorry. I did one where it is your Marvel gaze, and he didn't reply to that one either. Maybe I'll go to this one. Interesting. Okay, and I brought up WWWH again at the end of another thread. He didn't reply to that one either, so he doesn't reply to WWWH to me. Anything else? Forrest was tricky with his words. Goddamn right it was. I guess, I could do 42. I could see. I don't think he ever used number 42. I think I might have used the word 42 with him. Let's see. Nope, no messages. Let me spell it out just in case. 42. Nope, no messages. All right, well, we tried for 42. I mean where warm waters halt too. Okay, so I'll type that in as well. But see what I mean? Like, I don't know. Was there a difference between where warm waters halt? WWWH? Maybe. I don't know. Where warm waters halt is the end of, it's the end of that email thread, so he didn't talk to that. And oh, okay. All right. We have one that might help. Let me see if I can screen share this. I mean, of course I can screen share this. How on earth did you not think everything? Oh God, I must have been doing this like boots on the ground. How on earth did you not think everything you drove by could somehow relate to the poem? Yeah, I was probably going nuts at the time. I'm like, everything looks like where warm waters halt. I was trying to pick a road Fenn would both take as an adult. Where was I? I was trying to pick where Fenn would both take as an adult from Denver International and as a 13-year-old driving up to Yellowstone or down from Yellowstone. I landed on driving through Walden, Colorado. I don't know if that was right, by the way. Curious if you ever took a similar route back to Fenn. If I recall, you fly. Either way, it feels very cool to be retracing yours and Fenn's steps. Also, how cool is it that someone like me pairs the two of you together, just like me? A random person puts you and the man together, like, sucking up. Speaking of pairs, have you had a chance to talk to Doug Preston since the find? As always, appreciate anything you write back. Notice sometimes I'll leave a period out just because I know what the fuck he's up to. So he goes, I thought it was good that multiple places could lure you in like that. I did some recon searches in other places in the area when I went out there. I didn't want to get stuck on one place in case it was wrong. I've never talked to Doug Preston, but it would be cool to get coffee with him sometime. No period, but I think he said that before. When you say stuck on one place, do you mean stuck on the same where warm waters halt? No, the place where I found the chest. So he never worried about getting stuck on the same where warm waters halt. He was only worried about getting stuck at that, looking for that final football field, I guess. And then something he said was a troll. Do you find it at all odd that he hasn't even reached out to you? Yeah, Doug Preston, like he's just so quiet. Like, why hasn't he even said anything, let alone reached out to Jack? He goes, one of my searcher friends chasing Indy mentioned he was the first person to follow you on Medium. Any way to verify that? And he goes, no, that was obviously a troll. I don't think it was a troll. And this is where I wish Indy was still here. She could prove that it's not a troll. I don't believe it was a troll. But I don't think she's here anymore. So I don't know what to make of it. He certainly said he wasn't worried about being stuck in the same warm waters halt. I think that's kind of important. Maybe you guys don't, maybe you do. But that was a good one to type in. All right, do I type in anything else, or have we kind of reached the end of this? A couple hours, kind of feels good. We got off track there at the end, but I had to address it just for, I thought Indy's sake. She brought up something that I like, and maybe Indy, you have told me something specific about Street with, the proof to back it up, because you always prove whatever you say to me, at least privately. And I'm just not remembering. I don't know. Again, I put a public Zoom out there. He joined. I'm not going to kick someone off right when they join. I want to hear what they have to say in terms of what do you have to say. And, he was cordial from minute one. So if I'm not remembering at that moment that he's pissed off you or he's pissed off anybody else in the search, I just don't know. I really have to claim ignorance on some of this. So sorry if you were offended by him coming on, but I will say, if you can take a breath, if we can all take a breath, we were having a really cool conversation. We were having a really good conversation. Even when we were disagreeing, at least just trying to help each other think in a different way about specific things that we're reading as we're reading it. I can see how maybe one day in the past you two got along because it's the way you guys look at the way Fenn speaks is pretty similar. At least I catch similarities. So I don't know, guys. I'm a little bummed that it had to go there kind of at the end here. Tom, I don't think I'm backpedaling from anything here. I think I'm doing what I've been doing this entire night. I think tonight was great. I think Street and I had a great conversation. Again, I don't know the drama between Street and Indy or Street and anybody else for that matter. Even if it's been shared with me, I gotta be honest, I don't tune it out, especially because I'll be respectful if you're my friend and you're talking to me, especially, Indy. I don't tune anything out, but if it's drama, I probably forget about it. I really do. So I don't like to participate in it. It doesn't interest me. It shows you, right away what could happen when it kind of takes over a stream. Not that anyone started it tonight. I started it tonight because I saw what you said in chat, and I thought, that's an important thing to cover. Did he really, publicly state or even privately state, I'm gonna show all your personal information on the internet and show everyone where you live? Like, that crosses lines. Like, fuck that shit. And if I go, oh shit, did he? So I brought it up. The dude denied it in his own way. I don't believe him or not, or don't believe him. I don't know. I certainly, if he's doing that, Indy, side with you. But because we don't go for any kind of fucking threats like that shit. We don't. Like, you can threaten me, fucking try. But like, I just want you to know, like, fuck the fact that it went this way. I'm not happy about it. That doesn't stop us. We still had a fucking great conversation. I think we shared a lot of info, and I think there's a lot more info to be shared. So Ashley, do you have something to say? I'm a little bummed. Nothing. I just saw you pop on and then you go away. Maybe you think I'm going to keep talking or something. And chat, you got anything you want to say? Something to look at? Something for me to search? One thing before we go here. He went over Barbara's personal divorce papers, got her disbarred from her job, took actual phone conversations from K-Pro that were okay. Like, yeah, Street, like, if you were the dude who's like releasing K-Pro phone calls, like, if again, see, now I'm having to guess what the fuck the drama is because I don't fucking know. But if shit like that is actually what's happening, tell me behind the scenes and I'll put a firewall around those kind of people, I guess. I have no clue what the fuck is going on. And if people really, whoever's attacked families and all that shit behind the scenes, those people are, I think, respectful enough to me that they will tell me so that I can understand a little bit more and not be so ignorant. And if anybody who, is proven to be those people, I will, deal with that accordingly. I'm not the fucking judge, jury, executioner of anybody in this world. I don't judge anybody for anything, but I do know crossing a line, and this kind of stuff in my head crosses a line. So yeah, sure. But we'll talk about this shit offline. Like, I'm over it. I thought today was good. We're going to have a great fucking show Saturday because we're just not going to have the drama on Saturday. I just won't post the fucking Zoom publicly. So, the people who get the link, and people who don't doesn't mean anything wrong. It's just, I'm doing a quarantine. I'm going to have a certain, it might just be me and Ashley. Nobody else fucking joins. It might just be me rambling and all of you say, screw that. And, 2 people watch. I don't care. Again, we don't do this for the views. I'm starting to ramble now because I'd smoked a lot of weed in the last few minutes to get over this because it was just like bummer city, man. Indy, when I call again, I'm not calling an attack on you drama like it's some annoying thing. No. An attack on you is called a fucking personal attack on you, and it will not stand. I'm totally with you on that. What I call drama is when it sits in my head as in the ether where I don't know what's going on and all I'm just hearing is noise. And I'm not saying I'm just hearing noise from you. It's just in the heat of the moment on a fucking YouTube stream, I don't know who's done what. We will talk offline if you want, and I will fucking have your back. End of story. And I don't think you should get mad at me for that. I think we're good. Have I gotten any info from women who claim to have had sex with Forrest? No, I have not. And I hope I don't get that kind of shit. I mean, good God. I'm not a reporter, guys. I'm just someone who's trying to help us find the fucking truth. So, like, if it helps us figure out the solve or something, sure, I'm interested. But my God, I don't know how it could. Agree, Jason. You're on the brutal truth, but you don't agree with some of their, tactics, as you say. I completely agree. I will say the at least when it comes to Greg specifically, what Candy has shown me, I'm done with Greg. I just am. I'm not attacking him. I'm not going to disparage him. I'm just saying I'm done with him. That's it. I have not seen the same about Street. So that's why he just came on the show and I was like, okay, Street's on the show. I know Street's related to Greg. So I'm, not on edge, but I'm a little bit more guarded. With you, I was far less guarded for certain reasons where I just saw how you could, kind of hop between. So I kind of could figure out the way you handled your shit. To me, Street was kind of still more just, and I think even Street would say he's not Team Greg or anything like that. But it, to me, an outside perspective, it seemed like Street was always on the Greg panel. So, he's certainly not on the K-Pro channel. So I don't know what's going on there. Again, I just don't fucking know. A great pirate joke today. God, I could use one. Tell me a great pirate joke, please, while I smoke this bowl. Please, Gallatin, tell me a pirate joke. Albert Camus, welcome to the Chasing Unit. Fuck, right? You guys are exhausting. But again, not all of you are exhausting, so don't take it personally. I'm saying, you know what? I'm exhausting too. God, who am I to talk? But again, let me be perfectly clear because I get taken incorrectly a lot. K-Pro being attacked, Indy being attacked, anybody being attacked is not something that exhausts me. It exhausts me that person's attacking. And I mean attack is like personal information, the kids, the family. No, fuck that. You're done, in my opinion. But like, I'm just talking about just hearing about like stuff where you don't see the proof. That stuff exhausting. And again, not the people complaining about it because it's happening to them. What are they supposed to do but share? That's not exhausting either. The exhausting is how it can, these people, the ones who are doing it, can just suck anything and turn it into something else. And again, I'm not even saying that fucking Street did that today. He didn't. We were talking just straight up content today. So, I brought this up. Stupid me. But I hope, Indy at least sees there was a reason I did. I don't know. Indy, Ashley, what's up? We good here? Like, is there anything going on in this chat that's going to help us? And today, did we ever get the joke? Hold on. Oh, here we go. Okay, perfect. A pirate walks into a bar with a roll of paper towels on his head. Bartender says, "What's up with the paper towels?" "Arg, there be a bounty on me." It doesn't say a bounty, right? Just, there'd be bounty on me head, or there be a bounty. They both work. We're gonna smoke a bowl for you, Gallatin. This is your, mic soundboard for doing a good joke. Good joke. Well done. That made me laugh. That put me in a good mood. Maybe I'll stay on for like 2 more minutes now because I'm in a good mood. I hear my door opening. Maybe that's Ashley. It's Ashley. Hi, Ashley. Are we done? Is there anything else? Okay, that's fine. Is there anything else we need to be addressing here? Anybody else want me to type in something that I should search? Like, I really wanted to fucking do that. I thought that would be fun, but maybe not. It's fine. What? It's like, that's unnecessary, Louie. Like, again, yeah, okay. We're gonna be just banning and timing out people who just bring the shit up. Like, god damn.
it's amazing to me that we have YouTube.
I need
which is
another
like
bowl.
this free platform, right? And I've been trying to say in chat, please just be quiet. You know who you are. And like you grown people who are the age of my mother, like you could be my mom and you just can't shut your face. And it's astounding to me. It's astounding. Like I learned these lessons in high school. I was taught these lessons in high school. And I thought when I graduated high school, I would be done. I have teenage kids that I'm telling them life gets better. I shouldn't tell them that because it doesn't, because you all don't learn. You're the same. And it's sad to me. I feel bad. That's it. So just please be quiet.
I'm not shutting you up. I'm just like,
you are shutting me up.
Man,
It's okay.
fuck me for
because
that.
because
Fuck me. I'm
because
sorry.
I'm a
I'm sorry.
woman and I don't think that
Nope.
you
Nope. That's my bad. That's my bad.
I don't think you get it.
You know what? Hey, Davia said link me. We're staying on for Davio.
I want to hang out with you, Davio.
We're staying on for
I
Davio.
want to hang out.
Hold on. Let me get that link.
Like I want to hang out in on Zoom with you, Davio. But
I hope
as
that's
I
what he
said,
meant. I
I
hope
want to
that's what he
hang out with you in person. Isn't Davio here? Like, isn't he like nearby us?
Well, his
Like, close enough.
his stuff is,
You're
4 or
close
5
enough.
hours up. But
We're coming.
I'm interested.
Like, let's hang out.
My little brother lives up there, Davio. So I'm interested in. There might be excuses to get up there, and then I can start looking at stuff.
I'm
that
gonna
you're
miss
sending
your
me.
little brother like here pretty soon.
Well, he's gone already.
I know, and I miss him already, and I'm gonna miss him
You said you're
more.
gonna start missing him.
Well,
I'm
because
like,
I'm used to seeing him all the time, and he just left this weekend. So now pretty soon I'm gonna miss him, and I'm gonna want to see him.
Spencer, we miss you.
I miss you, Spencer. I love you.
I don't
So
think he watches this.
no, he doesn't, but I still love him. I ordered pizza. Hey, I had 3.
Hey, I know this is free to all.
pizzas.
It's just I'm gonna let Davio on or not, and anybody else tries to get on, I'm just gonna kick boot off unless I wanted him on in the first place. So if you think I want you on this stream, go right ahead and jump in. I'm just feeling like having fun. Fuck it. I was in such a bad mood. That put me in such a bad. Well, it was like everything was going well.
It kind of put me in a little bit of an icky mood too, because I felt like we were back in high school. We were back in high school, and I was talking to the
there's the
girls
man.
that you dated after me.
All
the
right.
Snake
No,
brats.
nobody wants to hear about that.
Everybody
Davio's
does.
here.
Everybody
Davio's
wants to
here.
Okay, good to see you. I love you
Yeah,
guys.
bring me pizza.
Cracking me up
Coming.
right here.
What's up, man?
Modern couple. So hey, a couple of things just on your emails because that was your topic, right? Okay. So what are you averaging? Like 2 or 3, 4 a day at one point in time?
It's hard to say.
Just trying to get us. I mean, as an average, but over 2, 3, 4 months, a year. What are we
I'll tell you without really like getting into. Hold on. I'm gonna go back to the screen so I can see you. Without diving into looking at them, I would say it felt like an average of once a day, sometimes a couple a day, sometimes none for a week. Right. None for a week if he answers something and then I take some time to think about my next question. I will say in the time we communicate, I don't think he's left something on, because I'll multi-attack him so that he'll get 2 or 3 and he can pick which one he wants to. And that's on purpose. That's by design. It looks like I'm being a psycho, but again, I think he knows what I'm doing. And he'll pick one. So, but I'll say the longest I've gone without a reply where I have multiple things hanging was 2 days tops. He'd reply.
So did you ever think of how many people besides you that he's actually communicating with? In other words,
assume the number's 100.
Well, good round number. That's a lot of freaking. So I know for sure he's picking up his phone and he's doing the push a button yada yada yada, push a button yada yada. That leaves a lot of periods out when you do that, by the way, unless you say period. But I'm thinking this cat is really, between classes at the end of the day, that he's really fielding quite a few emails just by looking at 100. And that in itself is interesting, but just by volume.
It's the volume that gets me, because there is only 2 that have a period out of all of the emails that I've gotten from him.
Probably so he was actually sitting down, right?
That number has becomes lower and lower in terms of oh my god. I do agree that I like the whole voice to talk thing. You're right, because that's just simple enough. Even if he's saying period
Right.
along the whole way, I get it. But when
Or
it becomes,
not.
but when it becomes 98%, it's like, oops, okay. But again, we don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Dig it.
still.
And I think it's trivial to the fact that he's actually communicating with you. How freaking cool is that?
I think
You know,
it's.
the
I think
fact
it's
that he's
totally cool.
actually,
I hope there's a lot more people out there who have more emails than me, even, and we can start going over this stuff. If there isn't, then then it is what it is. But I think I have noticed at least a couple of times where, like, at least from the Thor river stream that sometimes dries up, where everyone kind of says at once, has anyone heard from Jack lately? And 4 or 5 days go by and nobody has anything. I've noticed in those times, I've certainly maintained communication, and that never got altered by that kind of stuff. So, and I think there's more out there that are just like me, and they, like K-Pro said earlier, they don't want to talk because somehow, some way they get attacked. Somehow, some way someone gets them. And it seems like inevitable on the internet all the time. And I get that. So I just, that's kind of half the reason I started doing this. Like, I just don't care. I just don't care. Come after me. It's not actually going to bother me. It really isn't.
I can dig it. I just thought in the, what's nice about having this platform is that you hear, the same questions and he's giving the same answers. There's really no difference in what he says. He gives you nothing, no hint. He will acknowledge there's nothing. And he said time and time again, there is absolutely nothing left in the place.
Right.
There is, so the key points have been clearly repeated over and over as, which is a good sign. There's no special information going to anybody. Nobody knows anything more than anybody else. It's just interesting the amount of communication the guy has done, and a guy who starts out really what's the word, standoffish, or telling us that he didn't really want to. I mean, listen, another perspective is that he didn't have to say shit. He didn't have to give us his email. He didn't have to do anything. So we should be happy that we at least have this much. You know what I mean? This much information.
Agreed.
To whatever extent it means, right?
And if I felt in any way, shape, or form that sharing these kind of emails between me and anybody would piss them off, I never would. Jack has made it publicly clear multiple times through various outlets that this email address is meant to be shared. Go right ahead and share anything I say. I think he's openly said that. So, I think at some point,
true,
you could almost tell yourself, or
it's
argue
a good point,
that
it's not like we're having an intimate relationship. It's not intimate. This is actually public. The fact that I share with you, I know the world's going to know.
Right.
So I think he knows that right out of the get-go. I think his life in the public eye has taught him that, right?
Completely. And I look at it the same way as the person writing the email. That means me too. That's why I was telling people, if you do want to try to figure out how to email this dude and you think there's some magical way to, I don't think there is. But the way I do it is, he knows I'm a reporter, and he's the person that needs to be interviewed, and that's how he takes these emails. That's it.
Yep.
I don't care how many stories you tell him of your kids, all that stuff. He doesn't care. He cares. He might get a kick out of your stories and like that stuff. But as it's relevant to the game being played, if you want to call it that, he is the interviewee. You are the interviewer. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think that's the way we have to approach him. He's not a bad guy. He's protecting, whatever. He's playing the game his way. I don't think there's any covert anything going on here to any degree. It's just, did he get help from the family to find it? Oh, I think that's a fascinating question in lieu of the emails that we got from Forrest and the pressure from his family. I mean, would Forrest have given some kind of hint or help? I doubt it, but, did the family kind of do it to some degree? Maybe. I mean, that's a wonderful, what do you call it? Hollywood drama idea right there. I think that's an interesting thing to look at. But who the hell knows? Is there anything left behind? Clearly, over and over, Jack has said, no, 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 no. So I still wonder if, though, that day that he doesn't retrieve the treasure, he talks to Forrest, And then he goes that day, his conversation with to imagine and dream for just a brief moment. Forrest telling him, "Oh, please leave XYZ behind." I mean, that's
Right.
so romantic, isn't it? I mean, fuck.
I mean, it's half the reason I think there's something there is it's the romantic idea in the head of everybody, at least here, who loves a good treasure hunting story. Something
Yeah.
left behind, just, keep
So
the
you know
thrill
what? That
alive.
brings up 2 points. That brings up 2 points, which is worth following here, my little archaeological couple here. So there is the romantic, and then there is a precise, a mathematical, a GPS, if you will. So there's two ideas on figuring out where this chest would be, or what a clue is, what a hint is, what is a part. Mine has been number the poem from the top to bottom, and let's see where the numbers lie and what that would possibly mean, right? So
Right.
that would be one way of looking at it. Another way is very romantically thinking about the House of Brown, and what that could mean, and you get to go and think, well, it's got fish, and it's Ranger Brown and Mr. Green. I mean, you can really kind of have a wonderful trip on that and end up, all kinds of places. So I think exploring both of these is fun. I think there's a point where the precision takes you to romance, and then from romance back to precise. What do you think, Jason? Is that quasi logical to a
You lost me a long time
minor
ago,
degree?
Davio. It's all
If I
good,
go
man.
past 5 data points, what? That's it. I've toned out. We're done.
Oh,
That's
I
it.
like
That's-
it. I like it. That's the one thing that I always thought, when K-Pro and Mike would present the GPS solve, again, I don't know why people got on them. I mean, whatever. Anyway, when they
I thought
presented
in
that
concept
thing,
it was great. How they got to the numbers, I didn't agree with, but I thought in
I mean,
concept, yes.
I actually did agree only because, in my opinion, Fenn left an asterisk of, this thing might be solved by the one who can best adjust. As in, maybe Fenn realized there was an obvious mistake, but if you know what you're looking for, you even see the mistake and you adjust for that mistake he made or something like that. Whether that's on purpose or not,
Well,
I don't know.
I went for the
but
big, gross, obvious things. Didn't you? I mean, like, doesn't
yeah,
the
no,
weight
fair.
of the chest matter?
But here's my
Like
point,
that,
though.
like
This is
those things.
Oh,
It's a
completely,
photograph.
completely. Because, by the way, it always matched he would always say how much weight he lost when he was in Vietnam. I'm like, okay, I've heard Vietnam stories from lots of Vietnam vets, and I've heard it from a couple of POWs, and I haven't heard someone repeat how much weight they lost so much more than Forrest Fenn. Maybe it's just because he told the same story
That's
all the
right.
time, and that's just part of the
20,
story.
wasn't that 22 pounds?
22 pounds. Yep.
About 22 pounds. The weight
Every
of the
time.
chest and how
But-
much weight he lost. There's
Totally, but-
correlation in these numbers,
But the point I was trying to make overall about how Mike and K-Pro did it was basically, like, Mike was explaining it in a good, succinct way of, this is a double solve. It's a double solve. You have the coordinates, sure, but then you have the romantic version of this as well. And maybe, just maybe, you actually do need both. Even the coordinates aren't enough. They just give you a grid area, and then you have to use the actual poem itself to then figure it out once your boot's on the ground. I mean, they left that caveat out there, and that caveat goes, absolutely. Maybe that's exactly how it worked. And what's wrong with the double solve? And so that was,
I think that's
the only thing Mike would always push about it is, guys, the double solve aspect of it answers all of your romantic kind of questions that people would keep bringing up. Oh, it's just numbers. It's just numbers. Like you have said, Davia, like a double solve with numbers seems the way Fenn would do this. And that would then explain double omegas, in my opinion. So I always like the way Mike presented that.
Here's an interesting thing, which I love to put out there just because it rattles cages. Now I've numbered the poem from the bottom to the top to the bottom. Did you know the words "the answer" is 42 and 41? Now, since the weight of the chest is 42 pounds, I thought this was a quick, right away hint on something we should look at, and then the confirmation would be on page 41. After all, that's the word that says the answer, right? So when you go to page 41, if you have your book in front of you, you'll notice that it says from the top to the bottom, right there on the very opening line. So there's more hints to that, but just the real basic idea like that, I found very interesting, which has then taken me to other directions, and I don't want to. I'm just saying that a perspective in something that simple should be a thing worth looking at. The idea of 42 in itself, like the 42nd parallel. Have you ever heard of that as far as a book?
Remind me.
There was a trilogy by a guy named John Dos Passos. John Dos Passos is the guy who is quoted as saying, "Of shit creek without a paddle." Now, he also wrote the 42nd parallel. The 42nd parallel is that line that goes all around the planet, right? I mean, it goes from Casper to Chicago. I mean, all the way to 42nd Street is Broadway. That's why it's 42nd Street, right? So 42 is really a big deal number. Fenway Park is on the 42nd parallel. So, there's a bunch of neat things about that number. And that's where the gypsies are in the book, playing and dancing around with music. And if you go to 1942 or 1941, on the big hit parade of that year, you find interesting songs that are related to Forrest being, 12 years old at that time. So I'm thinking when he talks about weight and time, I think it's relative to his age. In other words, when he's 9 years old, that's page 39, that's 1939. Coincidentally, 39 is Y on the periodic table. So if you've been wise, so I have theories that he's playing with numbers and letters like that are taking you to a location. 42, by the way, is clearly right off of Road 61, which is right out there on BLM land in Wyoming. So I think there's different ways of getting to a number romantically. For instance, 42 romantically, well, that's Jackie Robinson. That's the whole Red Sox baseball park in itself. And I mean, we do see the word Sox hanging there with the cow. We do see red ink, so one could put these things together and end up with Red Sox.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not impossible. Ted Williams, jersey number 9, was clearly his hero. That's why Robert Redford used jersey number 9 in The Natural. So it ties together. Robert Redford, number 9 is a number that's important, all the way to Fenn, using Fenn's bloody name on parallel 42. So I'm thinking these are the subtle things that Fenn has put out there for us to get a sense of his life. I mean, baseball was everything on the radio, right? Everything to 1939 radio to 1942. Think of it, 1942, he was 12 years old. It was nothing more important than the radio and going to the movies, right?
Yep.
So he's trying to give us that reality. Well, then what does he do? Then he goes to Vietnam. He has daughters. Well, now what year was he 42 years old? Oh, that's 1972. Now, it's fascinating that we see Bye Bye Miss American Pie, and he starts to make some freaking money, right?
Right.
So Bye Bye Miss American Pie is 1971, 1972. Three Dog Night is the songs that are the big hit at the time. I mean, I see correlations that he is doing with the top 100. Why? Because that's what he says he is doing on pages 39, 40, and 41. He's counting down the top 10 or the top 100. That's what he was good at. So if you look at that and you also look at the movies that are going on at the same time, it's pretty interesting. You get a sense of Mr. Fenn's life and with his daughters and all that kind of stuff. And that gives you some numbers romantically. Because when you look at those lines in the poem and correlate them to the book, it's an interesting bunch of
cheers, Ben.
Expression.
And you know what? I like that all those romantic numbers
buddy.
led to that fucking X in the middle of the mountains that I was like, oh, that's dope.
See,
that looks like
there's 42 right there.
Yeah.
So that's
I always like that part. I always like that part.
Right, then you just keep zooming in. So when you click on that X, interestingly enough, it says 42, 41. What a trip, man. Then you go in a little closer and you see a face, and now you're looking at, now you're zooming into those numbers. And then you need something else to make you go there. How Davio's doing tonight?
No, Ben took off, so I was just saying hi.
Good to see you, mate.
I was listening. I was just grabbing a beer.
Grabbing a beer. What was the original question about, like, the weight that he lost? Ben?
Yeah, how many times, when you mentioned that 22 pounds, all the fucking time.
Yeah,
felt like there's a reason he keeps bringing that up.
I took that a totally different way. You know,
How?
the first thing I noticed is that he said that he was built like the best shape of his life. And for to lose 22 pounds, that's quite a bit of weight. We've seen pictures of Forrest. He's never been
Yeah.
overweight. So I went straight to the fact of, so
What's
remember
a
when he
number?
said something about it's good to walk away from crashes, but this one I had to limp or crawl
Oh,
away.
yeah.
Right.
I went straight to that and I looked up what a prosthetic leg, if you lose your leg, because he said no one will ever stumble over it. And when he says that it's above Santa Fe, Eric Sloan was 10 years above him. So that means above. He was above ground. And I took that whole route. Well, guess how much an adult male human leg weighs on average?
22.
22 pounds.
22 comes up a lot.
And
it?
for his parent and for him to say that he's surprised that his family hasn't found it yet, is this like a secret he's been holding for a long time? Like, and when he said, in the parking lot at the Denver Museum, everybody thought it was the veteran. I was thinking the handicap.
Huh.
Interesting.
And has anybody went to that parking lot to see if there's a gold Jeep sitting there? And if
Jeep?
not, and if there
Gold
isn't a
Jeep?
gold Jeep, then has anyone
Wow.
even looked to see where that's going? Because I would love to buy the Jeep Cherokee.
I would too, actually.
I
would
got
too.
a 2001 bronze box style Cherokee. It would look good right next to his 99 or whatever it was gold Cherokee, Grand Cherokee.
One of my roommates' girlfriends had a Willie, and it was just so fun to drive.
Yeah.
Fastback Mustang, 1965, baby.
So D, I took
Power slide
the
that
whole
thing.
story like completely different than everybody else, man.
I mean, and that's how it goes too. It's unbelievable how we take it two completely different ways.
And I still
I can
came
dig
up
it.
with the
I was just,
question why.
what is obvious to someone clearly is not obvious to someone else.
Yeah.
For instance, I'm so dyslexic. Words look more like shapes, and so when shapes repeat, that matters more than the meaning of the word. And you put the two together, right? So, anyways, this is it's a different perspective of looking at words. Words are in a location. If it's part of a map, then the words are. They're map light. So is it a coordinate, and then what line and what relevance, shit like that. I started looking at the romance for me. Then is so you number the poem, then you look at what it says that he's doing on that page. Well, then you go and do what he said on that page. You look up the movie that was a hit in 1939 or 1942, and you see what they are saying in that. It's like Dead Poets Society. I mean, what's the
little
thing
girl
with that?
from India
Carpe
can only get
diem,
past
right?
the first two clues, so you can only
a
figure
good
out
point.
the first two clues on the internet.
Yeah, I think in that what he's trying to do is give more hints and more stuff to look at from the beginning of a lot of these movies. First, the HBO special on Ted Williams is freaking genius. I mean, that
I
really
think it's
is
really
the same
cool that
kind
he
of stuff.
said several searchers
At
have
21.
made it past the first two clues, just like the little girl in India would be able to.
But then there's more. She held his heritage. That's interesting. What McCafferty is saying. The other thing was what was the jersey number? Jersey number 6 was Johnny Bench, but he was a Red Sox as well. Anyways, I just found that there was if you go with the box, which he says keep inside stay inside the box.
Yeah.
I took that as the gold and the actual box and the overall weight and all that, and then saw where that would show up within the poem.
I figured that about the time frame that he said get in the box, get out of the box, get in the box.
Yeah.
He had already thought of Jack.
He
Like
did.
Jack was in play at that point.
Oh yeah, I wonder. Or maybe his family, maybe the family had more to do with hinting or nudging Jack into the right place, as it were. Who knows? But I don't, Jack, we're assuming Jack has got all the answers to the solve, which is what got him there. But from what I've seen, you don't have to have all the answers to get there. As long as you get in the right area and you look around, you can probably find it. You know, if you've been there 25 times,
I'm
you're
sure
probably going to find it.
Ben's gonna come back with pizza.
Oh, no, the
Pizza.
pieces are here.
I figured it was. Oh, it's already on the bed. Sorry, I didn't see it.
No, I had to,
Well, then I
I had
sh-
to chastise some kids for not sharing the remote. You know.
Oh, I can dig it.
You know how it
So let
goes.
me. I'm gonna take off, Ben. But I wanted
All
to
right, man.
say thank you for seeing the video that I sent you about. The
Oh, dude,
Tesla
it has.
work.
Okay, again, we need to on Saturday come back on. We'll just talk about that part because fuck,
Yeah.
dude, it's so interesting.
It's kind of
I have
amazing.
So much I want to say. It is. So it's super interesting. So we'll talk about it on Saturday for sure.
So Saturday you're doing a show like this, then?
Yeah, we're normally just going to be doing Saturdays unless we're having date night or something like that. But
Okay.
we have so
Dig it.
many kids that we're in on Saturdays because we just got to keep an eye on everything.
Because I thought you'd
So-
want to talk on that Mesoamerican idea there, because you can see the
Oh, no, for
correlation
sure.
between those images and yeah.
Totally.
Okay,
I mean,
cool.
it's something where anybody I talk to about it, the people that I know, the first question out of their mouth is going to be, well, have you been there yourself yet? So I have to go there
Sweet.
first before I even start telling them about it, which allows me more time to research it too. So, but I'm super fucking interested, and that's why we're going to talk
Yeah.
on Saturday about it for sure.
You'll have to go to Stanford and or the San Francisco Library to find out stuff about it. But
Okay.
there's very little to find from the universities. They won't
Oh.
talk to me. That's why I thought they'd talk to you.
No
But
one
I
can
did
crush.
take the
No one
two
can crush a
state art
school
galleries.
library like I could back in the day. So as long as they haven't changed things up too
Dang
much,
it.
I'll be able to research in there. Even boots on the ground research. There's a concept.
Yeah, it's a trip there. I'll bring my climbing gear. I'll toss you off the rock.
All right. I'll see you.
All right, mate. We'll see you, mate. Ciao. See you guys.
Thanks.
Hey, Jason. Hey, see ya.
Yep. See you later, D. How's it going, Ben?
So how's all that drama in chat? What the fuck? I didn't know half the shit that was going on.
Oh, I've played my fair share in the drama too, and I've decided it's just not worth it. So
Well, it isn't. It isn't. I'm gonna stay clear of it, but I will be very, very clear one thing. Anybody who's been harassed like the way I said, and I'm talking to them offline, like I won't deal with it. I think I know who people are now that I didn't know then, but we can't control these things.
we don't need to talk about drama when I hop on here. Like I agree. I think that all of this here is our make believe, our escape. It has
Yeah.
nothing to do
This-
with
yeah.
real life.
This is our matrix, but we
Yes.
don't want it to cross lines, right? We don't even want people to be scared that it's crossing
Well,
lines.
and people put up their handles for a reason. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
so I mean
That's
I
very
agree.
true.
Keep the
That's very
personal
true.
life out of it.
Yeah.
If you want to cyber bully, who cares? I don't think that should be a crime because the person could leave. They can shut the damn thing off. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
but
no,
if
no,
you're
I
actually-
agree with that. I agree with to an extent. Again, I just think there's always there's a red line somewhere in every
Yeah.
hypothetical, right?
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
No,
but-
it's all good.
But, I just don't want to be pissing off some people when I like them.
You were such a
I-
Debbie Downer there for a second. I was like, what?
I'm just being. I'm not gonna I'm just me on this shit. If you guys haven't figured that out yet, like what you see is what you get. So like, yeah, I was like, fuck this, man. Like this was cool. We were talking about Jack in a personal way, in a way that he himself has authorized us to do, through various ways. So, it seemed like, maybe if we weren't getting anywhere, we were at least circling new drains, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
at least in different ways and talking in a way that like, I hadn't seen too much of lately, except, when people get along, then the conversations do go well. It just seems like everybody's getting fucked by drama lately. And again, what I'm calling drama is just this whole word. Again, words don't bother me as much. Like, I don't care if I say I'm ignorant of something. People
Oh,
fucking
no.
hate being scared of ignorant, right? But like, I will say again, I got to be on record so people are so clear hearing me. It's something I've learned that you have to do in this short amount of time. But like, I am not cool with some of that shit.
Mhm.
That's not what I'm talking about when I say, Just FYI, there
I mean,
is
there
stuff
for
that
a
I
minute
didn't
they
know
went to the
before this
degree
stream
of
that I know
people
after.
going to their house. Like that's scary. That's just downright creepy. Like, people driving by their house and stuff.
I mean,
I'm trying to teach
and
my
how many of
daughter.
those happened to Fenn? Like 2
I-
or 3?
Well, and I've got daughters. I got a 6-year-old,
Right.
a 13-year-old, and they're in that prime age when their life is cyber, on the internet. And it's like, I'm trying to tell them the dangers of it, and don't let your past catch up to you type thing. And, private internet access, just all of that stuff. And they don't care. They're just do like that
Yeah,
Minecraft. That is just such a fucking game, man. My
dude,
daughter's sitting
Minecraft
there.
is nowhere near as bad. Watching these kids play fucking Fortnite. And
Oh,
the
I
money
know.
they'll ask for to spend
Dude,
on
I-
skins. They don't even help you.
I jumped in there and I played for a while because I know a professional gamer that had his little crew and invited me in, and I know nothing, right? So I would go solo, and I had like 9-year-old one night, like, tell me that, like, gonna cut my throat. And I'm like, who are you? Who are your parents? Like, first of all, why are you here at 4 a.m.? Second of all, where did you learn to talk that way?
It's like, fuck, we sound like those people in the fucking early 90s, late 80s are like, this is the most fucked up generation ever. I can't wait to see what this
But
turns
it all
into.
falls
Well,
into Finn, because remember with Mary Margaret during the interview in the diner, when she made the remark and was discussing with Finn about how every generation thinks it's the last,
right.
and it's like, it made me think a little bit when I heard that, and I was like, my grandma used to tell me how crazy the world that I was growing up in. And I look at it now like it was way tamed down to what my kids have to deal with. I'm
Right.
45 years old, and it's like, I couldn't even imagine growing up in today's world.
I mean, I think it cut off right at like, shit. Maybe I'm trying to think of, like, I think the last best generation had where their teenage life had a cell phone, but the cell phone was nothing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh yeah, where you play Snake.
Nokia bricks.
You played Snake. That's it.
And hate me for saying it if you want. Maybe I think that's the last best generation. How about that? I'll put it like that.
Absolutely.
Because once we start, there's a gap there, right? There's a gap from like what 2002 to 2008, where all they did was just make the Nokia brick better. Even when you get to your T-Mobile, you remember those slides? They flip or whatever the hell they were called. like once you got to that, it was just like making the best out of the same fucking small stupid thing that really didn't do much yet.
When Hulu was free.
When Netflix had, when your queue on Netflix was longer for the mail option than it was the streaming option.
I remember watching Family Guy nonstop. Like,
oh my God. I think the movies that were only available back then, like the best movie I think that was available in like 2008 Netflix streaming or 2009 Netflix streaming. It must have been 2009 or 10. But it doesn't matter. It was Speed 2. That was like the best movie they had. and fuck if I didn't enjoy it a little bit, because it was playing on my TV via the internet. I mean, who cares?
Oh, yeah.
If it buffered every 6.5 minutes.
Yeah.
This was insane. Anyway, not to go off on a total tangent, but I think, and lo and behold, that happens to be my generation, maybe. But I think our generation had the last good run of it. And then,
we had parents that were, and I think, I'd hate to say it, but parents today use devices as babysitters.
I
it's
mean,
like
everybody does. It's so true, though. It's so true.
But
all
then it
guilty
also,
of it.
but then like, I don't know how I see it, because I'm in the industry. I build cell phone towers.
No shit.
I'm putting.
Are you trying to make them look like trees and shit?
Oh yeah, they're the stealth
They're
poles.
so creepy though.
I know, right? You talk to your neighborhood. They're the ones that wanted that.
Right. No, for sure. Right. What a bad choice. What?
But
Why
you
did
know what?
we
I-
didn't care what the other towers look like? Why all of a sudden do we care about these?
Well, I know it's yeah, and you'd be surprised at how many people are ignorant to that though as well. You know, like, they don't notice them.
Right. They're very true. Very true.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, especially kids. I've shown
Yeah.
kids. Wait, that's not real?
Kids don't know
No,
how to
that's
look
not
up.
real.
They don't know how to look up these days anymore. You know, and I keep telling my daughters, I'm like, you know, there's going to be a day you're going to be surrounded by a bunch of other kids that didn't even notice the day the stars disappeared. You know, they're so used to looking at that light in their phone. And it's like, I remember I'm old enough to where I looked at the stars for imagination and it was just beyond me. Like, I remember when I first smoked weed, I realized, how can people be afraid of heights? We're looking down right now. Holy fuck. That's a long ways out there where the moon is and the stars. And, you know, you just go out there and it opens you up.
It's like reverse vertigo right there. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and it's like, but the kids don't even care about that stuff no more. You know, they're constantly being bedazzled. They don't have to be creative no more. It's shown to them. They're always
I will say, just as the human body can give us a scab and heal us right up, I think the brain is maybe the same way in certain regards. If you've been fucked with physically or like trauma, maybe you know that's a whole other ball of wax. But like something as simple maybe as like these cell phones, right? I will say when we were out in Yellowstone, it took a day or two, but there was a moment, and we had internet one day.
You
we
fell
didn't have
to
internet the next
default
day.
as a person. Congratulations for a brief moment.
What?
You fell in default mode for a brief moment.
Yeah.
It brought you back to a real person and you enjoyed nature for a second.
Right. And they had the same epiphany moment as well themselves. Like, so we had internet, we didn't have internet. And then on that third day, we still had internet and they still all put their phones down.
Nice.
And they just went off for like 5 or 6 hours. And it was like, oh, wait, did that just happen? Did they just all put their phones down and just peace?
You
They
just
peaced out
lived
without their
the
phones.
thrill of the chase. Exactly
Right.
what Forrest wanted.
100%. That's kind of what I said. And we both looked at
Yes.
each other. I was like, it's worth it just for that. Just for the 6 hours they volunteered those things down.
Why
Never
can't-
seen it in my life, probably until we go back out in nature.
Yeah. And I would love to have conversations like this instead of who Jack is, what Jack has to say. Who cares who Jack is? Forrest invited him in for some reason. Don't care.
I care. I
Do
care
you?
maybe.
Oh,
I care
man. And
maybe
you said
way
you're
too
not
much.
about the drama.
I'm not, but I don't look at it in a drama way. I look
I
at
know,
it in
I
a
know.
JFK way. I to understand the why,
An
I need to
unsolved
know all the
mystery.
who's, the whats. Yeah, I it's just that's in my nature.
That's
God,
funny.
for Ashley's sake, like when we watch a television show, if it doesn't have something that's creating a question mark for a who, the what, the where, and the when, if I'm not getting that from a show, I just I'm like, I'm bored.
Yeah.
Can we a new show, please? So
Yeah,
like
when I see the boom
that's
drop
how I
down
am.
into the screen and then pull up real quick, then I just shut it off. I'm like, come on. Like, how am I supposed to fall? I haven't fell into a movie since I discovered weed. Like when I discovered weed, I see everything for what it really is.
I'll tell you
everything
this.
for what it is.
The one time I've done shrooms 3 times in my life. Area 51. I used to camp at Area 51.
See, that would be cool.
I camped at Area 51 almost more than I had emails with Jack for a period of time there. I think I have about 50 camping trips to Area 51 in total. It's a very boring place if you just look at it the way it is. There's a couple entrances. This is the back entrance. It's not the one with the fence that comes down and the lights and all that shit. That's the main entrance. That's where the raid.
Isn't there like a gas station there too before you go?
Well, there's not a gas. It's a defunct gas station, but it's part of that town, Rachel, which has a population. I think last time I went there, which was 2013, it was population 63. Low key secret. If I don't know if it's still good, but from 2005 to 2013. Fucking little bar, the Little Alien, made the best cheeseburger I have ever had in my life.
Out of this world.
It's it out of this world is such a stupid pun that it's deserving of this sandwich because that's how fucking good it was. Out of this world.
Yeah.
And it was a sub style. It was sub. I don't know how to do it. It was sub style cheeseburger, right? So you kind of chop the sub in half and you just you eat it like a sub. They had some special sauce and some alien meat that they were putting in this shit that I have. In-N-Out burger is my favorite. This crushed In-N-Out. We would go from the campsite and we would drive to I think it was like probably 40 minutes to get there. We would drive 40 minutes over to Rachel. We would get in there at like 4 p.m. on a Saturday. It's 115 fucking degrees outside. And so we're, and we just got into town, like, and set our camp up. So it's blistering hot. We're going to go get some drinks. I must have chowed down, I'm not kidding, like 5 of those burgers. I'd order 5. It's like a double. I ordered 5 in a 2-hour sitting, bro. And I would do this every time I went there. I'm just saying, if you ever happen to go to Area 51 and you stay at the Little Alien, have the cheeseburger, you might enjoy it. That's all.
No, that's cool. It's cool to be able to go out and do things like that. You know,
What got us
it's
to
like,
Area
right-
51?
Well, I
went
mean,
on-
just any of it, just to go and explore and do things
Yeah.
like that.
Oh.
It's awesome. You had the opportunity to do it, and that's
and if
very
you
cool.
do it and you like it, keep fucking doing it.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what it is. So for me, it's, I didn't like the inner workings and politics of archaeology, but you know what? That doesn't, there's plenty who do, and there's plenty who don't like it about whatever career they went into. It's in everything, but like, I didn't like it, but I still like the outdoors, digging, hanging out in the tent
Discoveries.
aspect.
Well, the discoveries, and I've always said, learn your past, you'll figure out the future. It's there. You just got to dig deep enough.
And I don't understand why so many people kind of skip that. With I don't know if you notice it, but I notice it. I've seen, especially from the kids. You're talking about the kid; they don't give a shit about the past.
No,
I mean,
but
honestly,
think
the
about it.
teenagers were almost bored of Forrest Fenn treasure on the way up to Yellowstone because that was too much history. Like, now, to their credit, they weren't bored. They kept paying attention. They, like, once they really did get into it, but it's like, damn, a treasure hunt doesn't even lure you off first glance.
It's hard to have anticipation when you're always moving forward, keeping up with something being shown to you. You can't have that thought. You don't have time enough to think back to actually be interested in the future, because why would you do that when I could pick up my phone and I could move forward?
Right.
You're constantly being entertained, and it's like, I feel like that was like the whole purpose of everything anyways. Like, this is just playing out the way it's supposed to play.
When you say play out like it's supposed to play out, I mean, it seems like everything Fenn left us with was just you wait and see. Just you wait and see. Maybe not those words specifically, but like that seemed to be the message. Even with Jack, in his own article, he put the wait and see thing.
Well, why can't we just sit back and trust him at that then?
I honestly ask myself the same thing. Why aren't we all just cool with that?
Yeah, I mean, we could sit here and bullshit about like the cool times that we've had in the field. We can, there's a lot of other things we could talk about.
Because I think there was a growing sickness in the chase community. And I'm not talking about the crazy 7%ers. I'm just talking about a growing, an innocuous bug, not COVID-19, but some allergy that's come out. It's annoying.
That virus.
that allergy to me is my solve was perfect. I don't believe the chest is found, or my solve is perfect. That must be the solve. It seemed like that started 5 years into the chase, around 2015, 2016. When I go back and I examine like the Reddits and all this shit, like the conversation started to get more angry the longer the chase went. Right?
Oh, absolutely. I enjoy being able to sit back and a few people that are that mindset, I tried to bring them back into normal conversation, because I I was like that for a brief period of time. I know how my wife felt. I knew how my kids felt. I knew how my friends felt. And it's like, and I was able to wake up out of that. I'm still here, but I'm not
Right.
just trying to get people a following. I don't want people, you know what I mean? To take and not have faith in me, but just I don't know. Like it's so different. It's so different if you're outside looking in. It's like fins of feather flock together. The people in the house have a commonality. The person that walks by and is like, what are they doing? But you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
and it's like, I would like to, I don't know, kind of break free from it, but at the same time, I still pay attention.
Right.
Why not? It's
Yeah.
fun. Like Street says, it's a game. It's fun. And quite honestly, it's been playing out like a game, like you said, but just wait and see. Just wait and see. I'm not going to put a period after my sentence because I'm not done talking. Just wait and see.
Right. And it was interesting because, and again, this is a conversation about Street where now I know a little bit more about what was going on, but what Street and I were talking about there about those emails and those periods, at first he didn't really buy into that period thing.
Yeah.
I think if you rewind it and you start at the beginning, he's just like, the periods, that's nothing. Come on, man. Like, and we were being cordial again. This is right.
But to never put one there, like you would think just by habit,
once he started,
accidentally put one there. How many of those periods did he deliberately delete? Because he accidentally put it on there.
Davio put a good idea out that, yeah, okay, maybe he was doing voice to text, but I reminded Davio in the chat, and I don't think I did in person, but when you do that, you still go, no, Ben, that solve is silly, period. What I think you should do is go back and look at the 9 clues in the poem as a big picture, period. Good luck and have fun. Send.
Yeah.
Now, what I would say is the writer, if he's doing voice to text, every now and again is going to go, no, Ben, period. That's stupid, period. Please don't come to my house, period. I don't want to talk to you, period. Send. Like,
period,
you know what I mean?
blank.
But out of all those emails, and I still haven't gone over, most, I don't know. I didn't keep track today, but out of all of them, 2 had a period. So we're at like 98% didn't. So for him to just forget the period 98% of the time, to me, whether it's voice to text or typing, is at least saying something. And Greg and I, Street and I, were able to like have a cool conversation about that.
Yeah.
But again, at the time, I didn't fucking know about the stupid drama the Street has done. And it's like, Street, dude, like, why do you do this stuff? Even if you think it's a game, why do you do this shit? Because you have good ideas, and we could be sharing a lot more and figuring this shit out more if y'all would stop acting like honestly, worse than Ashley was saying, worse than her fucking kids. Good grief.
Nope, I hear you, man.
And after what I know now, it's like, Jason, you're the only one I can have on this fucking show from that world that hasn't attacked someone to make sure that and I'm not even mad at the people who are kind of mad at me right now. I understand. I didn't know. I'm so fucking sorry. I didn't fucking know. You showed me stuff. You showed Ashley stuff throughout the whole show now, like behind the scenes, and fuck. Okay, let's move on. Of course, I agree with Jason, but it's just like, it's crazy that it's come to this.
Yeah.
And again, what we were talking about is that fucking period thing, and now we're fucking talking about it. So now you're quasi interested in the period thing.
So what's interesting in what you just said right there, is when everybody was talking about it being a social experiment,
right?
What is the phases that Children of the Corn, or what was it? Something Flies or Children of the Corn? Which one was it? That it was a social experiment in children, and all boys.
Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies. That divide happened, and that's exactly what happened here. That social experiment, step by step, is actually falling through. They've done this in the past with groups of people, and it's like, why wouldn't they do it now at a much larger scale?
If this, honestly, what are the implications? I'm just getting a beer. What are the implications if this is a fucking social experiment, like the Stanford prison experiment? Like,
oh man,
what are we gaining out of this?
It's amazing though, isn't it?
It is. I just don't get it.
And it's like with coincidences. Once I've had so many coincidences happen that I just submitted to it. I instead of questioning it, I just go with it because every one of them I just go with, it ends out good. You know,
I mean, it just feels like a defensive way to handle those coincidences because there's just so many of them, and it becomes inundating and and tiring. But it almost feels like it's done on purpose in order to tire you.
I think
Like,
it's not. I don't think you see that until you get aware of the coincidences. And when you start getting aware of it, you can almost notice that someone's 2 steps in front of you.
And then the way it's also then designed is you might be privy to the game, but if you try to bring that game up, it's designed in a way to make you look nuts.
You just gotta be nonchalant about it.
Well, that's the proper way to do it, but the instinctive way to do it, you look nuts.
Nah, you just gotta. There's a flow to everything.
For
All you
instance,
gotta do is grab your inner tube or your canoe and just go for the ride.
okay, so great metaphor for what I was about to say. Somebody in the chat, and it was like 40 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, I don't know what, asked me, oh shit, oh no, the thought's escaping me. Oh no.
Hit
What were we talking
harder.
about? Fuck.
Grabbing a tube and a canoe and going with the flow.
Fuck. Oh, I hate when this happens.
It's okay.
I will say, so I played soccer in my whole life up until, well, for a while. And I got a concussion in the craziest fucking way, something that would show up on like YouTube if it existed. It was a corner kick. I went up to save it, and I'm going up to get the corner kick, and another guy's doing a diving header, just nails my temple instead of the ball. I'll be right back.
Oh,
Hold on.
man.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go fly fishing and be right back as well.
Anyway, yeah. Well, Jason's gone. I fucking got that concussion. Then I was on a jet ski with my buddy, and we were both kind of like going off each other's wakes. And then for whatever reason, he turned into me. We crashed in the middle of the St. Croix River. I got a concussion there. So it's not even the weed. Sometimes this shit escapes my brain. What up, Beam? I see Beam. BK Bragg. Beam's in the chat. Say hi to Beam.
yeah.
I've been in enough drunken car wrecks through my youth.
Oof. My I won't say who I know people, multiple people who all have multiple DUIs, and it's just fascinating. I have none, but I should have. I mean, I think we all have driven
Oh,
a little
yeah.
over the limit, right? Like, let's all not act high and mighty, but fuck, what did I want to say? It was something. Hold on, maybe it had something to do with what I have up on my screen. Nope, it has nothing to do with it. You know what? Fuck it, I'm gonna show it anyway, just because it's a Forrest email, and or it's about Forrest, and
Right.
Let's see here. I don't have anything incriminating. God, I hope not. What could I have, right? Anyway, this was asked actually relatively recently, June 22nd. Would Fenn okay, I have a question I think you can answer instead. Instead to something, and my subject is ignore my last thing. So I don't know what it was, and I don't care. We're on 26 of many here, so I don't. Anyway, would Fenn consider what you called slip-ups to be slip-ups in retrospect? It's actually a pretty innocuous question. I didn't expect him to
Let
go.
me think about it. Like, I'm trying to think in different levels here.
Okay, so how would you take that? You're Jack. I go.
Yeah.
Would Fenn consider what you called slip-ups to be slip-ups? Hey, K-Pros, nice to have you back. And then he goes, that's an interesting question. One of them he didn't remember, to the point that he denied it happening. The other, he pretty much acknowledged as such. No period at the end, guys. Just, so I find that to be an interesting email. It's not breaking news, like, it's not hashtag Mike breaking news soundboard, but it is at least like the fact that Jack finds it interesting, even if he doesn't, he's typing the words in that he finds it interesting. Okay, what do you find so interesting about that? So the fact that we take, sorry, go.
I would love to know what Forrest said when Jack said, "I caught you because of your slip-ups." What
That's a good response. You know what? Here's
You
what
know,
I'm
and-
gonna do.
Yeah,
Here's what
you
we're
know,
gonna do
and
live.
and he knows that answer. So knowing that
Right.
answer to respond to your answer.
Right. So we're gonna, even though this is an old email, we're gonna reply to Jack Stoof. So that's an interesting question. One of them he didn't remember to the point that he denied it happening. The other he pretty much acknowledged as such, no period. So what we want to say is, Jason, you know what? Be my secretary here. Tell me what to type.
I'm taking a drink.
Take your time.
Well, no, I mean, well, think about it. I mean, you want to think through your email. So we want to make the point that he already knows what Forrest had said. So like, what was Forrest's response when you told him that you caught him by a slip up? You know what I mean? And I'm sure you could word it better than I am, but just that
Keep talking.
and put him on the spot too, because you know the feeling that Jack had to have, that little piece of anxiety, like, I caught you because of your slip up. So you know he hesitated to say it to get a strong response from Forrest, and he was really looking at Forrest when he said it, if he said it.
Right.
So it's
and,
like-
and honestly, that was his message to the world, if you will. I found these slip ups. So,
Yeah.
he must have brought them up to Forrest in a way in which he would say,
Forrest,
I found these slip ups, right?
especially since Forrest said that he didn't know the clues, you know what I mean? Like, that talk happened.
So what was Forrest's response when you brought up the topic of his slip ups?
Nah, or I would make it a little more finger pointing, because it was anxiety for him to even say it. I bet, that's too nice. Get a response from him, like, oh, so it's a response that will throw him back in that moment. Spitballing how bad
You guys are actually seeing
how badass was it to tell the man Forrest Fenn, I caught you because you fucked up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I found this because of you fucked up in one of your videos.
Yeah, you guys are actually seeing a glimpse into my process here. This is how long I take to write these emails. So I'm not ignoring you, Jason. I'm actually listening to what you're saying and trying to incorporate it. But this is how hard I fucking think about this shit.
Oh, see, I make the mistake, and I speak rather blunt, so it's very dry and to the point. It's like, honestly,
hey, sometimes I'm very blunt. Hey, K-Pro.
That's what I do, Jason. I think that's why Jack does not respond to me.
Oh, I'm sure, absolutely. It's like, why beat around the bush? Like, I'm there for a reason. Give me what I need. I'm on my way. Like,
listen, here's breaking news into my brain. The reason I went on Thor, the time that I most recently got banned, I think I got a 4-week ban by K-Pro. Like, she might as well have just really banned me instead of like giving me time out, but that shit was long. But what I did, again, I always have a plan. I purposely did that. I wanted to see if it would change the discourse that we were having within our emails when he knows clear as day who I am on Thor. To make that kind of a post, especially at a time where I knew we had reached a point in time where it's getting too long without an email back from him. Not that I expect one, not that I'm obligated one, but we've had a rapport of a certain amount of time in between emails. So I was dipping my toe in the water, if you will, when I fucking called the motherfucker out on Thor and got myself banned. I don't know why I even brought that up, but the point is, like, I get it, but like, I'm just really, and again, Jack, if I don't ask this question correctly, he will take advantage of it and we won't get shit. One could argue the stuff we do have is still shit. But
what if he's watching this and he's watching your process?
Again,
you know what I mean?
Again, Jason, I told you,
enthusiasm, the suspense, like,
to quote Ben Linus from the television show Lost, John, how many times do I have to tell you? I always have a plan.
Yeah.
So Jack, hello. I've already told you what I'm going to email you about later. So, and he has the link to this. I sent him the link.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty badass if he would show up somewhere.
I honestly got to say, I think it would be totally badass if he showed up somewhere. I think he should. I put out a public plea for him to show up on K-Pro's channel. I think everyone would watch that. They know to watch it. Whether you like her or don't like her doesn't matter. The point of this would be to step up and talk to the community on the biggest fucking platform you can that has everybody that can go and easily watch it. I don't care if it's her or it's me or it's fucking Jason or you do your own thing.
Where'd you go? I went the opposite approach with him. I think that it would be cool if he went on to another channel that's less known and much smaller and talked about rocks and never mentioned the chase at all.
Okay, see, we're talking totally different approach here, and I love it.
You know, but
he could do.
Could you imagine how envious and pissed off people would be? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
But then he could work his way. He could work his way back to them, and he could work his way back to them later in this process. I'm thinking a whole Jerry Seinfeld, getting in the car, having coffee with comedians, like that kind of channel where like. You expect them to talk about like their careers, but they talk actually about how many seeds are on a bagel for 15 minutes.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
And we eat it up and we watch it all. I mean,
yes, that's the best part.
Jack, I would totally appreciate that. And Dan, you know what? That could be your version, Jack, of the scrapbooks. These are scrapbooks 2.0 millennial style. Jack talks about absolutely nothing.
Exactly.
Make it a fucking monthly thing, Jack. Instead of Jack, we're done with Jack Gets Mail. I'm the king of Jack Gets Mail now. Send to me.
He would have 2,000 views the next day of him playing Pokemon. You know what I mean?
and I'm one of those views.
And would be us.
I'm one of those views. I'm one of those views. Jack, please make it happen, man. We're not even asking for the solve. Make a fucking channel where you just play Pokemon all day. We could call it Jack Shit. Thank you, Beam. Thank you, Beam of Old Light. We could call it Jack Shit.
Yes.
Well done. Well done. Well done. Oy. All right. Were we talking about anything important? I'm not ready to like hop off. It feels like, it's a little bit more fun.
Oh, yeah.
But did anyone say anything important maybe that we should discuss? Like, Ben, you were a little shit. You were naughty. I was a little shit, dude. God, I was kind of prideful in the way I was a little shit for a while. I really was. I never cross lines. In my opinion, I never did anything to get banned.
Do you think that's a hint opinion nuts? Like, for real? Come
on. But I did do something to get banned. So you know what? No opinion nuts.
No opinion nuts.
They're not you getting banned?
Yeah, me getting banned from K-Pro. Like, yeah. I earned it. But again, now K-Pro's like, okay, now that I see what you were up to. And it's like, I get it, but I'm not going to tell you, K-Pro, at that point in time. I don't know who you are. Like, I'm not going to tell you what I'm like. Hey, K, by the way, I talk with Jack so much that I'm now going to call him out and curse him out on your message board because I know he looks at that message board. And then I'd like to see if his demeanor changes. And you know what? Maybe I should have done that.
In your defense, I think we were severely dehydrated that day. I know I suffered from.
Oh yeah, I was having a bad day too. And that's another thing.
I had like sickness. Like I was vomiting from dehydration the next morning after that happened. I remember that. Like we were not right.
I will say, guys, when you do argue with somebody, we're screen sharing. What the fuck? All right, we'll stop this. When you do get into a fight with somebody, either whether it's on Rudy's here, join in, Rudy. Let me get the link. When you do, Jason, you'll fucking love listening to Rudy. I don't know if you already do, but I love him.
I enjoy him. Nah, yeah. he's good shit.
What was I gonna say? When you do. Forgot that one too. That's a rhyme. Do the crime. All right, I'm gonna shut the fuck up now. Let's get this link. I forgot what I was saying. You know what? Here's what I taught myself. If I forgot it, it's not that important.
Yep, exactly.
Rudy, that link is for you, my friend. We need to go over. You know what, dude? I don't even need you for the contradictions because we didn't even make that good of a point on the contradictions. I do think we have a couple of them. If you want to go over those, I do think I made some salient points on 2 of them. But what I would really love to do is have you share that fucking footage with the community, man. I think it would be dope. Again, I think you were a half mile off me. I'm actually going to go back to screen sharing just to kind of show people where I'm pretty sure Rudy was. I'm going to sound, you know what, this is cool. Cause like you do this live and you run the risk that you might look like an idiot, but like, who cares? So I'm going to do this, we're gonna go to, and this, you just all see how I do this.
Yeah, I would like to ask Rudy if he took his replica chest with him when he was up
Hey,
in Yellowstone.
Jason, if you could keep an eye on the chat for what Rudy says, because I'm just gonna do this Google Maps share thing. But I'm gonna go to, actually, I don't even, why am I typing? That's so stupid. All right, so I'm gonna go to Madison Junction. Wow, oh, wow, the internet's going slow when you stream, man, even with good internet. All right, let's see here. All right, see, I even have a heart at the right spot. I still went to the wrong spot. Okay, so if I flip this over to satellite, all right. So I crossed, wait a second, I didn't cross there. Where the fuck did am I getting Mandela? Where the fuck is it? Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh, there we go. Man, I was about to lose my shit. All right, so here's where I crossed. So we'll call that 44.64379110924624. Okay, so that's where I crossed. Now I believe Rudy crossed where my original heart was, but that's gone now, I think, because
He cruised right at the rock, right? Like
Rudy?
right, like 200
Rudy
feet
was.
away from the rock that's in the book.
Right, isn't it like right here?
I don't know. I've never
I'm
I've never went.
Well, here we can do. This is what, and so this is what some people didn't do, and they should have. So there's that, and then is that where Rudy crossed? Well, this is why we want Rudy on, right?
Yeah.
So this would have been your view if you were crossing here, but look, there's really no pull off right here, right? So maybe it isn't here, or maybe you had to walk over here. The nearest pull off would be right here. All right, so like it's not that big a deal because you're still parking on the other side of the road, and you have to cross the road. Would crossing the road be part of the poem, though? If you were forced to cross a road, wouldn't that be part of the poem? Thinking of geographical points that get smaller over time. If there's a water crossing, you have no place for the meek, no paddle up your creek, right? But if there's a road crossing, shouldn't there be a clue for a road crossing if there is one? Or am I crazy?
Only if there's knots involved.
Fun little circles here. Okay, so maybe I think that's where Rudy crossed. And then, of course, again, I'm going to go back to mine because I'm a narcissist.
So the knots, could they be knots in a tree? Plenty of trees to cross the road. You got to stop.
Maybe.
I don't know. I've never taken this approach, so this is all new to me.
This is new to you? Okay,
Oh,
interesting.
yeah.
So this is where I crossed, which, of course, you can't see anything. But across the street, I wonder if you can see it on Google Maps across the street. So have you seen where Ashley and I crossed specifically to what we were looking for?
Yeah, I've seen the roots. That's pretty badass.
Okay, I think that's where it is. See where my mouse is? I think that's those roots right here. This is from the street. Do you see that?
You're pointing at the mountains there.
Oh, I'm pointing at the mountains. I'm trying to zoom in right here.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah.
It's right there across the river right there, which is exactly right. Yeah. You know, in my video, I hop off the little boardwalk. I don't walk the whole way all the way to the river. I just hop off right here because I'm going right for this fucking tree that's right here. So we know between Rudy's search grid and my search grid, I'm here on the Madison to what I thought was 9 Mile when I was boots on the ground, not thinking, having no access to any of my shit, no reception. It's a pain in the butt. I can see why Jack would get there as a novice first time, even if he thinks he's not a novice. I'm certainly not a fucking novice, and I didn't prepare like an idiot. You prepare for everything, and it's the one thing you forget, right? Like that's just how it works. Anybody who's done this knows that's how it works. Point is, I searched from right here, and then Rudy, I believe, is all the way over here. And between the two people, I mean, we have this south side of the Madison fairly covered now. We actually not very well, I will actually say. Ashley and I were hindered by a thunderstorm as soon as we got across. So
and I just want to jump in and like show. Yeah. So zoom in a little right there. Stop, or put your mouse down 2 inches and left 2 inches.
Right here.
Down a little bit. Down. Oh, don't zoom in. Down and left.
Right here.
No.
There's a time delay on this, I think.
Okay. There's like a little piece of dry land that's showing right here in the bottom left. You can see the corner of it.
This little mound?
No, the bigger one that's in the very bottom left. Down. Like mouse down. There, you're starting to see it. See that big mound right there?
Oh, the mound. Okay, so we are the mound. Okay.
Right there in the middle. If you go straight down, right here, leave it in this view.
I'm just gonna leave it here for like 10 seconds to see if it
Okay,
catches up
like
in the
right
right
there.
spot.
That reminds me of a jaguar's face. Now, if you zoom out a little bit,
Interesting.
Interesting.
so right there on the tip of the nose of that is where that's the first place I would go. Like I'm half tempted to make a trip to go there now because that's a good.
Here's my question, Jason.
Ashley, come here. You gotta be. Are you on your own? Are you on your own?
I'm just on the chat.
No, then come in and come here. If you're gonna ask him, ask him. That's
So
interesting.
that's the first place I would go right there.
Get angry.
You know, it goes back to the White Horse Canyon story. It goes back to the news report that just came out, and a little piece of info came out that nobody knew is that he had a cougar license. Like that's the first place I would go is right there.
I have a question though. How far? Because I've now that I've actually been boots on the ground for the first time and I've crossed the Madison River in sandals. How
Yeah.
far is that walk
We got
after
it.
he crosses?
We got it.
You're so good, babe.
We got it.
Yeah, let's see how far that walk is.
That is a 350-foot walk.
Okay.
Easy peasy.
Okay, there you go. I'm going back to my love sack. Goodbye.
Not bad. 350-foot walk. I love it. I do feel like there needed to be a walk in. The only thing I would say about my tree blaze was it's right there. It's so easy, right?
Yeah.
That might be part of the story, but it's like, how did this not get inspected even by a curious Fenn hunter who didn't even go, I haven't solved the poem, but look at that thing. I'm going to cross, like how'd that not happen? I will say though, maybe that's a marker of some kind. This little patch interested me. Here's why it also interests me, and something that I felt was maybe critical to the solve if you're in 3D view here. I believe he said what's in one of his rants of what's the problem with me taking it all with me, one of those. Yeah. I believe he added to it, and you know what? This is how I researched. Let's just fucking do it. I believe he said he wanted to be dying also not only under a tree but on a hill. He wanted to be looking over stuff. I don't know if that's what I heard. It's what my brain is telling me. So I'm gonna hop to Terry Scant. We're gonna get into the Kindle Unlimited. I probably already had it open, but fuck it, who cares? We're gonna hop.
I
into
never trusted Terry Scant.
Hill search. Let's see what shows up.
Well, he said that he loved the fact that he was the only person to ever sit there. You know, he would go somewhere secluded and he would feel he's the only person that was ever there.
Interesting. Let's see. Volcanoes raining down the side of a hill. Thrilling artifacts somewhere in the hills. What is this? Oh, no, this is a host talking. It's not even his words. Wooded hills with his father. I'm not finding what my brain was telling me existed. Are we all seeing this? Like, I thought he said something about being on a hill, and if it's not in Terry Scant, I'm questioning if he ever fucking said it.
No, he said that he climbed to a high point and was he loved it. He loved the feeling that he was the only person that's ever been there.
I'm gonna stop the screen share for a second. I'm gonna look into chat so we don't neglect it. Ashley's watching, so she probably just told me. I don't even know where did I put this shit. Oh, there it is. What am I missing?
Say this area was searched.
Right, I agree. I mean, this was searched. This is what I'm saying. It's almost too searched to death. How was this missed? I don't get it. Did Rudy say if he has his video or pictures that he'd like to can he go over them? Does he have the internet access for that? I guess, Rudy, you can hear all that. Davio needs a wrench, by the way. Add moderator. That's done. Ben is a new searcher. Well, define new, Lucky. I mean, yes, I'm new. Absolutely. But I took it seriously in the end of 2019, beginning of 2020. So I have a good year and a half now in this. Am I still new? I don't know. If 20-year-olds in the NFL are no longer new after 1 year, well, then neither am I. I am a veteran.
You know, Ben, I don't trust anybody that joined the chase after 2017.
So you don't trust me just inside. Like when you go to
Nah,
bed
you're
at
here,
night.
you're here for a purpose, and I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it, man. I like I said, I go with the flow.
Hey, I didn't send the email to Jack. Let's not lose sight of this. Let's send Jack this email. Go back to share screen. Okay, did telling Forrest that you caught a slip up. Wait, see, we fucked this
Oh,
up.
that's
I
great.
fucked
What
this
was
up.
his response? That easy.
I didn't send it. This is an
No,
incomplete
but
sentence.
yeah, that's
This is
great.
this is not worthy of sending yet. Hold on.
I would
Hold
take
on.
off. I would take off everything up to Forrest response and take off the end of that. What was his response?
What was Forrest's response when you brought up the topic of his slip-ups? That you're right. That doesn't allow him to try to maneuver through words, short, to the point, succinct. We should just send this. This is what we're sending. No? No?
What was the response when you brought up the topic? I don't know. When you brought up the topic, I don't know. It just seems too diggy worth. I mean, that's not how normal people talk. If I bump into somebody at fucking Home Depot, I'm not going to talk like that. You know?
Did he okay, what we're really trying, let's ask ourselves what we're really trying to get at. What we're really trying to get at
be
here
real.
is
We're
we're
trying
trying to be real with you.
Yeah.
You're telling the master himself,
That
I
he
didn't do
fucked
what you
up and you
said.
caught him.
I didn't do what you
What
said.
was his response?
I didn't do it the way you said it. I caught
Yeah.
your slip-ups, and that helped me figure this whole thing out.
Yeah.
Did that piss him off?
Did his mouth drop open, or did he go, well, what's your answer then? You know, like what was his response? Like, what did he say?
I think we can ask a few quick questions to allow the vagueness of this permeate so Jack feels safe, but he can still answer. What was Forrest's response when you brought up the topic of his slip-ups? Did his mouth drop open? Was he pissed?
Yes. Yeah.
Thanks.
Perfect. Send.
And done. Sent.
Boom.
He waits.
Boom.
Good stuff. All right.
It
So
thank you for having me on tonight, Ben.
dude, no problem at all. I think we took a fun turn at the end here. Do we have any other questions on emails? We're going to get back into them on Saturday when we do our main little fun show, where that's the one that could go long, because
I'm
if it's
interested
Saturday
in
night we're home, we're stuck.
what specific email made you go, oh,
Ooh,
made
that's
you stop and think? What one
Okay.
made you stop and think?
the first one that really made me stop and think, and I went over it, you might not have been there in the beginning, or maybe I glossed over it, was when he told me to lie to my kids. Now, he may have meant it as a joke. I don't care. Maybe
That
I'm too
tells me
sensitive.
like Forrest lying to us, right?
Right. So if I go back to, I'll just read it back to you.
No, I mean, I hear you.
No, I'll read it back to you. I say, I was asking him, so riddle me this. If I were to take my young family out camping in the Rockies north of Santa Fe, would I be able to tell them, hey, we found the blaze, gang, and here's where the chest once laid? It's not me looking for more hints. It's just a searcher with a family that wants to give high fives to everybody for a job well done when we go camping next summer. And Jack's response was, and this is on December 17th, 2020. So this is probably 6 days into us emailing. And Jack goes, if your children are young, it's pretty easy to lie to them, right? Ha ha. No, I think the blaze is too damaged to have much of a chance without the treasure there below. There's no rhyme or reason why it made me think more than the other or anything like that. I just found it interesting that he is very self-aware, especially at this point in emails. It's 6 days into this. There's not much rapport built between he and I or him and anybody after unveiling his email address. So why would he just jump to hey, why don't you lie to your kids?
Well, I mean, but there was more to
Maybe
it
that's
than
a sense of
just
humor,
that.
though.
But there was more to it than just that. I mean, that's what you get from it. But read it again, his response, and he said more.
Right, that's true. He goes ha ha afterwards, right? So he wants me to know it's a joke.
Well, I mean, he wants you to know the first part was a joke, but he was serious about the second part. You know, that's a business sandwich, right? You reprimand, you say something good, you leave off with something less than the first.
Right, totally.
And they get the point across. So
and this
that
is
was
where
a
I go.
sandwich. So in the middle is what I'm interested in.
And honestly, this is where I started to realize the relationship that I think Jack is trying to force us to have with him. And that's interviewer, interviewee. And this is a very interviewee answer. he's not really saying to me, lie to your kids. He's not being offensive, but he just jumped, whoop, 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 hopscotched away from what I was actually talking about in an almost semi-fake offensive way to change the subject, throws a ha-ha on it to let me know about that, then allows me the actual serious topic of, no, I think the Blaze is too damaged to have much of a chance.
This goes back to your periods, all right?
Right, fair
For
enough.
him to take away the periods, that his answer almost seemed like a quick answer. Like snarky smartass, backed off, a little more reserved, and then made it okay. You know, so he like just went off like that was probably like his true thought, you know.
Fair enough. That's true. That's a good way to think about it. Well, fuck. Maybe we should just keep going through. Maybe I'll be different after a while here.
You don't want to think like me, man.
No. I love thinking like everybody. Hold on. There was a, that's the one that really took me aback. But babe, do you remember me overreacting at all to a certain email or anything like that? There must have been one where I'm like, babe, look what he just fucking said to me. There has to be.
Babe, it's like I feel like it's almost every other email that you say that.
Well, that's fuck. That's
He
me being hyperbolic.
responded. Yeah.
Right. Don't make me look so thirsty.
Fuck
Shit.
yeah, babe. Guess who just emailed me back?
What are you
Can
talking?
I make you look thirsty? Here's Ben while we're sitting on this bed watching a movie. He's like across there, like watching the movie like
I
this
gotta go pee.
and going like this. Wait, with the computer screen up here, like, is that Jack? Is that Jack? I'm like,
Oh
no,
my
that's
God.
just an email from Wells Fargo.
It's like a 13-year-old girl
Chill.
waiting for the boy to call.
Yeah, it is. What does he have on here? Do you guys see his screen? I don't know how to work this computer.
No, you don't need to
Okay,
share a screen.
I'm just making sure it wasn't shared.
No.
I don't know what's up here. I'm trying to think of emails from Jack. All I can tell you is that I emailed
What convinced you? Because at
What
first,
convinced-
I'm sure you thought it was fucking crazy, but something had a turning point. What convinced you to get on board?
Okay, yeah, I thought all of you guys were crazy. I think I've stated that before, and I hope no one takes offense to it, but I did think you're all crazy. Ben was like, here's the story. There's a treasure hunt, but it's been found. So in my brain, logically, when we started dating, I was just like, okay, it's found. So why are you still looking for it? I don't understand. But
It's $1 million question.
But then when I started kind of hearing the emails from Jack and doing my own research, just in trying to figure out my own solve, like just trying to be
fishy, didn't it?
Yeah, I just was like, oh, if it were me, if it were me, and I was the finder, this would be so different. I mean, all I can tell you is my boots on the ground when we crossed the Madison and saw the down tree that we saw. I was taking pictures and video. I mean, you can see.
So you're a 7%er now.
Huh?
You're a 7%er now too. You got hooked in.
Yeah, I guess I did.
You are.
I guess I am. I don't know.
I've always thought it was intriguing, like with the spouse. Like I've always said that ever since I got on YouTube. It's like, because I know what I deal with. My wife just stayed away from it. At first she read the book, she entertained, the thought. It was fun, but when it got obsessive, she pulled away and she's like, Jason, you're going too far. And I'm like, but I'm on the trail. Like I'm on the trail. And it just, but yet that never stopped for like 6 years. Yeah.
I think there's two ways to look at it. Number one, just like your wife, to say, you're crazy, you're nuts. Yeah. It's done. It's over. What are you doing? And then the other side of it, and maybe it's because I just have not been married to Ben for a bazillion years. So maybe I would get that way. But I just thought, if it's so important to him and he can't let it go, and I know how intelligent he is and how his brain works and how logical it is, if he can't make sense of it and he's still looking, there must be something there for me to entertain. So I'll entertain it and I'll hear his side. And then once I heard it and I started listening to all the YouTube videos, I was like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't add up. I mean, it just... It just doesn't make sense is all. It just doesn't. And anybody that then I would tell my dad or the waitress at a bar or whoever would listen, you say, this is what happened. This is what it was. And this is how it ended. And everybody goes like, oh, it doesn't sound right. It doesn't feel right.
So if this is a social experiment and it is to lure in a certain type of person, I congratulate you for being a guide, for guiding someone through hell and trying to get them back out. So because it is, like I said, 6 years. Ask the people in the chat, how long have you been here? How long have you been in this vicious loop? You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
it seems innocent and fun at first, but it takes over. And there's proof in the chat room right now.
Well, and I think I saw that, Jason, I think I saw that, and I took it more as it wasn't just like fun and games anymore. I really took it seriously and started to think, wow, these people are really into it. Like they're into it, and they're dedicating a large portion of their day and their time to it. So there's something there. I just think you can't dismiss that. I just think you have to kind of listen and search on your own, and that's kind of what I'm doing now.
Yeah, and I think 30% of them, about 30% of the people that follow, they are those, like, you know, bookworm people, you know, that do research, and you know what I mean, and just they want to be stimulated all the time. You know, they search for the stimulation, and this is how they do it. But there's that other 70% that, and those are the ones that are barking, their solve is right, their solve is right, their solve is right. And it's like, I feel for those folks. I do. I feel for them. And it's,
I think that's probably how I got involved, honestly, was
that's why I say you're guiding him. You keep your wits, and be supportive, but you know, you're a shepherd.
Like, you got to stay a little bit grounded. But I think hearing everyone solves and hearing how everyone thought they were right, when I started to go, oh my gosh, this is silly, is what actually drew me in. Because in any opinion that you have, even if you think it's silly or you think it's not, like you're forming
the point of a treasure hunt.
You're in it.
A treasure hunt is silly. Come on. Like, you're doing what? You're on a treasure hunt? Like, go to your neighbor and be like, hey, we're treasure hunters. They're gonna look at you like you're fucking nuts. Like, the whole thing is silly, but it's fun. It brings out that 13-year-old.
Well, and I understand when I took, you know, and we took our teenagers out and took them camping, and I was like, okay, I get it. I get it.
Yes.
I mean, I'm the most indoorsy person there is. I don't even want to get my hair wet, you know? And I went camping and didn't shower for 5 days and crossed the Madison, and it was a little bit life-changing.
That was your shower. Like, yes, I will get in that water. I don't care how cold it is.
Yeah. So it was a little bit life-changing. So I understood that part of it. And then, you know, everyone just doing their own work and searching and researching. There's something to be said for that. You have to commend those people. Like, they're putting in time and effort and work, and you can't. A lot of these
people, if they're passionate on like cold cases and stuff, that would be amazing, because there's a lot of good researchers in here. You know,
think about all these researchers, and you're right, like what we could accomplish just with this Forrest Fenn treasure hunt. But like, think about using all of those skills and putting them into something else. You're absolutely right.
And I think that a group of them would do that if they joined into something together, so they could still have their back chatter of Forrest Fenn to keep them on point, but then they have a focal time where they jump into what they're focused on.
Announce.
So
Ben has something he would like to announce.
Solve the Beal ciphers.
We still can't solve the Beal ciphers. Like, I know.
So Ben, do you think that you're like pretty close and you were kind of at the end of the thrill of the chase? Did you think you're going to find a nook or some evidence that it was there?
No, I thought I was going to be the jackass who goes, okay, I'll try this one cipher that no one else tried. And I found out, okay, this is either a fraud or the cipher is somebody's fucking imagination, just like Fenn made it. And if it's someone's imagination, it's impossible.
Yeah. Well, and the only reason I asked that is, and see, I have the same curse as you where it's gone, but I don't even remember now. I've walked too far away from the trail. I'm lost.
Ben has he came up with so many different solves, looked at so many different things.
Okay,
go ahead.
Can I talk?
Yeah. All right. So within the poem itself, Ben, within the poem, like, we have so many people thinking that they were right, and they're right there.
Right.
But no one has shared. I don't care what their answers to the clues are. Don't care. But what are the clues?
Okay, so
there's 9 clues. What are they?
Can I just like go over my bullshit Colorado solve to explain my 9 clues?
Yeah. If you want. I don't like hearing other people's solves, but go for it. I just wondered, the 9 clues itself, like specifically in the poem. Like, this is a clue, this is a clue, this is a clue.
Okay, so let me do a couple things. Hold on. And I'm only doing this because I know the solve is wrong. And the only reason I share this particular solve is because I didn't copy the Erskine solve. My solve happened to coincide with the Erskine solve. Do you recognize the Erskine solve?
No.
The Erskine solve is in Colorado. See, he was like the first dude suing Fenn. And
I remember you talking about it.
The Alaskan guy?
I don't know if he's Alaskan or not, but he certainly was convinced he fucking solved the poem. And
So
what
Ben,
I
you
think,
were an actor, right?
yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so like,
for a minute.
you got a gig, right? And
Yeah.
you're going to an audition. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Let's say the audition is the first clue in the poem. If you can get to the audition is the first clue. I look at it as, what kind of prep work did you do before you went to that audition? You have to set the stage. You have to.
So
I
my course of action was, what is Fenn talking about the least, and in terms of how I can interpret the poem, and then Fenn gives us the book. So what meant the most to Fenn that he's also going to hint at but not tell us all about? And my first journey was getting into the argument that him and Skippy got into on the drive that they had. The book is still somewhere in our bullshit camping pile in the garage. But he talks about that argument with Skippy, and they're on that long stretch of road between Casper and what is it, Shoshone or something like that. Anyway, the Casper drive, we all know it. And I said, okay, that's an interesting story to tell. Me as a writer wants to know what happened next, because what happened next to me is always the most entertaining. They got through their big fight. After you get through a cathartic fight like that, I think it's like two best friends fighting over the same girl or something, or drunk at the bar or whatever. But when they make up, if they make up, it's like hugs and fucking let's go on a fucking adventure.
Respect.
Right. So it's a level of almost trust, if you will.
You go. Yeah.
And so what I decided was, after Skippy came back to pick up Forrest, they went on some magical fucking adventure that found a few cool spots, but one in particular that they promised each other they'd never tell anyone about.
See, I can agree with that.
And so from that, I created, to the best of my ability, what I thought was a good map. And what I thought was a good map would be, and remember, we don't know shit at this point in time. What I thought a good map would be the route they would take, either to Yellowstone from Temple, Texas, or the route they would take from West Yellowstone back home to Temple, Texas. However, I don't need to worry about the normal route they went on, because Fenn tells me about an adventure where he goes with just his brother and leaves the story off in Casper, Wyoming. What happens next? Well, they're going south to Texas. So I know they're going into one state, and one state in particular, and that's Colorado. So I start to hone in on Colorado. Where would they go down Colorado to get home? In my opinion, without first trying to understand what my good map was, I looked at, okay, there's two options. You either go through the Rockies and you enjoy the view, or you try to skip time and get home as soon as possible.
But they also stole tires from junkyards.
Right. Hold on. Yeah, for sure. And that what's up?
I would not be in the Rockies stealing tires if I had tire issues.
And that always made me hesitate. So that forces me to almost go, shit, did they go home the Fort Collins, Denver, Colorado Springs route? Which would be just the most boring drive ever, but the safer drive.
Yes.
To make sure that you have tires. Completely agree. I have a theory, not a theory. It's not a theory. It's not even good enough for a theory. I have a thought that he makes such a big deal about the tires to throw us off. Because what he doesn't make a big deal about tires is the drive up. And it's the same fucking situation. Did they take the boring drive every single time? Did they never go through the fucking Rockies when they were going back to Yellowstone? By the way, once you get to Yellowstone, it's still fucking Rocky Mountain.
Could you imagine taking one of those cars up some of them hills?
I would agree, except for the fact that you're not even driving that fast back then. So like 50 is fucking speeding, right? If you're just averaging 35 along anything, and I will include the $1 Million Highway, you're fine.
You're
As long
gonna be
as-
so bored, you're gonna hop out the door and run alongside the vehicle.
Wyoming is boring. If you're
It's
at the
all
Casper part, if you're at the Casper part and you're leaving Wyoming into Colorado, it's fucking boring.
Oh, yeah.
Agreed. But again, I'm trying to say that Forrest left out the most important spot or part of the story, which is finding that spot. And I think, at least let's put it this way. I'm on the road to Colorado. Confirmation bias. I'm going to continue this road to Colorado. So I'm looking at the two options, the fun Rocky Mountain route or the boring home to Texas route. Well, if he brought this story up, I'm going to assume he went the fun Rocky Mountain route.
Yeah.
That's just what I did.
K-Pro
So-
wants to know if you've read Rumblings and Ramblings.
Like once, maybe twice. Don't remember shit
And
right
she
now.
says he took one route every time as a kid and all through his life.
Did he take the one route with his father every single time? Because yes, oh sure, but maybe the one time that was different was the end of the Skippy
Dad
story that
wasn't
he doesn't
there.
tell us.
Dad
What?
wasn't there. Let's go.
Dad wasn't there. Two can keep a secret from dad if one is
Yep.
dead.
Yep, I get you. I like it.
Okay. So, K-Pro, I would really disagree. That's some of that flatland in Texas is so fucking boring, but we'll agree to disagree.
I lived in Texas for 6 years.
Anyway,
there is some
anyway. The point is, we're gonna get to where I thought the night.
I'm waiting for your wife to hit you now.
Oh, she's gonna. Well, still girlfriend. I call her the wife sometimes. Like people on Reddit are so confused. She's like, is she wife or is she your girlfriend? Right. So
I'm
if
sorry.
you like it, you should put a ring on it or some shit.
Yeah,
Like
he
the
knows,
song
he
works.
knows.
All right. Anyway, so I'm in the Colorado track, and now I go back to the book because I'm told the book has clues, especially to where the first clue is, where warm waters halt. Okay. Well, if the book's going to give me a clue of where warm waters halt, I'm only going to assume it's going to give me the state. That was my first guess. I figured it was a slow descending conclusion that gave you a smaller and smaller spot from the get-go, and I figured the first clue bottleneck. And I figured the first clue, albeit the most broad clue, is also the most important because it helps you with the end somehow. So what I did was, okay, where warm waters halt, I'm looking for a clue for the state. So what's the most important to Fenn? If I'm talking about most important to Fenn for this drive, I go, he's talking about the turquoise bracelet the most. That's the most important thing to me. The turquoise bracelet. He's always talking that if you find the treasure, bring that back to me. To the point where Zoe, I believe, said, if you find the treasure and my grandpa or my father isn't alive, bring me the turquoise bracelet. So I always wondered if the turquoise bracelet was the avenue to somehow him knowing the treasure was found, or a signal, whatever. That was the request that you have to fulfill. I don't know. I could never figure it out, but they always talked about it. So if I'm not supposed to figure it out, but they're always talking about it, maybe that's a hint. So I focus on the turquoise bracelet in the book. Well, Forrest happens to talk about specifically the turquoise bracelet amongst a few items in the chest, but he doesn't talk about every item in the chest specifically. He talks about the emerald ring specifically. He gives it a whole paragraph. Lo and behold, the emerald ring is missing. He also talks about this turquoise bracelet, and he gives it a good chunk of story. He gives it the background. He won it, how he won it from Harvey, but it belonged to a man named Richard Wetherell. He discovered those turquoise beads, except he misspells Richard Wetherell twice, not once, but twice in this book. In every edition, he misspells the name. To me, that was sirens go off. There's your
I say
name.
Eric Sloan. Right when you said that, I thought of Eric Stone. That made me associate Eric Sloan, the first weatherman, the first guy to actually draw pictures of clouds and how low pressure works with high pressure. And so just to misspell Weatherfield, that brought me to weather, and Sloan is weather.
Okay, so is he talking about Sloan so much and getting us to Sloan to get us to weather? And then when we think about weather, then we read Richard Wetherell and see how Richard Wetherell is misspelled. Is that the journey? I don't know. But all I know is I ended up on, okay, shit, Richard Wetherell, misspelled, Mesa Verde, Colorado. Boom, bingo, I found my state. Colorado is the search state.
Yeah, one of my confirmers, take another puff. One of my confirmers was how people overlook New Mexico, right?
Agreed.
Now, when you're looking at the poem, I mean, we're doing it right now. You're overlooking the first stanza. I think that gave me a state. That was a confirmer on a state. We're all overlooking New Mexico. Hint, the first
And see,
stanza.
it's funny because I immediately get tunnel vision here, overlook, and I just go, everybody's talking about New Mexico, Wyoming, Montana. Nobody's talking about Colorado. Overlook is Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it weird? I mean, just how we can do that. And he knew that
Yeah.
we were going to do that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I believe he was CIA or not. I think he was. Maybe he's trained. He knows what he's fucking doing. I do want to say one thing. I happened to glance at chat. K-Pro said, Ben, another contradiction. Dan said F paid considerable to keep Jack going. Jack said he took no money. OMFG. So if I interpret that correctly, Dan said that Forrest paid considerably or a considerable amount of money to keep Jack going. How? I may have smoked too much
Talking
weed.
about I don't know.
Jack said he took no money. So I mean, basically, Capro's point is that
The 10 grand, right?
right. So the Capro's
Okay.
point is basically that Dan said Forrest paid Jack in some form, and Jack is saying no, I wasn't paid shit. To which I would say I always thought, and here we go. K-Pro, whether you meant to do this or not, my show, so I'm going to have fun with this one. But this is why I think there's a second place. I think whether it was in the instructions or this was a bonus for if this is found while Fenn is alive, here's what's going to happen, man. You give me the bracelet and you leave the ring at the spot, and I'm going to give you a check for X amount. With this check, it will be considered a gift. You can use it to pay the taxes on the chest that you're eventually going to sell. You can use it to cover the expense of leaving the ring and giving me the bracelet. But here's fair market value, plus maybe the little extra that I paid for the chest. I'm going to pay you a little extra because it's all perfect. The point is, it makes sense to me that Jack got money from Fenn, and it would explain how Jack can wait this thing out without selling the chest. It's been a year. Again, don't tell me you're a broke medical student with debt and then not sell the chest. If you just never said that part and you never sold the chest, I don't think any of us would question. Maybe you're just waiting till the value of gold goes up even more. Sure, fine, absolutely. You know what I mean? I don't think any of us would question that. But you made it a point to say you're a broke college student, right? You made it a point to say that you dropped out and that you have all this debt. You made it a point. So you haven't.
I don't ever trust what's shown to me. I
Agreed,
always try to go deeper.
But if
why did they show that to me?
Even jokes have truth, so even lies have truth, even if it's pictures. Oh, yeah. Everything has something woven into it that's truth. It's a source code, if you will, that we just can't help but leave. And only the masters can hide that source code. And I think Fenn was one of those masters. I think that, and I always wondered, how could he be one of those masters? The rumors of him being CIA answer those questions. That's how he was a master. That's how he never gave anything up, even at the age of 80 through 90. He was trained for this. He knew how to do this and did it well.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So where was I before all this? Okay. The nine clues. All right. So we're in Colorado, blah, blah, blah. So begin at where one wanders. Okay. Now here's the other thing. I look at it two ways, and I can't even mesh the two. And I think that's almost the encryption of the poem. When I talk about what the 9 clues are, it's hard for me to tell you that and then also tell you the order. I don't necessarily agree with the order in which I'm telling you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay, so begin where one wanders.
You got to construct it to make sense to you, to fit your purpose.
Or at least to fit whatever.
That's not a bad thing. I'm saying that it's developed for individuals. Like, take it how you take it.
I mean, he tells us that by telling us it's our creek, it's your creek. He's writing this to be read in that individualistic perspective. Yes. Absolutely.
How do you take this?
Agreed. So begin it where one wanders halt, clue 1. And take it in the canyon down. Not far, but too far to walk. Put in below the home of Brown. Put in below the home of Brown, clue 2. From there, it's no place for the meek, clue 3. The end is ever drawing nigh, clue 4. There'll be no paddle up your creek, just heavy loads and water high. I always go back and forth on this. I think it's just clue 5. So why is it that I must go, clue 6, and leave my trove for all to seek? The answer I already know. I've done it, tired, and now I'm weak. Clue 7. Wait, did I skip something? Yeah, I totally, hold up. I skipped. Fuck, I fucked this up. This wasn't even making sense to me. God damn it.
You
Let's go
said
back.
it's mixed up and you're trying to read it. So
That's the problem, because okay, here's what I do every time I read the poem, guys. When you get to if you've been wise and found the blaze, that whole stanza, I skip it. I read that last every time. I don't know why I do. My brain
because
forces
it's two
me to.
different stories. Because
That's
you already
the way,
found it.
right.
Now the
So
second
my
part.
brain has always put if you've been wise and found the blaze as the final stanza, and I think maybe the me in the middle quotes were always kind of a hint to maybe look at something in the middle of the poem and take it out, because it's Forrest in the middle, and Forrest is alone and solitary, and you should look at just that thing and remove it from everything else, take it out. I always, for whatever reason, and maybe that's overcooking the poem, and that was to my detriment. But anyway, so let me start back. Okay, so warm water salt 1, home of brown 2, no place for the meek 3, the end is a drying knife 4, there'll be no powder up your creek, heavy loads water high 5, if you've been wise and found the blaze 6, look quickly down your quest to cease, but tarry scant with marble gaze, just take the go chest and go in peace 7. So why is it that I must go 8 and leave my trove for all to seek? The answers I already know. I'm tired and now I'm weak 9. Those are my 9 clues.
It would be fun to have other people just what clues do you think there is, and see how it differs between each person. I think that would be an interesting thing. I mean, if this is a social game, let's figure out what the game is. That's in my perspective. You know, if it
I agree, and that's why I'm trying to figure out everything I possibly can about Jack, because if it's a social experiment, Jack has been chosen to be our proxy.
Yeah.
Whether by choice or he earned it. Maybe
Yeah,
this is part of finding the chest. It's, hey man, here's what's going to happen if you follow my storyline. You're going to be able to avoid taxes. You're going to be able to avoid litigation, even though litigation may come at you. I have something prepared for that. You will be able to do X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. I need to protect my family. Blah, blah, blah. He might have already known. I would assume Fenn knew to protect his family before he started the chase. Let's make that perfectly fucking clear.
Oh,
the idea that people started to hold people at ransom and wanted to attack him to try to and blackmail him to figure out where the chest was. If you don't think Forrest Fenn knew that was coming, you're out of your mind.
Are you yelling at me or the crowd?
No, I'm yelling at the ether because it drives me nuts. Forrest Fenn knows every treasure hunting movie in the book. There's always a double cross.
Yep.
He's a fucking cowboy. There's always a double cross.
Yeah.
He's a
just
maverick.
Like 2 omegas, 2 N's, 2 X's, double crosses.
The man knows that that he was going to be attacked. Maybe he didn't know exactly how he knew he was going to be attacked, but he knew people were going to eventually go, hey, where's your fucking treasure? When they couldn't figure out his very vague poem. He knew, in my opinion.
Yeah. No,
and so to me, it just feeds everything of this was all fucking planned from the beginning. So what if he knows that so too will the finder be harassed and accused of being a fraud and all this stuff, all these question marks? Maybe Forrest knew that was going to happen and goes, oh God, I can't wait to really fuck with them. And the profound thing about this is it can't fuck with them unless I'm dead, maybe. But he does something to the effect of just letting the finder run wild with it, but also under the guidance and rules that he had set forth because he planned this whole fucking thing. And so if the finder goes along with all of this, he gets X amount of fucking money for doing so. You, Ashley, me, all of us would say yes, because Forrest Fenn was fucking asking us to do it. I don't care what you say. I don't care you say you never fucking listen to Forrest. If Forrest Fenn said, hey, also, there's an extra 500 grand, let's say, this was like 0.5% of his net worth. So let's just say he added an extra $1 million to it. Somehow laminated instructions, blah, 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 blah. He said there's always a way. He didn't want to give it away, but he didn't want to take dollar bills out because they would corrode, yet he still had things with dollar bills in it. Like, he was fucking with us the whole goddamn time.
Yeah.
And so obviously what he was doing to fuck with us was to hide the fact that he probably left very good detailed instructions on what to do next and how to keep his legacy going. And if you don't think that this man didn't want his legacy to continue after the find. Again, in my opinion, you don't understand what Forrest Fenn is doing, doing.
Why are we talking about legacy? I mean, if you have something nice to say to me, you could say it to me while I'm alive.
The greatest secret the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. Forrest Fenn could tell me 1,000 times he doesn't care about his legacy. Every time he says the word legacy, he cares about his legacy. He doesn't write. Jack even says this while he's saying that Fenn doesn't care about his legacy. But Jack even goes, presidents don't write this many memoirs. But he doesn't care about his legacy. Jack, we see you, bro. We see you.
I've always been a supporter of whatever Finn wanted. It was his game, and it is what it is. Like, I don't even pay attention to Jack. I don't pay attention to what they're doing in Wyoming. I don't pay attention because, quite honestly, I trust that the people he brought in close to him, I have to trust too by default, right?
Right.
I mean, it is what it is.
And here, just for the record, Kate, by the way, Rudy, Ben, you're in a simulation. Boy, you're damn right I am. But K-Pro brings up a good point, and I want to address it. Ben, he had no idea there would be that many crazy people, especially those who were close to him, and how they gave up everything. He got a bunch of calls from mental hospitals, searchers in there. He was not ready for that. No way. So K-Pro knows context with Forrest Fenn and his facial reactions, his breathing. She's been in the same room as the man.
Yeah.
I have to default to K-Pro here.
Yeah.
I will say, however, okay, I think maybe that does fall into the category of he was prepared for everything. He just wasn't prepared for how it would go down in detail. He was prepared, if you will, to have a scale in his head.
Let me interrupt real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
I agree what you just said. I do. But it's hard for me to listen to somebody that takes charge and is all happy. You know what I mean? It seems like a commercial to me. Like what we're doing right now, it's a real talk.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not a show. It's not, no bedazzle, no carrots, no nothing. Like this to me is real. So when I hear or see other things, I phase out because it's a freaking commercial.
But here's the thing. Even if it is a commercial within the game that is a social experiment,
it is.
Okay, fine. But then Jason, you as my partner in the escape room, I would go, bro, you can't just ignore the big, even though it's a big wooden key in the middle of wood and it's too obvious. We can't just ignore it either. We have to grab it and see what the fuck it does, right?
I would just say that's too obvious. Like I'm looking for 3 or 4 down the road.
But some of this teeters on the borderline of it. The best lies almost sound too obvious. Yeah. They really are the best lies.
I agree, hiding things in plain sight. But yet, if they're hidden in plain sight, you're not going to notice them. Maybe 1% will notice that. And
okay,
that's
so
only if they know how to hide shit in plain sight.
But here's where I go. Okay, Forrest Fenn again said he thought of everything. So I'm going to say he thought of everything on that topic. And then I'm also going to say he thought of everything in terms of how dangerous this chase could get. Yeah. He didn't maybe necessarily know that people would call from a mental hospital, like K-Pro said, but I think he would classify that under like a number system. So in his head, it was 1 through 10, right? 10 being he knows exactly what 10 means to him. 10 means he's going to end the chase. That's it. The second he finds out about it, the chase is over. Fuck everybody. Whatever that is, that's 10. Okay. I think anything under the category of stalking, harassment, breaking the law, breaking onto his property, even a ransom, fell under a category of 9. And the reason I know this to be true, at least in my heart and brain, is because the man came up with an insurance policy should he be kidnapped. And he didn't stop the chase. He instead came up with a plan to deal with the fact that he could be kidnapped, which means he planned and knew that was a possibility, and therefore was a possibility he was willing to accept because he came up with a plan for it.
See, that's the part of the chase that stopped me and made me think. Like I said, I went blind to everything, but when that came out, I was like, it made me think. Like that's one of the few things that actually made me think. Wow, he had a letter, a contingency plan.
Yep.
You
And
know
I
what I
don't-
mean?
The fun and foo-foo of it is to go, oh, it was in West Yellowstone. And if the plan was in West Yellowstone, where's the chest? Okay, we can get to that one day, but let's just think of the
I
idea
would
that
take
he
him
had
as
a
far away as possible with a long trip. So,
sure, maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. Hold on though.
oh yeah.
The point is that he came up with a contingency plan.
Mhm.
If he came up with one, then he thought about it. So now anything on the level of ransom, I'm allowed to classify as a 9, not a 10, not something he's going to end the chase over. So again, I think he was prepared for all of this, all of the crazy shit. Again, not knowing how it would play out. I think he knew his family would get frustrated with it. He's not an idiot.
See, and
I don't think it's the first time that Peggy or anyone in his family has disagreed with him on something. I'm fairly certain, and I don't want to ever dig into it. I have no interest. I have full respect for the Fenn family. I have no fucking interest in digging into their shit.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone should. This game, if it's a game made by Forrest Fenn, has been created without having to dig into his family. Guarantee you, if there's a part 2, if there's anything else going on, and that Forrest Fenn is behind it, and it's for after his death, then he did this in a way that we don't need his fucking family members. So I am on full team. Get out of their shit. I don't care even if Shiloh shows up on K-Pro's thread.
You do
I
know
find
that
it
Shiloh's got the title belt, right?
the title belt of what? Like just King Fenn?
No, the belt buckle, the belt. He
Oh
wears
yes,
that now.
yes, the belt buckle. I know,
Yeah.
I know. Which look, has there been a drunk night or high night or two where I've wondered, is this Jack or is this Shiloh emailing me? Sure. I don't know who's on the other end of this email. Amy Gwynn of all, we haven't mentioned her in a while. I don't know where she is. I hope she shows up with Candy when Candy feels better. But even Amy Gwynn goes, how do you know who you're talking to on the other end of that? So it's
Yep,
even
exactly.
Jack, blah, 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 blah. I get
Well,
that.
and
Totally
that
get
whole
that. I know I'm
number-
talking to someone. I just don't
that
know
whole
who.
number sequence is
Yeah.
not in the same state of like the frame of the thinking process is different from what Jack told us that he's the way he thinks. Like I think so differently from you, right?
Right.
And yeah,
We
but
go to
that-
opposite
that-
fields.
that
We definitely go to
cipher-
opposite fields.
that cipher and stuff, that's not what I get from Jack. Jack is more of like, deep thinking, like, esoteric, getting down to like deep thinking levels.
And here's my point.
So I don't believe the Jack email. I don't think it's Jack. I think it's, hey, Jack. And I think that his 12 months are up. The contract's up. That's why he's pulling away a little now,
But he's emailing me just as much as ever, though.
I know, but who is it? That's what I.
That's my point. So he's not pulling back.
Well, true, but he's pulling back from 300 other people that got quite a few emails from him. And you decided to make a show and share his emails. I mean, that's where
I do have a fun belief that I really truly believe this. I think perhaps as a last attempt to try to awaken us or show us the way, I think he's pulling back from the people who are closer to the truth in a slow, methodical way. So, maybe that talks shit about me, but I don't care. I think he's in a slow, methodical way pulled back from people who might be super close, but at the same time, he has plausible deniability because he can say, I'm also pulling back from the most psycho of the chase at the same time.
Bill or Ben, if you're part of this, I still like you, man. If you were brought in, because the way I look at it, the spectrum of audience that he created, and he bottlenecked it down, and he's getting along with you very well. Right. At the same time that you decide to have that advantage to share on a show, like I said, I still like you.
Well, here's okay. So I'm going to give you a little bit about my psyche, at least.
Mm-hmm.
My main goal on Thor, and K-Pro can
see, I've never gone on there.
Okay, so K-Pro can at least corroborate this.
You're smart.
I talked. Huh?
You're a smart ass, yeah.
I'm a smart ass, but I was a smart ass with a reason. Yeah. I would only go full smartass if I had done the research, determined to myself that I'm in the right. I don't ever go into it thinking I'm in the right. I just make sure that I'm in the right. And if I'm in the right, then I'm going to go full asshole, especially if you've gone full, I know everything else for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So I do that, and she questions it all the fucking time. I've been banned multiple times from there, and I still don't care. So, and again, why was I bringing that up? I forgot it. I don't know.
I don't know. I think you're a positive influence on the whole thing. So
Okay, I get it. Anyway, let me go. Okay, so I want to do one thing though. I did. Okay, so I think it was Bill Gorman who has said double blaze like it's nobody's business. Am I right on that?
yeah.
Okay, so Bill Gorman, if you're out there, I think I saw your name.
Yeah, he liked it when you yelled at me.
I'm gonna do this.
I said he liked it when you yelled at me.
Oh.
Like when he was counting. That's how far back in the chat it is.
Oh my God. All right. Well, in case he's still here, I felt as if I had a double blaze, and you're only supposed to solve one of the double blazes. Now, it's been a minute since I've done this. So I typed in Uncompahgre River, which if you Google Uncompahgre River, you can get to a definition that gets you to warm waters. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. So, here we see Brown Mountain. Now I'm just going Uncompahgre. Okay. So I think Colorado, because of the misspelling of Richard Wetherell. Mesa Verde can't be it because Mesa Verde is kind of south. Oh God, I hope I don't want to lose my place because I'm high. Mesa Verde is kind of southwest Colorado, which is a very bleh thing anyway. So here's my double blaze. Put in below the home of Brown because we get to the end of Brown Mountain. That gets us to Abrams Mountain. Brown's Mountain is just a bit higher than Abrams Mountain, making this all the home of Brown. So my blaze was the $1 Million Highway and the Uncompahgre River, which I called Warm Waters. So if I do this, and it's easier, I do that. Burp. The Uncompahgre River makes this shape, meets here, halts here because it hits the road. And so what we took here was the only way to get here from at least the way Fenn would take it, come from Texas, is the $1 Million Highway. And, you could go all the way to the bottom of the page, but what does that get us? A blaze. Oh shit. Well, whatever. Fill the blaze in because this is a fucking blaze, right? This is a fireball meant to look like a blaze on a map that a kid would recognize. Oh fuck. If I've been wise and found the blaze, maybe I found the blaze out of the shapes in the map. Look quickly down. So you got to do that twice. So I'm going to look quickly down from the top of the blaze. That's where I park. Right here. Okay, shit. Well, now I'm going to go down this Uncompahgre River, and a quick little walk brings me to this little triangle arrowhead area. When I got there, I found a Dr. Pepper bottle cap and can. I'm convinced Brian Erskine left those to convince people that his solve was correct. I want to be on record there. I don't believe Forrest Fenn left those. I think Erskine left those to fuck with people. But anywho, I found a Dr. Pepper can, blah, blah, blah. And then I basically say again.
One more drink.
Give the one more drink. So my journey from this point was to leave, I walked up this area, and remember he always said the road was closed till spring, and I saw it's closed till May. So I kind of dug that right off the $1 Million Highway. See, this is where the warm waters halt because it turns into a waterfall. Anyway, I walked up. Not far, but too far to walk, kind of a thing. But it was a strange interpretation of it. Trust me, I had a backwards solve going. I'm not even looking at the chat, but here's why I had a backwards solve. This Uncompahgre River flowed south to north, so I always thought maybe the whole backwards bicycle. Maybe you read the poem from bottom to top. I liked that this warm water.
His polarization was off.
So I like that all coincided with maybe this warm water is going south to north, which will fuck up your look quickly down, up, all that down and up stuff gets accounted for if you realize it's just a simple play on the geography. The river, you normally think just instinctively, if you play like the Oregon Trail, a river goes north to south. That's just what people fucking think in their heads.
I hear you.
So I like the fact that this river in particular went south to north. Anyway, so that was my shit. And then if I go to Imager, here's what I found, dude. And this is actually what intrigues me more. And this is no longer solve stuff. But imagine seeing this shit on your solve. I'm just going to click on Imager. Oh, this is just random. Okay. Let me just go to the website.
I'm reporting you for harassment.
Oh, fuck. Get off that. Fuck. Imager.
What was it about bullying on the internet? What?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Anyway, all right. So posts. Oh, fuck. All right. So what I found when I walked down this to the actual Uncompahgre River was this iron plank looking dealy right in the middle of the creek that allowed me to cross easily. Do you see that?
Oh yeah.
So I immediately see this and I go, just heavy. There'll be no paddle up your creek, just heavy loads, water high. That fucking thing was embedded. I went to it. I tried to pull it out. It wouldn't move, dude. It wouldn't fucking move.
An old miners camp, man. I'd go look for the miners camp in that area.
And that's what I thought was Hint of Riches New and Old.
Yeah.
I think, and that's where I was going, okay, maybe this is a double solve thing. You have to get the double solve to really all understand it. And it felt like my solve was hinting to a double solve place. Now, remember, I'm here boots on the ground at this point. This is after the find. And this is after Erskine has sued. So I know Erskine solved. Erskine crossed this same creek. However, his blaze was a time lock. It could only be seen on June 24th. 6 stanzas, 24 lines. So his blaze could only be seen on June 24th, and the time in which was debated. Apparently, it would bounce off of something that was called like Tuttle or Turtle Mountain. And I can go back to the map maybe to look at that.
You're good. I like this picture because it's a secret path, obviously, because it's traveled well enough to help somebody, but not often enough to do something more.
And it's in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
nobody should be in this spot.
Somebody visited that area enough times to make it easier to cross, but yet
correct,
not often enough. So there is a special spot of some sort up there.
And I gotta say, this felt straight out of the, I don't know, 60s.
It's a piece of metal, right? Rusty metal.
It looked like rusty iron. I mean, it looked like the side of a submarine or a fucking airplane. I couldn't tell. Anyway,
no, that's very cool. Or it could have just floated and got caught there years ago too.
Right? Who knows?
Doubt it though.
On this, so this is what I find across the stream.
No, you didn't.
This is what I find across the stream.
See, that's what that dude to the left is that.
So hold up. The end is ever drawing nigh. So we crossed the iron plank and we turned left. About 20 paces or so up, we find this.
That's pretty fun to find someone else's stuff like that.
I don't know if it's a cross or if it's an X. I think in this picture, I've removed one stone and the stone is right here. This one right here. See me circling?
It's a cross.
I think it's a cross too, but I was wondering, is that an X? All I know is look what my hand is on. You see my hand? Like I don't have a baby hand. I don't have a gargantuan hand, but I don't have a baby hand either. That is a stone slab out of fucking nowhere. And you can't pull that fucker out.
No, it's an old riverbed, man. That's where the old riverbed was. It's all smoothed down. Stone
slab on the left side, also just as almost bigger, actually, and giving it more room.
You were there, didn't you?
Thought I was there. And then see this log, the white log, turn over a log.
Yeah.
I mean, and I moved that log around to see how easy it was for that log to just get lost in the shuffle. And does this only look like a spot where there's a log missing and then maybe it's less?
There's a lot of fresh dirt spilled around.
Well,
like on top of the rocks on the bottom left, there's still
if
sure you didn't make that. You sure you didn't make that?
No, we found it just like that. But I will say it looked fucking fresh, did it not?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. It looked like, remember, this was like I can't remember the exact date, but we're talking days after the find.
Yeah.
That's what's most important to me. if you recall, I don't know if you can see my face right now. If you recall, oh fuck, I have to press back. Here we go. If you recall, in this picture, I'm looking at fresh dirt. Now I caused this fresh dirt, okay?
Yeah.
But I was trying to look underneath it to see what the dirt was looking like underneath.
Yeah.
Was it just as wet? Because then this marshy area would never allow for a chest to exist. Even if it's going to sink over time, if all that dirt is wet, this chest is gone in a year, right? Even protected by this tree trunk.
That's probably only what, a foot deep and hits riverbed again.
Right. It's not that deep.
Yeah.
And so what I found was, but it was dry dirt underneath. That intrigued me. So my point is, when I was looking at this thing, I was like, holy fuck. So I removed the X and then I did that. Now,
look at you.
See that? Do you see that stone right there?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you call that?
Wow. It looks like a flat stone to me. I'm sorry.
It was a giant, to me anyway, in person. Maybe it loses some of its shine. That was a giant slab of
So
dirt.
I see ears, a bill, an eye, and 2 legs. Well,
What I left,
look at it.
what I
He's got
left,
the bunny ears. He's got
what I left right here. What I left was a stick. This is a stone, which was what I thought looked like
Your
fucking
2
turquoise on the
cents.
spot. My 2 cents, essentially. And so I buried the book there, and then I put the cross X just exactly how it was. Like I put all the stones aside, and then buried it back up and put the same fucking stones in the same way on top of it.
Have a treasure hunt.
And I wanted to. Okay, so this is the thing.
Have a brief one. See if people will go back and watch this and follow your footsteps.
When we went to fucking Yellowstone, I wanted to bring the kids on this and I wanted to show them this. But then I went back and started looking at. I can't believe I don't have any other. This is all Mr. Robot stuff. This is actually what got me into.
So the cross is after you buried it and put the cross back.
No. This picture was before. This is right when we
walked up on.
This is when we walked up on it, and I've taken 1 stone off. There was one more stone here. In fact, I think it's in my hand right here, and I'm placing him like kind of under my lap, so I know which stone goes where. I have like kind of photographic, so I can replay it as best I can. Again, this is what I do. But I certainly then removed all. This was in the process. Like my buddy Paul was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I'm taking a picture." He's from Texas. I can't believe I haven't taken a picture yet. And so he takes a picture of the spot as I'm starting to remove the stones. So this is how we found it.
He's got like his crew cut going, and you could see his ear.
Dude, he was on. And Paul, if you ever watch this, I love you, bro. You're my best friend. He was on TikTok like as much as he possibly could, and it was driving me fucking nuts. He's like, he couldn't get reception. He's like, bro, I can't fucking see my shit. He was mad about it, but at the same time, I was selling him on campfires and stuff, and we were doing dispersed camping. And there was a fire restriction. We couldn't do that you couldn't do a campfire in end of June 2020. And he's like, no fucking campfire. This sucks, bro. We're going in fucking hotels after this. Because we didn't book shit for actual campsites. I was like, no, we're going to disperse. And I don't know the rules. My dispersed camping has always been in New Mexico and Nevada. I don't know the dispersed camping rules in Colorado. I was told there was a fire ban, so we didn't fucking do a fire.
That's good though.
But when it gets to 42 degrees at night and you can't do a fire, not a camper.
I go to Walmart and get my concealed fire pit. Metal thing,
right? Like boom, problem solved. I don't care if this is dispersed. Regulations right here. Anyway, so I always thought this was cool. Hey, really fun on the Madison Bridge. Did you know there's a little like home of brown right there? There's a little brown cabin right there. Do you see that?
I can't see what it is. It looked just from what you're saying. I'm assuming
here. I tell you what. Let's do it different. Let's go to Google Maps.
See that? I love the shadow over the poem because I feel as though he casted a shadow from Santa Fe all the way to the Madison, and that's why the book has it on there, and that's why the poem has it throughout the whole thing.
I agree. And it's one of those things that could draw me back to New Mexico. Honestly, like if Fenn is saying not to pay bets, if Fenn is saying, not all is as it seems, and the finder and I have agreed to basically fucking tell you people that the chest was in Wyoming. It's like, ah, man,
It
why do
would
you
be
give, why
easier
do you
to
give
say
these
it's in
people?
Wyoming.
Why do you give these people fucking kindling for your fucking fire? Why are you stoking the tinder, man? It doesn't make
Mhm.
sense. Just go, the chest was in Wyoming, like you
Yep.
did on your court documents. Or are you saying maybe? And again,
He
don't
could have
tell me,
walked away at that point
and
never
don't
said
tell me
another
that
thing.
Forrest Fenn would always tell the truth to the United States government. I'm sorry, then I think we're missing the points here. Forrest Fenn hated what his government made him do.
What's that Homer Brown you're looking at?
See it now?
Okay. What is that, like a shitter?
I mean, it's got that little solar panel on it. So
Oh.
like, but my main solve once I got myself out of Colorado was begin it, the Marvel Gaze, where Warm Waters halts, and take it, the Marvel Gaze, the canyon down, which means you begin it, you take it, but you stay right where you are. And everybody walks right past the treasure. So I was convincing myself where Warm Waters halt, literally like right here, somewhere here has the chest, because everybody goes away from where Warm Waters halt. And then lo and
Yeah.
behold, when I got on the road, I was like, oh, there's a little home of Brown. I mean, that's just as good as your very
I like it.
somehow Michael Jackson is the home of Brown
He
solve,
said
right?
some clues would be able to test the time, but there's some that are like just in front of you like that.
Right. So like
So,
what
no, that's-
clues were
that's it.
time?
That's
It's a matter of
cool.
time stamping. And when if I go back to my imager, like I played a game called the Mr. Robot ARG. It was a game, it was a TV show. And in the TV show, you were supposed to find fucking details of shit. And
So you're on Twitter with Kyle Stoof?
What'd you say?
You're on Twitter with Kyle Stoof?
Oh, I'm not on Twitter with him. I was looking him up. This
Oh.
is where I was looking at. Look at this. Hey, turn to Teachers with Ropes,
There you go.
right? It's just this kind of shit intrigues me. Like, are you doing something? Are you saying something? Because if you go through it's public information. I'm not outing anybody, but like if you go through his Twitter, no mention of any treasure, as there wouldn't be. You'd stay fucking silent.
I've always thought that he had a hand in production, like with the old movies and stuff. Like how Sitting Bull was in Buffalo. Cody, they were the first showsmen ever. They teamed up. They went across the world. They went down to Denver at the Buckhorn. Yeah, the Buckhorn. And at the Buckhorn, before I went to that meetup, I did some research on it. Well, that's the oldest restaurant bar in town. And Sitting Bull used to set up camp outside when Buffalo Bill was in town.
See, and
So
now
I went to the
explaining
parking lot at night and I parked there and I just enjoyed the stars for that moment. And like, Sitting Bull had a tent right here. What the fuck, man?
He smoked that fucking pipe.
Yes, sitting right here without all this
You're
noise.
reliving history. And
Yes,
honestly,
and
that's the kind of shit that makes me go, oh,
so,
that's interesting.
but ever since then, it's the way he brought up Buffalo Bill Cody and the
Tipping.
showmanship and it just the way it went through, and like little coincidence, like you just showed, a lot of the productions that are still going on. So I was like, at the early development of the productions, could his family may have had a hand in it? Like he portrays that he was poor, but yet his dad was in tennis. Like, no, poor kids were not in tennis.
Hold on. All right, I have to go pee. Ashley, come here.
I'm gonna bounce.
No, are you bouncing? Oh,
Yeah,
all right, fine,
man.
fine.
You can still go pee. You're not gonna.
I'm going pee. I'm gonna be back in 2 fucking minutes.
Oh. All right.
Give me 20.
I'm happy.
I want to hear 20 more minutes of a rant, ramble, like your shit, where the stuff where even you've been maybe scared to fucking say it online and out loud. I want to hear that shit. I'm not going to interrupt you. Ashley's even going to sit down to fucking shut me up. I'm only going pee. I'm coming back literally in 90 seconds. Don't leave me. I like this is getting interesting.
Ashley, I'm known as Jason No Find instead of Jason North Face because I never share my Chase stuff.
Oh, I just thought it meant that you didn't find anything.
No, I just just
Okay.
do my own thing.
Okay, so you're Jason. No, fine. So this is
So
like
we're gonna
right-
have a very awkward, quiet. I can no, go ahead.
Oh, I'm trying. Listen, if you want to have an awkward, quiet moment, we can do that. But I was just trying to
Dude,
continue
I
talking
love
to not give
those.
you that moment.
I actually love the awkward quietness. Like I love the sitting room in a dentist's office. Like
Really?
oh man, just you can go in there and you sit down, and if you stay off your phone and just feel the air, you could just feel the tension and you just feel the electricity in the room.
Yeah.
And I love that.
And you can hear like the tick of the clock.
Yes, I grew up with a grandfather clock, you know, when I was little, staying at grandma's house, and it's like all the time.
See, that wasn't awkward.
I've
No,
never never seen talk about silence be so fucking weird.
I rate you a 6 out of 10 for a first date.
Aw.
All right, where were we before you go? Come on, tell me that story.
No, I was getting ready. I'm gonna finish half a beer, so
All right,
finish
fine.
your stuff. I think.
All right,
that
what
is
do we want to get off our chest that bothers us or intrigues us the most about what's to come?
I am upset that Forrest left too soon. He is the only person I truly trusted.
Do you think Forrest was aware that he was going quick? When I say quick, I mean in between the time of Fenbury and his passing.
You know, a part of me thinks he's going to make a comeback. Another part of me says, don't trust anything, the lawsuits, anything. Don't trust anything I can't personally pull off .gov myself. But yet at the end of the day, this wasn't my game. I can't make up the rules. I can't be mad about anything. He gave me a good 6 years, you know, he did. And I like hanging out on YouTubes because I get to meet cool people, you know, like honestly, you know, and
Yeah,
it's a
for
common
sure.
interest.
Yeah.
I may not be digging and searching, but damn it, I enjoy the crowd that it brought in.
I've said before, this thing got me through fucking COVID. So
Yeah.
I was brand new. So all your hours upon hours upon hours was all available to me. And ooh boy, I let that thing go and just autoplay through all your shit. What is the one thing that you hope changes in the next month? And we'll call it a night on that.
I am good for 3 months, so it
You're
could
good for
stay
3
the
months. So-
it could stay the exact same until the end of October.
We're waiting basically until October. Is that what we're
That's
doing?
what I'm just saying. Like I am good till the end of October.
Okay. All right. So end of October, we're gonna have to figure out how to entertain ourselves throughout the rest of the summer. It's a good note. It's 10:30 Pacific. We all want to go to bed. We will see on Saturday. We're gonna have some more new shit to talk about. I have some Jack emails that I left off for tonight, and I don't know. It seems to feel like there's at least a new rumor every day. So we'll see what's going on Saturday. I'd like to find out what's happening for myself with Cynthia and the rest of that crew that's up in Yellowstone that's been doing a documentary. It feels like she posted on YouTube. So, you know, maybe that NDA is kind of done with now. If that NDA is done, okay. Well, Cynthia, we've said some shit. I've certainly accused you of some shit. I would invite you to please answer some of this so that I can come to you and go, I apologize. But if you don't, I'm going to keep asking because it's kind of important because I'm not the only one asking it. And I've seen how people have been treated, and I try to be very fucking clear with how I think. And if you want to insult me, call me a hypocrite. That's what I try not to be.
Before you close,
Yep.
I would like to thank you and Ashley for entertaining me, like entertaining having me on. So
Anytime. And look, not to bring back the drama, we won't get there.
No, you're
I'm
good.
just saying,
no,
not you. And when I say this, not you, but like we want everybody on. It's time for everybody to start talking to each other, even if you don't have anything to share, solve wise.
I've been talking to everybody the whole time.
And that's exactly why I told you on that first night, I love your shit because I'm a fan of the opposite, whatever that is, of hypocrisy. Jason,
Yep.
in my opinion, you're on that camp of the opposite of hypocrisy, and that's
thank
what I
you,
respect
sir.
the most. So, and I drink Trulies as well, so good on you. It's
This
not a
is
bitch
like
drink.
the crap my wife didn't even like.
I
So it's
hate
just
that
left
punch.
over in the fridge.
She doesn't like that
Hey,
either.
hey. I hate that punch one, but Ben actually likes it because he's a weirdo.
You know,
I
ever
don't like
since
the
that,
punch.
ever since that seltzer beer crap started coming out, like I kind of jumped around with the wife because I would rather smoke than drink beer. So
Right?
and
No hangover. Anyway, we
so
don't have to.
yeah, and so I enjoy my fruity drinks. I don't care. I'll say it
Yeah.
loud.
At this
it's
point,
fine.
fuck. Hey, by the way, it takes me 76 beers to get drunk, and it only takes you 7. Well, that's great. Good. My liver has a break.
But you know, this one here is the best one I've had because all of these
No
have like a
shit.
juice taste to them or a funny, weird taste to them. These are the bomb.
I haven't
Like
tried
I
those.
like
We'll try those
these.
out. Fuck yeah, we'll try those out. I'm always looking for that because now that I've acquired my taste a little bit to that, I'm a little bit more open to it. It took me a while. I was against that shit till about 6 months ago. Anywho, all right. Good night, everybody. We'll see you Saturday. Thank you, Jason, for helping me bring this home.
Bye,
Appreciate it.
Jason.
All good. Have a good night, guys.
All right. Good night, everybody.